Su Zimo was not surprised that Depamkar Monastery would make such a choice. In truth, be it sects, factions, or cultivators themselves, they could only live ignobly in the incomparably cruel cultivation world. Although immortal sects were orthodox and viewed slaying demons and fiends as their responsibilities, they might not interfere if a fearsome demon or fiend truly appeared. On the contrary, it was not uncommon for immortal and fiend sects to join forces for certain benefits. It was the same for the Buddhist monasteries. Buddha was compassionate and purified all living beings. However, how many people who cultivated Buddhism could truly be compassionate and take pity on all living beings? Notwithstanding Depamkar Monastery, wouldn't other super sects of the South region choose to stay out of it as well? Su Zimo was not surprised either that Ming Zhen would make such a decision. That was because he had lived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley with Ming Zhen for a full 20 years and knew the latter way too well. Ming Zhen had a pure heart and focused wholeheartedly on Buddhism. Even in this treacherous environment, nothing changed. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva once made a vow that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. It was because Ming Zhen inherited that vow that he was able to obtain the recognition and inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the Tao inheritance ground. Southern Dual Sect was attacked by the Blood Vine race, and the dangers there were no different from hell. Su Zimo looked at Elder Hui Xing, Abbot Hui Xin, and the other monks and said slowly, "Indeed, Ming Zhen is inferior to you guys in terms of cultivation realm. However, none of you can ever compare to his magnanimity." The monks sighed and lowered their heads without arguing. Letting out a long breath, Su Zimo asked again, "What happened after?" Ming Zhen insisted on heading there, so I could only remind him not to take the risk and to leave as soon as possible if anything went wrong. However, Abbot Hui Xin hesitated for a moment and his eyes dimmed as he sighed. However, Ming Zhen never came out after entering Southern Dual Sect. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he questioned loudly. Ming Zhen was the titular disciple, and yet, Depamkar Monastery chose not to interfere even when something happened to him in the South region. I sigh. Abbot Hui Xin wanted to say something, but eventually, he let out a long sigh. How should we interfere? Ming Zhen refused to heed our advice. A monk at the side muttered softly, "What did you say?" Su Zimo glared at that person coldly and hollered. The monk was so scared that he swallowed the words he was about to say and remained silent, not even daring to meet Su Zimo's gaze. Elder Hui Xing sighed gently. "Patron Desolate Marshal, I know that you might not be able to accept some of the things we say. However, we truly have no other choice. We heard that the young master of the Blood Vine race led an army this time round and killed his way into Southern Dual Sect. There were thousands of them. As for the young master of the Blood Vine race, Tung Lingzi, he's the strongest monster incarnate of the current generation. Although he's only at the conjoint body realm, I'm not his match either." Fufu. Su Zimo could not help but sneer. As a super sect, Depamkar Monastery has Mahayana patriarchs, right? If half-martial ancestors can't do it, summon patriarchs out of seclusion. Didn't you guys want to summon a patriarch to kill me earlier on? Why? You have the guts to kill me, but you don't have the guts to kill someone from another race. No. Elder Hui Xing shook his head. If we summon a patriarch, we can naturally suppress the Blood Vine race in Southern Dual Sect. However, that will definitely alarm the patriarch of the Blood Vine race, and that will be a disaster for Depamkar Monastery. Summon an emperor at that time then. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "Depamkar Monastery has a long history. Don't you have any emperors?" After a long silence, Elder Hui Xing sent a voice transmission slowly. "Patron Desolate Marshal, how difficult is it to become an emperor? In the history of Depamkar Monastery, there have indeed been emperors. However, there were no patriarchs to become emperors in this generation. This is a secret of Depamkar Monastery. Patron Desolate Marshal, please don't spread it." Su Zimo was silent. The fact that Elder Hui Xing could reveal such a secret to him meant that he had indeed given it careful thought before making such a choice. Elder Hui Xing sent another voice transmission. "We're not alone. We carry the fate of the entire Depamkar Monastery on our shoulders. If we save Mingzhen and provoke the patriarch or even the emperor of the bloodvine race, the legacy of Dipamkara Monastery will be lost and will be eternal sinners of Dipamkara Monastery. Although Su Zimo did not agree with Dipamkara Monastery's decision, he could not find the heart to blame them further either. Against Mingzhen and the sect's legacy and thousands of monks, Dipamkara Monastery chose the latter to protect the sect's legacy and their monks. It was hard to tell if the choice was a right or wrong one. At the very least, Su Zimo did not agree with it. If they were to retreat in the face of the foreign races today, the latter would definitely push their luck. A constant retreat was not a solution. However, even if Dipamkara Monastery wanted to join forces with the other supersects for this matter, they might not receive any response. Which sect or faction would want to provoke the primordial 9 races for no reason and attract trouble for themselves? After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, "Since that's the case, why did you guys have to be secretive? All you had to do was explain the matter. Even if you guys feel guilty, it shouldn't be to the extent where you guys should stop me from climbing the mountain and even fight me, right?" Dipamkara Monastery chose to sacrifice Mingzhen to protect the sect. It was only natural for the monks of Dipamkara Monastery to feel guilty and dread facing Su Zimo. Even so, Dipamkara Monastery's reaction was a little extreme. This, Abbot Huishan hesitated for a moment and said embarrassedly, "Patron Desolate Marshal, you might not know about it yet. After news of you being alive spread, the god, which Heavenly Eye, Golden Crow, Bloodvine and Rakshasa races laid down killing badges for you one after another." Killing badges? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. He had read some records about that badge in some ancient books as well. In the primordial era, the killing badge was the most threatening death badge of the primordial 9 races. Once the killing badge was released, the primordial races would spare no effort to kill the other party. Anyone who received that badge would be equivalent to a dead man. In the ancient era, only the emperors of the human race ever received killing badges from the primordial races. Of course, some emperors were indeed killed by the primordial races. However, for existences like the eternal human emperor, the primordial races could not do anything to him even with their killing badges. The killing badge of the primordial races had not appeared ever since the ancient war. Nobody expected that badge to descend in this generation. Furthermore, all 6 races had released killing badges. The badges openly stated that anyone who tried to take in Desolate Marshal would be massacred in blood by the primordial races. Abbot Huishan said, "Patron Desolate Marshal, please forgive us. I'm afraid no sect or faction in Tianhuang mainland would dare to have anything to do with you, let alone our Dipamkara Monastery." Su Zimo understood. If Dipamkara Monastery did not stop him from climbing the mountain, countless experts of the primordial races would descend upon Dipamkara Monastery if news of this spread. However, Dipamkara Monastery would not incur the hostility of the primordial races if they fought against Su Zimo. Therefore, once Su Zimo forced his way up the mountain, Dipamkara Monastery would attack no matter what to avoid the killing intent of the primordial races. "The primordial 6 races sure think highly of me," Su Zimo laughed without any fear in his eyes. "Patron Desolate Marshal, let me say one more thing. You must not underestimate your opponent. The killing badge is irreconcilable once released." Elder Huixing said earnestly, "The primordial races will send top-tier experts to look for you, and their combat strength is not something the primordial race beings of Heaven and Earth Valley can compare with. If these experts fail to succeed, the primordial races will send even stronger people to kill you. Even Ethereal Peak and 100 Refinement Sect won't be able to defend against it, let alone you." In the ancient era, there were even many emperors of the human race who could not withstand the killing badges and died in the hands of the primordial races. "I got it. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist." Su Zimo nodded and turned to leave. He had already asked about Mingzhen, and there was no need for him to get entangled with the monks of Dipamkara Monastery. Furthermore, now that he was hunted by the primordial 6 races, Dipamkara Monastery would want nothing more than to avoid him. Why should he linger here and attract attention? The monks of Dipamkara Monastery heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Su Zimo leave. Only Elder Hui Xing frowned slightly with a worried expression and could not help but ask, Patron Desolate Marshal, where are you going? Southern Dual Sect, Su Zimo said indifferently. Ah! The monks exclaimed in shock. Desolate Marshal was truly audacious. Instead of hiding from the killing badges of the primordial races, he was going to offer himself to them. Elder Hui Xing hesitated for a moment and persuaded, Patron Desolate Marshal, pardon me for being blunt. Right now, the 50 kilometers around Six Stars Mountain of Southern Dual Sect is occupied by the Bloodvine race. There are probably more than 10,000 beings from the Bloodvine race on Six Stars Mountain. With the young master of the Bloodvine race personally guarding, even super sects and factions won't be able to match them, let alone you. What Elder Hui Xing said was indeed the truth. Given the current strength of the Bloodvine race in Southern Dual Sect, unless a human patriarch appeared or super sects of the South region joined forces, Su Zimo would truly be weak alone. That's right, Ming Zhan is already dead. There's no hurry to take revenge, Patron Desolate Marshal. Abbot Huishan persuaded as well. How do you know that Ming Zhan is already dead? Su Zimo paused in his tracks and asked. It's been 10 years. Ming Zhan must have died a long time ago after falling into the hands of the Bloodvine race. How can he still be alive? Abbot Huishan laughed bitterly. Ming Zhan is my friend and also my senior brother. Since he's in Southern Dual Sect, I want to see him alive or dead. Su Zimo's face was filled with killing intent as he said murderously, if Ming Zhan dies, the Bloodvine race beings at Southern Dual Sect will have to die with him. With that, he left Depamkar Monastery without turning back. Patron Desolate Marshal. Elder Hui Xing looked at Su Zimo's back view and reminded once more, there's a high chance that a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor is guarding Six Stars Mountain. You have to be careful. Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely fast and he disappeared from the monk's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Elder, what's the use of reminding him? A conjoint body monk said, Desolate Marshal is obstinate and egoistic. His personality is persistent and can't differentiate between good and evil. Since he insists on courting death, we've already done our best to explain both sides of the situation to him. Why should we have to persuade him insistently? That's right. Even if you persuade him out of goodwill, he might not reciprocate. Another monk added. Elder Hui Xing frowned and turned around. He looked at the two monks who spoke earlier on and said in a deep voice, Don't forget, he's Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal who established the martial Tao and brought blessings to the masses. That merit can be passed down through history and affect the world. Even ancient emperors can't compare to it. We should already feel guilty for not helping him. How can you guys have the cheek to say something like that? Elder Hui Xing was in charge of discipline and had always been stern. Although he was suppressed by Desolate Marshal earlier on, he was still a fearsome presence in Depamkar Monastery. The two monks lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything. The two of you, reflect on your mistakes against an empty wall and copy the Heart Sutra 10,000 times. Elder Hui Xing said in a deep voice, Not even a single time less. Yes. The two monks did not dare to argue and acknowledged their mistakes before scurrying away. Sigh. Elder Hui Xing looked in the direction Su Zimo left and sighed. I hope that the heavens will bless him. After leaving Depamkar Monastery, Su Zimo took out a map and determined his direction before heading towards Southern Dual Sect. In truth, this green lotus true body of his was the one that was truly in danger against the killing badge of the primordial six races. He had 3 true bodies. Right now, the Dragon Phoenix true body was in the ancestral dragon ground. Unless the primordial six races joined forces and attacked the Dragon Bone Valley, the Dragon Phoenix true body would not be in any danger. As for the martial Tao true body, it was outside the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements. Not many people knew of its existence. Furthermore, his martial Tao true body was hidden in Pingyang Town and cultivated in seclusion. It was difficult for the primordial six races to look for him. However, it was different for the Green Lotus true body. If the Green Lotus true body were to travel through Tianhuang mainland, he would definitely leave behind various traces and it would be easy to be exposed. At that time, experts of the primordial races would definitely hunt him down. If his opponents were at the conjoint body realm, it would be fine. However, things would be troublesome if they were half-martial ancestors of the primordial races. The Green Lotus true body had just entered the conjoint body realm and could suppress human half-martial ancestors. However, the outcome of a fight against a primordial race half-martial ancestor was unpredictable. Tung Lingzi of the Bloodvine race was already troublesome to deal with. If there were truly Bloodvine half-martial ancestors on Six Stars Mountain of Southern Dual Sect, there would indeed be quite a bit of danger for this trip. Of course, no matter what, Su Zimo had to check things out at Southern Dual Sect. In his opinion, the reason why the Bloodvine race destroyed Southern Dual Sect and occupied Six Stars Mountain was not merely because of the birth of the Ashoka wood. The Ashoka wood might just be an opportunity. In this generation, the primordial races were restless and had signs of activity. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the appearance of the Rakshasa and God race was the beginning. Later on, the calamity of the Witch Goo of the North region. The battle at Heaven and Earth Valley of the Middle Continent. In fact, even that battle at Penglai Island. At that time, Su Zimo merely instinctively thought that Penglai Island and the Golden Crow race had joined forces to set a trap to kill him. However, upon further thought, there was a possibility. Penglai Island was already controlled by the Golden Crow race. According to Elder Hui Xing, not every supersect had an emperor backing them. Without emperors, even Mahayana patriarchs won't be able to defend against the primordial races. The outcome of Fahua and Daming monasteries of the North region 10,000 years ago was clear. Even with the Dharma Emperor around, they were destroyed by an ancestor realm dragon. The gap between them was obvious. If Su Zimo's deduction was not wrong, there was a high chance that the actions of the primordial races would only increase in the future. The primordial races would definitely not be willing to live an ignoble existence. When the patriarchs or even emperors of the primordial races walked out, the situation of Tianhuang mainland would change completely. Six Stars Mountain. It was a rather famous place in the south region that was known to be picturesque. There were 6 main peaks: Heavenly Residence Peak, Heavenly Bridge Peak, Heavenly Secrets Peak, Heavenly Assimilation Peak, Heavenly Blessings Peak, and 7 Kills Peak. The 6 main peaks corresponded to the 6 southern dual stars in the firmaments and interacted with heaven and earth with a rich spirit chi. Many years ago, when the founder master of Southern Dual Sect traveled here and discovered this paradise, he established his sect here. The sect grew rapidly and produced many renowned cultivators. But now, the region of Six Stars Mountain was blood-red and filled with vines with human faces. Densely packed, it was sinister and resembled a scene from hell. The blood-colored vines extended rapidly over the past 10 years and had already occupied an area within 50 kilometers of Six Stars Mountain. There were no other living beings in the radius of 50 kilometers apart from the blood-colored vines. The vegetation withered. The barren land was filled with skeletons. It was one of the primordial 9 races, the Bloodvine race. This was the only flora race among the primordial 9 races. It was because the Bloodvine race was the most domineering among the flora race. As long as a bloodvine grew within a region, the nutrients of other flora would be sucked dry until they died. Furthermore, the Bloodvine race was extremely violent and bloodthirsty. If any living being were to step foot into the territory of the Bloodvine race, they would be devoured flesh and blood, leaving nothing but a skeleton. Even in the primordial era, a Bloodvine race was not allowed to appear in the habitat of other primordial races. 7 Kills Peak. In a palace filled with blood vines, a young man in scarlet blood robes sat on a high seat. He held a blood-colored gourd in his left hand, and beneath him was a throne made up of bones. Around the throne was a large circle of human skulls that were stained with blood. This was the young master of the Bloodvine race, Tung Lingzi. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators with frightened expressions floated in front of Tung Lingzi. All of them were pale and trembling in fear. Although those cultivators were dirty, their robes revealed that they were cultivators of Southern Dual Sect. Fufufu. Tung Lingzi looked at the cultivators before him and smiled sinisterly, saying in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Be obedient." As he spoke, More than 10 blood-colored vines the size of arms extended from Tung Lingzi's wide blood robes and coiled towards the cultivators. Ooh, ooh! The eyes of those cultivators were filled with fear as they struggled with all their might. However, they could not move or speak and could only let out muffled sounds. The more than 10 cultivators could only watch helplessly as the thick, grisly blood vines approached them. This process was an immense torture for the cultivators. Unable to withstand it, a female cultivator broke down and fainted on the spot. The other cultivators shuddered as well and looked at Tung Lingzi pleadingly. Tung Lingzi had a smug expression as he enjoyed the fear of the food before him. In his eyes, these cultivators were nothing more than food. They were his food. In the primordial era, humans were the weakest race and could only be enslaved as food. The more fearful the food was, the more excited the blood-robed youth was. Although the Bloodvine race was one of the primordial 9 races and had a powerful bloodline, they could only live ignobly all these years. Tung Lingzi had had enough. Thankfully, the fortune of the human race was depleted and the era of the primordial races had arrived. Are you scared? Are you afraid? Tung Lingzi smiled gently. However, I'm still going to eat you guys up. As he spoke, the circular human faces on the top of the blood-colored vines suddenly split open, revealing sharp fangs and a torrential blood stench. Poof! A blood vine suddenly popped out and chomped down on the head of a cultivator. The vine twitched and swallowed it bit by bit. The remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits when they saw that. A cultivator's life force drained rapidly and his gaze dimmed. That person was frightened to death. Sigh! Tung Lingzi sighed. I've got to eat you up as soon as possible. Once you're dead, your flesh won't be fresh anymore. Poof! A blood vine opened its mouth and swallowed the cultivator. A moment later, the first blood vine that swallowed opened its mouth once more and spat out a pile of bones that were stained with fresh blood. The remaining cultivators were in despair. They knew that they would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. Before long, more than 10 cultivators were devoured by the blood-robed youth. Tung Lingzi let out a long breath and licked his grisly red tongue with a delighted expression. The blood-colored gourd in his left palm turned even more vibrant and sinister. Reporting in, young master. Right then, a Bloodvine clansman beside the palace said in a deep voice, "There's not much food left in the captivity of 6 Stars Mountain. It can probably only last you for another year. Seems like I've got to go out and capture some food back." Tung Lingzi twisted his neck. These hundreds of thousands of food from Southern Dual Sect are truly worthless. In just 10 years, they're gone. As he said that, he smacked his lips as though he was reminiscing. Actually, there's a monastery in the south region that has sufficient food. Furthermore, they're all of good quality. Tung Lingzi narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "You're referring to Depamkara Monastery, young master?" The Bloodvine clansman below asked. "Yes." Tung Lingzi nodded. Depamkara Monastery is one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries of the human cultivation world. We might not be able to take them down with our strength. The Bloodvine clansman analyzed. Tung Lingzi laughed. "If we want to attack Depamkara Monastery, we'll naturally have to invite my father." "Ah, if the clan leader were to attack, there would be no doubt about it." The Bloodvine clansman nodded. Tung Lingzi smiled. "Actually, Depamkara Monastery is only strong on the surface as well. Their titular disciple has been in my hands for 10 years and yet, no one dares to come. I'm guessing that there's no emperor in Depamkara Monastery in this generation. You sure are wise, young master." The Bloodvine clansman hurriedly flattered before asking, "When are you prepared to attack Depamkara Monastery with the clan leader, young master?" "There's no rush," Tung Lingzi said indifferently. "Once I absorb all the power of the Ashoka wood, I might be able to become a half-martial ancestor or even advance to the ancestor realm. At that time, I can flatten Depamkara Monastery without my father even stepping in. The 3 aristocratic families will be next after we flatten Depamkara Monastery. At that time, the entire south region will be in the control of the Bloodvine race." The Bloodvine clansman was also excited and continued. "Yes." Tung Lingzi nodded. That's for the future, and we'll put it aside for the time being. Right, is there any news of Desolate Marshal? I heard that this current one is the creation Green Lotus body. If we can capture him, he will be the greatest tonic for me. Not yet, the Bloodvine clansman replied. If there's any news, I'll definitely report it right away. Yes, Tang Lingzi reminded. The other primordial races have also set their killing badges for him. Keep a close eye on him. If Desolate Marshal appears, we must not let the God and Heavenly Eye races get their hands on him first. I'll definitely be the first to eat Desolate Marshal's flesh. After leaving Depamkra Monastery, Su Zimo arrived near Six Stars Mountain in less than 10 days. From afar, Six Stars Mountain was blood-colored. The menacing vines crawled all over the mountains and earth densely. Blood-colored gourds grew on the vines and swayed with the wind, shimmering with a demonic blood glint. Su Zimo's expression was cold. He did not hide his tracks and flew into the air, speeding towards Six Stars Mountain. Now that he had entered the conjoint body realm and his Green Lotus true body had undergone a complete transformation, other than patriarchs, there were not many people in Tianhuang mainland who could suppress him. There was no need for him to change his appearance and hide his identity. He was Desolate Marshal. The reason why he was barging into Six Stars Mountain today was because he wanted to settle the score with the Bloodvine race. The moment Su Zimo arrived at the outer perimeter of Six Stars Mountain, the Bloodvines sensed the blood chi in his body and started climbing towards him. There's actually a cultivator who doesn't know what's good for him and dares to take the initiative to come here. He. What a strong bloodline. I can take on human form after devouring him. Some of the Bloodvines were excited. The Bloodvines at the outer perimeter of Six Stars Mountain had low cultivation realms and could not even take on human form. As such, they could not see through Su Zimo's real strength. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blood-colored vines coiled towards Su Zimo like madmen, wanting to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Su Zimo did not even look at the Bloodvines as he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his essence spirit. Swoosh! Suddenly, 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside Su Zimo. Scarlet, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. This was a dermic art from the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra, the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. 3 Tao fires surrounded Su Zimo and spun slowly, forming a flame barrier. The moment the Bloodvines charged forward and revealed their bloodied mouths, they collided against the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. Right now, Su Zimo was at the conjoint body realm. The might of the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern was something that even some conjoint body Bloodvines might not dare to take on, let alone these low-leveled Bloodvines. The Bloodvine race was flora after all. Although they reigned among the other flora, it did not mean that they did not have weaknesses. Flora feared fire the most. As for Su Zimo, he cultivated the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. His mastery of flames was extremely strong, and the 3 Tao fires he conjured were even more terrifying. The blood vines turned into ashes instantly when they struck. Squeak, squeak. When the vines turned into ashes, their true bodies let out sharp cries. The other vines on their bodies wanted to turtle back and avoid the 3 flames. However, the 3 Tao fires were extremely ferocious and were not something that these low-level blood vines could defend against. Any single spark that landed on their bodies would ignite and the flames would extend throughout the entire blood vines. In the blink of an eye, a complete blood vine was burned into ashes. Su Zimo's expression was cold as he walked into Six Stars Mountain without stopping at all. Surrounded by 3 Tao fires, he charged right in. Everywhere he passed, flames surged into the skies and countless blood vines perished in the sea of flames. Of course, the cultivation realms of those blood vines were not high and they could not even take on human form. They could only watch helplessly as the flames descended and burned them to ashes. Who is there? How dare you barge into the territory of the blood vine race? An expert of the blood vine race in human form appeared and stood in midair. He looked at the flames not far away and questioned loudly with a furious expression. Although the bloodvine race being could take on human form, his cultivation realm was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Territory of the bloodvine race? Su Zimo sneered and flicked his finger casually without even looking at him. Chi! A sword chi burst forth. The white light tore through the void and entered the glabella of the blood vine Tao Lord instantly. That person's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword chi was way too fast that he did not even have time to dodge. A single slash pierced his consciousness and shattered his essence spirit. The corpse of the blood vine Tao Lord fell from midair. Swash! 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 When they saw that, the blood vines that wanted to advance were shocked and fled towards the 6 main peaks. This is bad. There's an enemy intruder. Many blood vines shouted as they fled. Su Zimo advanced at an extremely fast speed and arrived at the 6 main peaks before long. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned over, sensing something. At the foot of the mountain not far away, there was a large empty space surrounded by blood vines that formed a fence. Many cultivators were gathered inside, and there were more than 10,000 of them. Or rather, those cultivators could no longer be considered as humans. He did not know what those cultivators experienced, but they were tortured to a state where they resembled neither human nor ghost. Every cultivator was in tattered clothes that could vaguely be recognized as robes of Southern Dual Sect. The faces of those cultivators were withered and yellow with dispirited expressions. Each of them had an iron hoop around their necks that was connected to a gigantic chain, and the other was locked onto the fence of blood vines. All of them had hollow gazes and numb expressions. Even when they saw Su Zimo in midair through the gap in the fence, their expressions did not change and their eyes were dead. Su Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief as a possibility crossed his mind and his body trembled slightly. Could the blood vine race have reared human cultivators like beasts? Su Zimo was enraged and his face was filled with killing intent. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. In some of the ancient books or from others, he had heard about the tragic fate of humans in the primordial era. Humans were puny and were enslaved by the 10,000 races. In fact, they were treated as food and offerings by other races. When he heard that, Su Zimo felt emotional as well. But now that he witnessed it personally, he truly experienced the despair that humans of the primordial era endured. It was a tragic feeling of utter helplessness and despondence. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and in a flash, he arrived outside the fence. A spark popped out from his fingertip and burned the entire place into ashes. When the Southern Dual Sect cultivators saw Su Zimo, all of them had fearful expressions and curled into a ball like frightened birds. A heaven-slaying sword chi shot out from Su Zimo's fingertip and shuttled through the crowd with an endless sharpness. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed everywhere as sparks flew. In just a dozen breaths, the chains that bound the cultivators were severed by the heaven-slaying sword chi. However, even though the surrounding fence was gone and the chains on their bodies were broken, those cultivators did not know how to escape. They seemed to be numb to it. Su Zimo surveyed the crowd and scanned twice carefully with a slightly disappointed expression. Initially, he was looking forward to seeing Ming Zhen in the crowd. Unfortunately, he found nothing after searching. Fellow Taoist Su? Right then, a weak voice sounded from the crowd. Su Zimo looked over. The voice was way too soft, almost like a mosquito. If not for his strong hearing, he might not have noticed it. His gaze landed on a female cultivator in the crowd. The female cultivator's hair was disheveled and she was curled into a ball, hiding in the crowd. However, there was a hint of vitality and vigor in her eyes compared to everyone else. You are... Su Zimo's gaze froze. As though he recalled something, he probed. Tang Shiyun. The female cultivator nodded repeatedly when she heard that name. She wiped away the mud on her face and revealed her facial features. Although she was still dirty, she could be recognized. It's really you. Su Zimo was surprised. To think that he would truly be able to meet an old friend in Southern Dual Sect. Tang Shiyun stood up and wanted to walk towards Su Zimo. However, she hesitated for a moment out of fear. Come over. I won't hurt you. Su Zimo nodded. When she heard that, Tang Shiyun mustered her courage and walked out of the crowd. The number one beauty of Southern Dual Sect in the past was no longer as elegant as before. Back when the two of them first met in the ancient battlefield, they were both at the Golden Core realm. But now, Su Zimo had already entered the conjoint body realm and became an omnipotent mighty figure. Yet, Tang Shiyun was only at the nascent soul realm. The difference between them was getting wider. In the ancient battlefield back then, there were hundreds of thousands of paragons. How many of them could truly catch up to Su Zimo? Did you see a monk from Depamkara Monastery 10 years ago? Su Zimo looked at Tang Shiyun and asked in a deep voice. Recalling for a moment, Tang Shiyun asked, "Was he a young monk that carried a green lantern?" "That's right." Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he asked, "Where is he? Is he still alive?" Back in the Dao inheritance ground, Ming Zhen appeared and fought alongside him. His destiny dermic weapon was a green lantern. 10 years ago, thanks to this monk, some southern dual sect cultivators managed to escape. Tang Shiyun sighed gently. However, that monk's cultivation realm was not high enough, and he still could not defeat the young master of the Bloodvine race and was suppressed by the latter. After so many years, he must have died. Su Zimo gripped his fists gently with a cold expression. "Fellow Taoist, no, Senior Su. Are you here to save us?" Tang Shiyun realized that the difference between them was too great and it was no longer appropriate to address him as fellow Taoist. She changed her manner of speech hurriedly and asked uneasily, "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and took out some elixirs to store in a storage bag before handing it to Tang Shiyun. "Share these elixirs and leave this place as soon as possible." Tang Shiyun's hands trembled as she received the storage bag, tears rolling down her face instantly. However, the other cultivators were still numb as they watched the scene in a daze without any joy of seeing the world once more. These people, gazing at the expressions of those cultivators, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness. Tang Shiyun smiled bitterly. 10 years ago, the Bloodvine race attacked this place and our sect master died in battle. 3 mighty figures and a half-martial ancestor died. However, we could not defend against the Bloodvine army. In less than a day, the entire southern dual sect fell into the hands of the Bloodvine race. Apart from the monk who helped hundreds of people escape, the other hundreds of thousands of disciples were reared like beasts by the Bloodvine race just so they could eat fresh food. All these years, the Bloodvine race imprisoned us here and sealed our dermic powers. We can't even commit suicide. At that point, killing intent spewed from Su Zimo's eyes. Tang Shiyun lamented, "For the past 10 years, the Bloodvine race has consumed more than 100 southern dual sect cultivators daily. No matter how we begged or struggled, nothing changed. We could only watch as our fellow sect mates decreased bit by bit. That's hundreds of thousands of our sect mates. Right now, we're the only ones left." Tang Shiyun could not hold on either and broke down mentally, bursting into tears. When those cultivators opened their eyes every day, they did not know if they could survive the day or if they would be eaten as food. Initially, we had a sliver of hope. Tang Shiyun's face was filled with tears as she gave a bitter smile. After all, hundreds of our sect mates escaped. We hoped that they would seek help from the other upper or super sects. Perhaps, some experts of our human race might come and save us from our misery. However, we waited for a year, 2 years, 5 years, and no one came. Eventually, we gave up. Su Zimo was silent. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned incomparably pale. Even if southern dual sect cultivators sought help, no sect or faction would rush over to save them from their misery. Who would provoke a great enemy like the Bloodvine race for some cultivators that were unrelated to them? Humans had led peaceful lives for way too long. They no longer had the drive and edge of the ancient era. None of them possessed the unyielding toughness to fight the primordial races courageously. Ancient wise sages of the human race, be it low-level cultivators or mighty figure and patriarchs, were righteous and took care of one another. If they were to see this scene today, they would probably shed tears of frustration and bleed from the depths of their hearts. Right now, most of the cultivators had even forgotten the sufferings of humans in the primordial era. They forgot that in the ancient war, patriarchs died, emperors were killed, and countless human experts fought with all their might in exchange for the peace of the human race. Even a super sect like Depamkara Monastery, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, was only concerned about their own well-being. Who would stand out to save everyone from Southern Dual Sect? I'm a little late. Suzimo looked at everyone from Southern Dual Sect and said slowly, "But don't worry, with me here today, no one will be able to hurt you guys." Apart from a few who had a sliver of hope reignited in their eyes, the rest were still grim and numb. Fellow Taoists, he's Desolate Martial, the Tao Lord Desolate Martial who shook the world and established the martial Tao. Trapped here, Tang Shiyun's understanding of Suzimo was still stuck at some of the rumors she had heard in the past. She did not know that Suzimo was already a conjoint body mighty figure either. In Myriad Phenomenon City, he was the one who suppressed the Rakshasa and God race and rescued the human paragons. Now that Tao Lord Desolate Martial is here, we have a chance of escaping alive. Tang Shiyun looked at everyone from Southern Dual Sect and took out the elixirs from the storage bag, handing them to the cultivators as she spoke. Most people were indifferent. What's the use of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? Even a half-martial ancestor was killed. Everyone is dead. Ha ha ha. A cultivator burst into laughter in a deranged manner. Suzimo had a sorrowful expression. Although these people were still alive, they were no different from dead people. Tao Lord Desolate Martial, please kill me and give me a swift ending. That will be the greatest relief for me. A cultivator kowtowed to Suzimo and begged softly. Tao Lord Desolate Martial, please grant us death. A large number of cultivators knelt down. When he saw that, Suzimo's eyes reddened and he had nowhere to vent the rage and sadness in his heart. Eventually, he reared his head and howled. Bloodvine race, I'm going to make you guys pay with blood. Plain persuasion and consolation could no longer free the cultivators of Southern Dual Sect from their fears. For the past 10 years, that fear had been rooted in his heart. These Southern Dual Sect cultivators could only be moved upon a true massacre with the fresh blood of the Bloodvine race. At that time, they would realize that although the Bloodvine race was part of the primordial 9 races, they were not invincible. Suzimo's gaze intensified and dermic powers surged as he conjured hand seals with both hands. The 3 Tao fires that were initially surrounding him gathered rapidly and formed a tricolored flame that emanated a shuddering aura. The Samadhi Tao fire. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect looked at the bouncing flame with fearful expressions and did not dare to say anything. Go! Suzimo rose slowly into the air and threw the tricolored flame in his hands in the direction of 6 Stars Mountain. At the same time, an essence spirit flame burst forth from his glabella and entered the tricolored flame. A blaze surged, the Kacharati Tao fire. Now that Suzimo had cultivated to the conjoint body realm, the might of the Kacharati Tao fire was something that even a half-martial ancestor could not withstand. However, at that moment, he had already triggered his killing intent and wanted to kill all the Bloodvine race beings on 6 Stars Mountain. He had no intention of holding back and gave it his all. Swoosh! Raging flames raged. Suzimo channeled his essence spirit and dermic powers surged as the Kacharati Tao fire spread and burned continuously. Some of the Bloodvine race beings that could not take on human form could only watch helplessly as the Kacharati Tao fire burned. They shrieked and struggled as they turned into ashes. Some of the Bloodvine race beings wanted to escape in their human forms. However, the Kacharati Tao fire was extremely powerful, and they could not defend even if a single spark landed on them. Suzimo pushed his essence spirit to its limits. The speed of the Kacharati Tao fire was extremely fast as well. Some of the Bloodvine race beings that reacted slower were caught up by the Kacharati Tao fire and burned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 6 Stars Mountain was engulfed in a sea of flames. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect watched with widened eyes and agape mouths. They could no longer speak. This scene was way too shocking for them. More than half of the violent and bloodthirsty Bloodvine race that they initially thought to be invincible was burned by that fire. Most of the Bloodvine race beings that were burned by the Kacharati Tao fire were low-level. Even so, a sliver of hope was reignited in the eyes of everyone from Southern Dual Sect. The Kacharati Tao fire extended continuously and enveloped the entire 6 Stars Mountain region. However, when the flames reached the feet of the 6 main peaks, they could not advance further. It was as though they were obstructed by some powerful force. There were still thousands of bloodvine race beings that fled to the 6 main peaks to hide. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. He knew that the true battle had only just begun. The 6 main peaks were definitely guarded by top-tier experts of this primordial race. Bang! 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 Powerful figures soared into the skies with rampant mights. A conjoint body mighty figure of the bloodvine race had appeared. Su Zimo swept his gaze, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 conjoint body mighty figures appeared in midair with torrential blood chi, and a tremendous might descended. Against the pressure of the spirit consciousnesses of the 20 conjoint body mighty figures, the Kacharati Dao fire was greatly suppressed and its flame flickered as though it could extinguish at any moment. Naturally, the power of a dermic arts condensation could be pushed to its limits. For Su Zimo's Kacharati Dao fire, its power was significantly reduced after it was spread to such a large area. Even a conjoint body mighty figure of the bloodvine race could suppress it. In midair, the number of conjoint body mighty figures of the bloodvine race was still increasing. Before long, there were 50 of them. 50 conjoint body mighty figures were gathered on 6 Stars Mountain alone. One could imagine how terrifying the foundation of one of the primordial 9 races, the bloodvine race, was. If it was just the mighty figures of the bloodvine race, they were nothing in Su Zimo's eyes. However, he could vaguely sense that there was an even stronger existence, hidden in 6 Stars Mountain, that was watching him from a certain corner. A bloodvine half-martial ancestor. Furthermore, there was a high chance that there was more than one. If a huge battle breaks out later, leave this place as soon as possible with your fellow sect mates. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Tang Shiyun. There were more experts of the bloodvine race on 6 Stars Mountain than he had imagined. Once the battle broke out and he could not fend for himself, it would be difficult for him to protect Tang Shiyun and the others. Who are you? How dare you barge into the territory of the bloodvine race and kill our beings? A mighty figure of the bloodvine race hollered. Su Zimo sneered. Didn't the bloodvine race release a killing badge on me? You can't even recognize me? MMM? The expression of the bloodvine race beings in midair changed. You are desolate marshal. Some of the bloodvine race beings shouted softly. Fufufu. Right then, laughter sounded from 7 Kills Peak. A figure rose slowly, dressed in blood-colored robes. Licking his lips with a grisly red tongue, he said leisurely, "What a fruitless search we had, desolate marshal. You saved me a lot of trouble by knocking on my door personally. Young master." The conjoint body mighty figures of the bloodvine race bowed when they saw that person. You're Tunglingzi, right? Su Zimo's expression was cold as he glared at the blood-robed youth with undisguised killing intent. That's me. Tunglingzi smiled sinisterly. Why? Even the renowned strongest monster incarnate in history, the mighty figure Desolate Marshal, has heard of my name. Were you the one who killed Ming Zhen? Su Zimo asked coldly. Who is Ming Zhen? Tunglingzi shook his head. I've never bothered to memorize names for the ants of the human race. It's a waste of my energy. Who would remember the name of the food they ate? He smiled at Su Zimo with a hint of blood in his teeth, resembling a malevolent ghost from hell. Ming Zhen. As though he recalled something, Tunglingzi raised his brow and asked, Are you referring to a little monk? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. When Tunglingzi saw Su Zimo's strange expression, he nodded. Seems like that's him. The blood chi of that little monk is extremely strong and pure, so I kept him in my blood gourd to refine. As he said that, he took out a blood-colored gourd and held it in his palm. This blood gourd is my destiny dermic weapon. Even if a half-martial ancestor of the human race is sucked in, he won't be able to live for more than a year. However, that little monk sure is incredible. TSK. To think that a mere dharma characteristic would be able to last till now in my blood gourd. Su Zimo's eyes lit up with joy. Ming Zhen isn't dead? You don't have to be happy either, Tunglingzi said with a smile. That little monk won't be able to hold on for much longer. I'm guessing that in another year or so, he'll turn into a puddle of blood and become essence energy for my blood gourd. There's no need for a year or so. Su Zimo's gaze was electric and murderous as he said slowly, "Today, I'll send you to hell. Ha 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 ha." As though he had heard something extremely amusing, Tang Lingzi said sinisterly, "Desolate Marshal, don't worry. I'll keep you in the blood gourd as well, and let you accompany him to the netherworld as blood. Young master, there's no need for you to do it personally. I'll help you capture Desolate Marshal." A conjoint body mighty figure of the blood vine race stood out. Tang Lingzi waved it off and smiled. "No, I'm going to put this man into my blood gourd personally. Desolate Marshal, in this world, there aren't many people in the same cultivation realm as me who are worthy of me attacking." Tang Lingzi held the blood gourd and walked towards Su Zimo with a sinister smile. "It's your honor to die in my hands. Cut the crap and die." Su Zimo sneered and charged towards Tang Lingzi in huge strides. "Why? You want to fight me in melee combat?" Tang Lingzi smiled gently. As the young master of the blood vine race, this monster incarnate of a generation saw through Su Zimo's plans instantly. Among the primordial 9 races, although the blood vine race was bloodthirsty, their blood chi and physique were not strong and were far inferior to the god and dragon races. They were merely stronger than the witch race. If he could force the blood vine race into melee combat, Su Zimo was extremely confident that he could suppress Tang Lingzi with his green lotus true body. "Fu, it won't be that easy." Tang Lingzi chuckled and stomped gently on the void. Swoosh, swoosh. In the void, blood-colored vines that were as thick as arms suddenly grew and coiled towards Su Zimo. Before the blood vines arrived, the round human faces at the top opened their mouths and revealed sharp fangs that shone with a cold glint. At the very least, hundreds of blood vines coiled over with a nauseating stench, threatening to devour Su Zimo. Humph! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he flicked his finger without stopping. TSK, TSK, TSK. Instantly, more than 10 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and circled around him with extreme sharpness. They intertwined and created a vast expanse of white. Poof, poof, poof. The moment the blood vines approached, they were severed by the heaven-slaying sword chi and blood gushed out, dyeing half the skies red. More than 10 heaven-slaying sword chi circled and blocked the hundreds of blood vines outside. Heaven-slaying sword art? Tang Lingzi frowned with a hint of fear in his eyes. In the records of the blood vine race, even in the upper world, the 3 great sword arts were extremely famous. If the 3 great sword arts were to fuse, the power would be even more unimaginable. Even perfected immortals of the upper world would have to avoid it. Bloodstorm. Tang Lingzi channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals, pointing at Su Zimo from afar. Ooh, ooh. Instantly, blood-colored shadow figures appeared in midair and surged towards Su Zimo like malevolent ghosts, forming a foul and evil gust. Bloodstorm was a legacy secret skill of the blood vine race. Anywhere the gust passed, a cultivator's flesh could be stripped off completely. In the ancient war, a patriarch of the blood vine race once released that secret skill. Everywhere the gust passed, only piles of white bones were left on the ground. It was extremely violent. When the gust blew over, Su Zimo was fearless and channeled his bloodline. The creation green lotus was an utmost treasure of the universe and was flawless. Right now, Su Zimo was a humanoid creation green lotus and was at grade 7. When the gust blew over, it was suppressed by the green lotus bloodline instantly. Countless blood shadows dispersed and turned into a rain of blood that poured down. The blood rain was extremely evil and possessed an incomparably terrifying corrosive power. However, the green lotus was pure and untainted. It was the most effective against such a filthy and evil object. Su Zimo walked through the bloodstorm without being affected or injured at all. How dare you embarrass yourself with such methods? The young master of the blood vine race is nothing much. Su Zimo sneered. I'll show you the dermic arts of humans. Ma! Ham! He chanted in Sanskrit. The damning mantra reverberated through the world. This time round, he did not release any demon-subduing seal or fiend suppression seal. Instead, he released the 2 most powerful dermic seals of the damning dermic seal. The Great Vajra Wheel Seal and Great Mount Meru Seal. The Dermic Seals descended. A gigantic Vajra will crushed towards Tung Lingzi with shocking might. Tung Lingzi channeled his bloodline and his figure vanished. On the spot, 100 blood vines grew and waved their arms, coiling towards the Vajra wheel in midair. Against the damning Dermic Seal, Tung Lingzi was forced to reveal his true form. Those thick blood vines were Tung Lingzi's flesh and blood body. Compared to the Dermic arts he had first conjured, they were completely different and possessed terrifying strength. The 100 blood vines moved at the same time and coiled around the Vajra wheel tightly in the blink of an eye. The Vajra wheel could no longer advance. The bedazzling Vajra wheel gradually dimmed and eventually sank into the vines. Before long, it was corroded and riddled with holes. Bang! Boom! Boom! Right then, a huge shadow engulfed them. A gigantic godly mountain descended. It was the sacred mountain of the Buddhist monasteries, Mount Meru. The Dermic Seal condensed into a Mount Meru and suppressed Tung Lingzi with endless might. Swish! 100 vines tore through the air and coiled towards Mount Meru. Poof! 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 However, the moment the vines touched Mount Meru, they were repelled by the divine power on the sacred mountain and exploded on the spot. Ah! Tung Lingzi roared. Not only did such an injury fail to repel him, it even enraged him. More vines surged towards Mount Meru. From the vines that were initially ruptured, nauseating blood splattered on Mount Meru, dimming the light of the sacred mountain and decreasing its strength. The blood vine race was the most bloodthirsty. Their bloodlines contained the mixed blood of countless living beings. It was the most polluted and filthy. Even Dermic weapons would be destroyed completely if they made contact by accident. For a conjoint body mighty figure, the explosion of the vines was nothing much. They could regrow instantly. However, even the great Mount Meru seal could not withstand the filthy and evil blood gushing out. The fact that Tung Lingzi could dispel the 2 damning Dermic seals was proof that he was capable. However, Su Zimo had already closed in while Tung Lingzi was fighting against the 2 damning Dermic seals. Melee combat. Su Zimo wanted to maximize his advantage. When they saw that, the other mighty figures of the blood vine race did not attack nor did they look nervous. On the contrary, their eyes shone with mockery. On the battlefield, when Su Zimo descended, the Tung Lingzi transformed into his true form and took root in the ground. He could not move and could only fight head-on. 100 vines tore through the air and whipped towards Su Zimo. Shatter! Descending from the skies, Su Zimo assumed the stance of plow heaven stride, as though he was plowing a ravine in midair. Eft! That single stomp caused more than 10 blood vines to explode. Fresh blood splattered onto Su Zimo's body. Right then, something weird happened. Suddenly, a blood-colored gourd flew out from Tung Lingzi's body and spun to Su Zimo's head. With its head facing down and its bottom facing up, the mouth of the gourd aimed at Su Zimo and shone with a blood beam that was filled with a mysterious power. MMM? Su Zimo's expression changed. The power released by the blood gourd enveloped him, and he could not help but fly towards the blood gourd. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's figure shrank continuously and turned into a streak of light, absorbed by the blood gourd. The mighty figures of the blood vine race were not surprised by this. Ha 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 ha! Tung Lingzi reverted to his human form and held the blood gourd in his palm as he roared in laughter. Desolate Marshal? Strongest monster incarnate in history? You still fell into my hands and were suppressed by me. You're brilliant, young master. You'll definitely be famous throughout Tianhuang mainland in this battle. That's right. After this battle, even the reputation of the god race's firmament emperor and goddess Xiaoxiang will be far inferior to you. Desolate Marshal was arrogant and ignorant. The bloodline and physique of our bloodvine race are indeed not strong. However, we naturally possess powerful killing moves to be able to become one of the primordial 9 races. He didn't know that. Many mighty figures of the bloodvine race praised and flattered Tung Lingzi loudly. Actually, that blood gourd was extremely important to every single bloodvine race being. When every bloodvine race being was born, blood gourds would grow on the many vines. However, when they entered the conjoint body realm, the blood gourds would fuse together. It could be said that the blood gourd condensed more than half of the cultivation essence and cultivation of the blood vine race. Indeed, the blood vine race was not strong in melee combat. However, anyone tainted by the fresh blood of the blood vine race would establish a connection with the blood gourd. Once they got close, they would be absorbed by the blood gourd to be refined into blood water. Tang Lingzi said proudly. That desolate marshal was ignorant and truly thought that I had no means of suppressing him. To think that he would dare to get so close to me after being tainted by my blood. Even a half-martial ancestor won't be able to break free from the power of the blood gourd. The fortune of the human race is depleted. That so-called strongest monster incarnate in history is nothing much. It didn't even take much effort for you, young master. He's nowhere as good as he's made out to be. Just because we primordial races have been dormant for so long, these ants and food of the human race really think of themselves as the masters of Tianhuang mainland. Fufu. Young master, how should we deal with the food? A mighty figure of the blood vine race pointed to everyone from Southern Dual Sect not far away. The battle had broken out too quickly and Tang Shiyun was in the midst of persuading everyone. Right as everyone from Southern Dual Sect was moved and had hope reignited, they saw Su Zimo sucked into the blood gourd. He was suppressed by Tang Lingzi. The expression of everyone from Southern Dual Sect darkened and they laughed self-deprecatingly. To begin with, they should not have had any extravagant hope of being able to escape this place. Their fates were long decided. Tang Shiyun gave a bitter laugh and sighed sorrowfully. Of course we'll rear them again, Tang Lingzi said indifferently. Food should just understand that they are food. You're even dreaming of escaping. Are you still going to eat today, young master? A blood vine race being asked. There's no need. Tang Lingzi's gaze landed on the blood gourd in his palm, and he could not help but laugh. I don't even have to consume food for a period of time. Legend has it that desolate marshal has the green lotus body. If I can refine him, my dermic powers and combat strength will increase exponentially. I might be able to sense the opportunity to break through and comprehend the power of divine powers. Congratulations in advance, young master. Everyone from the blood vine race congratulated him. Yes. Tang Lingzi nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I'm going to be in seclusion for a year thereafter. Don't disturb me during this period of time. As for that food, I'll give it to you guys. Thank you, young master. Everyone from the blood vine race was delighted. The blood gourd was grisly red. Everywhere was filled with blood. Even though he was sucked in by Tang Lingzi's blood gourd, Su Zimo's expression was still calm without any hint of panic. He released his spirit consciousness and surveyed his surroundings. Although the blood gourd did not look huge, it had a dimension of its own within. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the inner wall of the blood gourd. There were thin blood scars that were dense and intertwined. Like veins of a human, there was even blood flowing within. According to Tang Lingzi, Mingzhen should still be in the blood gourd. Why can't I find any trace of him? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Could Mingzhen have failed to hold on and was refined into blood by Tang Lingzi? Su Zimo scanned the blood gourd carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed as his gaze landed on a blood cocoon that was half the height of a human in the corner. Initially, he did not notice the blood cocoon at all. At first glance, it looked like a lump of blood in a blood gourd without any special features or signs of life. However, Su Zimo's spirit perception was strong. He could sense a faint hint of divine benevolence from the blood cocoon. Although it was weak, he caught it. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived beside the blood cocoon. The blood cocoon was filled with blood threads that coiled tightly and no one could see what was inside. Su Zimo reached out and tugged casually, removing most of the blood threads. All of those blood threads possessed an extremely strong corrosive power. If not for the fact that his green lotus true body underwent a complete transformation, Su Zimo's palm would have rotted and his bones would have been exposed. There was indeed a monk in the blood cocoon. The monk sat in a lotus position with his palms clasped together. His eyes were closed and his body shone faintly. He was extremely skinny and more than half of his flesh had already dissipated. Su Zimo almost could not recognize him. Right then, the monk opened his eyes and caught sight of Su Zimo. His eyes were clear as water, pure and sincere. Even in such a sinister and filthy environment, his eyes still gave off a kind and beautiful feeling. It was Mingzhen. Su Zimo had only seen such a clear and sincere gaze from Mingzhen before. Gazing at Mingzhen, who was withered and skinny, Su Zimo felt his heart wrench and his eyes reddened. "Junior brother, you're here?" Mingzhen smiled gently with a look of joy and gratification on his face. When he saw that smile, Su Zimo nearly teared up. For some reason, at that moment, there was no anger or killing intent in him. There was only an indescribable feeling of gratitude. Mingzhen had been trapped by the blood gourd for 10 years, and it was a fate worse than death. If it was anyone else, they would have broken down mentally. Even Su Zimo could not imagine what would have happened to him if he was imprisoned for a full 10 years in such a sinister and filthy environment. There was a high chance that he would enter the Fiend Dao completely and activate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra once more to kill. However, Mingzhen did not. Mingzhen could still smile. There was no resentment or hatred. Through Mingzhen, Su Zimo could sense the supreme benevolence and magnanimity of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He swore that he would only attain his Buddhahood after hell was empty with all living beings liberated. Su Zimo's will was resolute and unshakable. However, against such Buddhism, he was moved and he burst into tears. "I'm sorry I'm late." Su Zimo felt guilty. Mingzhen shook his head and raised his withered palm, as though he wanted to wipe away the tears on Su Zimo's face. However, he lost his strength halfway through and his arm fell limply once more. When he saw that, Su Zimo's heart ached. He could clearly sense that Mingzhen's life force was extremely weak. If he had been a little later, Mingzhen might not have been able to hold on. "Master is gone." After a moment of silence, Su Zimo decided to reveal the truth. "I know." Mingzhen nodded. Su Zimo was slightly stunned and confused. Mingzhen replied, "Although I was trapped here at that time, I seem to have sensed something." At that point, he paused for a moment and pointed to his chest. "It hurt here. At that time, I knew that Master had passed on. Although they were thousands of miles apart, he could sense the passing of his kin." Mingzhen's voice was calm, but there was an incomparably repressed sadness in it. "Master left peacefully without any pain," Su Zimo said gently. "Before he left, he even instructed me to come to the South region to visit you." Back when Monk Yuanbei said that to Su Zimo, he did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, Monk Yuanbei must have given that advice because he sensed something. However, Monk Yuanbei was at the end of his lifespan and could not do anything. Mingzhen lowered his head slightly. This pure and innocent little monk did not show the slightest bit of fear or cowardice even though he was in hell. He had been trapped here for 10 years and was almost dead. However, his heart did not waver at all and he could still maintain his initial resolution with a smile. However, at that moment, Mingzhen lowered his head and pursed his lips when he heard the news of Monk Yuanbei. Although he was silent, his clothes were drenched in tears. Even though he tried his best to contain the sadness in his heart, he could not. The farewell at the Dragon Burial Valley was an eternal farewell. A moment later, he said softly with a quivering voice, "Mingzhen was different from Su Zimo. Ever since they were sent into the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo had been hunted down by various major sects and factions and even returned to the Dragon Burial Valley to seek shelter. However, Mingzhen did not have the chance to return. There were always regrets in life. Some regrets, once missed, could not be made up for in this lifetime. Mingzhen had long sensed the death of Monk Yuanbei and was trapped here. All these years, the pain and torture he endured was even greater than Su Zimo had imagined. A long time later, Mingzhen spoke. "When I sensed Master's departure, I chanted the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva Prayer Sutra, Amitabha Sutra and Rebirth Mantra for him here, hoping that he would be able to move on to the Pure Land without having to suffer again." Just as Su Zimo was about to console him, he sensed something and his expression changed. Right in front of him, The inner walls of the blood-colored gourd began to squirm like the stomach of a human and seeped blood. The blood was extremely evil and surged towards Su Zimo and Mingjun. Su Zimo's reaction was extremely fast. Waving his sleeves, he swept up Mingjun, who was beside him, and leaped into the air. However, there was a limit to the space within the blood gourd. Su Zimo carried Mingjun and rose continuously. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the top of the blood gourd. The mouth of the gourd was blocked by Tung Lingzi. The blood water beneath surged rapidly and would drown the two of them before long. Su Zimo's situation was still fine. However, Mingjun's body was already on the brink of collapse. Coupled with his emotional fluctuation earlier on, he might not have been able to withstand the impact of the blood water. Su Zimo released his consciousness and green light flashed. The Creation Lotus platform descended. Wielding the Creation Green Lotus, Su Zimo channeled his blood chi and let out the sound of a tsunami. He channeled his dermic powers and smashed it towards the mouth of the gourd. Boom! There was a loud bang. The Creation Lotus platform collided heavily against the mouth of the gourd and received a tremendous recoil. Although Su Zimo's arm was slightly numb, the mouth of the gourd did not budge at all. Bang! 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 He wielded the Creation Lotus platform and continued smashing repeatedly with a loud bang. The entire blood gourd shook, but the mouth of the gourd showed no signs of relenting. The blood below had already extended up. "Junior brother, take this green lantern with you." Right then, Mingjun spoke. "Part of the reason why I was able to hold out here for 10 years was because of the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. At the same time, it was because of the protection of this green lantern. Normally speaking, even half-martial ancestor experts could not withstand the refinement of Tung Lingzi, let alone Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. It was clear how strong the green lantern was to be able to support Mingjun till now." Su Zimo swept his gaze across. In this sealed and filthy environment, although the flame on the green lantern was small and weak, it was still burning and emitting a faint glow. It was that faint light that blocked most of the power of the blood gourd. "Mingjun, there's no need for that." Su Zimo's expression was cold as he said slowly, "I truly don't believe that such a filthy blood gourd can devour and refine the Creation Green Lotus that stole the creation of heaven and earth. If he wants to devour the Creation Green Lotus, I'll let him." Su Zimo channeled his bloodline to its limits. His figure seemed to have vanished, and a flawless green lotus grew from the rumbling blood water. The green lotus was flawless and pure, like a treasure of the world that could not be approached by any filthy or evil object. The flower bud on the green lotus blossomed silently. 7 petals blossomed one after another, emitting a resplendent glow. The gigantic green lotus platform lifted Mingjun up, and the 63 holes shone with rays of light, nourishing his flesh and essence spirit. Although the blood water surged, it could not approach the Creation Green Lotus. Swoosh! The Creation Green Lotus swayed gently and its body expanded, charging into the skies with an unstoppable might as though it wanted to burst through the world. 6 Stars Mountain. Many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race had just rounded up everyone from Southern Dual Sect again and were commanding their underlings to clean up the battlefield. The battle had ended quickly. However, the fire burned 6 Stars Mountain beyond recognition. Apart from the 6 main peaks that were still intact, the rest were charred. The Bloodvine race suffered immense losses as well. There were more than 10,000 Bloodvine clansmen stationed at 6 Stars Mountain, and more than half of them died in the fire. Previously, the Bloodvine race had already regarded this place as their territory completely, and even some low-level Bloodvines had started to relocate here. To think that the fire would burn all the low-level Bloodvines into ashes. Tung Lingzi descended on 7 Kills Peak and had just activated his bloodline to refine the blood gourd while heading to his seclusion ground. Suddenly, the blood gourd in his palm shook. He chuckled with a mocking expression. "You want to come out after entering my blood gourd?" Not long after, the blood gourd shook repeatedly. However, it was useless. The Tung Lingzi merely held on gently, and the blood gourd could not fall. "Struggle. You'll give up when you're tired." Tung Lingzi smiled gently. All of a sudden, as though he sensed something, Tang Lingzi's eyes widened and his smile froze on his face. Crack, crack, crack. A jarring sound rang in Tang Lingzi's ears, as though something had split apart. His eyes widened as he turned around slowly, looking at the blood gourd in his palm in disbelief. His pupils constricted as he gasped. To his horror, he realized that cracks were appearing on this destiny-dermic weapon that coexisted with him. Although they were thin, they were clear. Furthermore, those fine cracks were extending at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire blood gourd was filled. This. Tang Lingzi panicked and shrieked with a quivering voice. That's impossible! How can my destiny-dermic weapon shatter? Desolate Martial is merely made of flesh and blood. How is this possible? Tang Lingzi was wrong about one thing. Right now, Su Zimo could no longer be considered as a body of flesh and blood. He was a complete Grade 7 creation Green Lotus. The creation Green Lotus was born in chaos and stole the creation of heaven and earth. It was eternal and flawless with immense vitality. Even the blood vine race of the primordial 9 races could not refine the creation Green Lotus. Snap! Another strange sound rang in Tang Lingzi's ears. His gaze froze. A gigantic crack had already appeared on the blood gourd. Through the crack, streaks of green light even burst forth in a bedazzling manner. Boom! There was a deafening bang. The blood gourd exploded and a gigantic green lotus soared into the skies from 7 Kills Peak. It shone brightly and exuded a powerful might as it looked down on all living beings. The blood gourd exploded and Tang Lingzi's entire arm was ruptured. Flesh splattered everywhere as fresh blood spewed. Ah! Tang Lingzi shrieked tragically and was sent flying. His face was pale as he spat out a huge mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. It was nothing much for his arm to be snapped. At most, he could regrow it after expending some dermic powers. However, most of the bloodvine race's cultivation was on the blood gourd. Now that his destiny dermic weapon was destroyed, it was equivalent to reducing more than half of his cultivation and combat strength. It was over. His future cultivation, past glory and current status were all crippled. Countless clansmen of the blood vine race coveted the position of the young master. Now that his destiny dermic weapon was shattered and his cultivation was crippled, he was no longer qualified to be the young master of the blood vine race. This was a huge blow for him. The commotion attracted countless gazes. Many mighty figures of the bloodvine race looked at the creation Green Lotus on 7 Kills Peak with shocked expressions and wary gazes. After all, the bloodvine race was a type of flora. Although it was extremely domineering, it was inferior in the face of a powerful life form like the creation Green Lotus. The creation Green Lotus dared to and could even snatch the creation of heaven and earth. What was a mere bloodvine race compared to it? What are you guys waiting for? Tang Lingzi roared. Kill him! He's Desolate Martial. Many mighty figures of the bloodvine race reacted and moved one after another, charging towards 7 Kills Peak. Tang Lingzi, you've trapped my senior brother for 10 years and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Today, I'll have you pay with your life. Su Zimo's voice sounded, chilling to the bones. How dare you? Right then, a holler sounded from 7 Kills Peak. A shuddering aura burst forth and descended on the creation Green Lotus, wanting to suppress it. A half-martial ancestor. The birth of the creation Green Lotus had finally alarmed the bloodvine half-martial ancestor. Actually, prior to this, the bloodvine half-martial ancestor had already noticed Su Zimo. However, the moment the battle began, Su Zimo was put into the blood gourd by Tang Lingzi and suppressed. There was naturally no need for the bloodvine half-martial ancestor to appear. But now, the situation was different. Although Tang Lingzi was severely injured, right now he was still the young master of the bloodvine race. There was no way the bloodvine half-martial ancestor would let Su Zimo kill the young master right under his nose. Boom! 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 Apart from 7 Kills Peak, the other 5 main peaks released powerful auras one after another as well. There were 6 bloodvine half-martial ancestors guarding the 6 Stars Mountain. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Actually, if it was just one or two bloodvine half-martial ancestors, Su Zimo was confident that he could fight them with his transformed Green Lotus true body and many powerful trump cards. In fact, he could even suppress them. However, against 6 half-martial ancestors, 50 conjoint body mighty figures and thousands of Dharma characteristic Tao lords and void reversions, it would be difficult. The only way was if his Dragon Phoenix true body descended. This did not mean that the Dragon Phoenix true body was much stronger than the current Green Lotus true body. Instead, it was the many secret skills of the Dragon Phoenix true body that countered the Bloodvine race the most. Be it the Dragon Phoenix Flame or Baron, they were extremely lethal to the Bloodvine race. In a flash, Su Zimo judged the situation. It was definitely a fool's dream to think that he would be able to kill all the Bloodvine races with his Green Lotus true body today. If he could escape with Mingzhen and the Southern Dual Sect cultivators from this place, it would already be extremely fortunate. However, no matter what, Teng Lingzi had to die. He was the greatest sinner. The spirit consciousness pressure of the 6 half-martial ancestors descended, wanting to suppress the creation Green Lotus. The half-martial ancestors of the other 5 peaks had already appeared and were heading over. As for the half-martial ancestor of 7 Kills Peak, he was already on the mountain peak. Ha 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 ha! When he saw that, Teng Lingzi burst into laughter and shouted with a tragic expression. Desolate Marshal, even if you cripple my destiny dermic weapon, you won't be able to survive. I'll kill you first. Su Zimo activated his bloodline phenomenon, and the creation Green Lotus shone brightly, releasing a tremendous power that repelled the spirit consciousness pressure of the 6 half-martial ancestors. Desolate Marshal, how dare you? The half-martial ancestor on 7 Kills Peak hollered with a sharp expression. Even if the Patriarch arrives today, he won't be able to save you. Su Zimo glared at Teng Lingzi coldly and said, Die! Boom! The creation Green Lotus swayed and the void trembled as cracks extended towards Teng Lingzi. Teng Lingzi's combat strength was diminished and he could not dodge at all. He knew that he was going to die and a vicious glint flashed through his eyes. With a deranged expression, he took out a blood-colored badge from his storage bag and tossed it towards Su Zimo, the killing badge of the Bloodvine race. This killing badge was not a powerful dermic weapon. The lotus leaves of the creation Green Lotus slashed gently and sliced the killing badge into 2. However, at the same time, the killing badge released a strange power that descended on Su Zimo. Su Zimo wanted to check carefully, but the power suddenly vanished. It was as though he was merely imagining things earlier on. Furthermore, he did not sense anything amiss with his body. Desolate Marshal, you can't escape. You'll have to be hunted down by the Bloodvine race for all eternity. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Teng Lingzi's tragic laughter sounded. The power of the creation Green Lotus descended. Boom! There was a loud bang, right in front of everyone. Teng Lingzi exploded like the blood gourd earlier on, and a blood mist spewed, dyeing the peak red. His essence spirit could not even escape and turned into nothingness. The young master of the Bloodvine race was dead. I'm going to tear you to pieces and turn your bones to ashes. When he saw that, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of 7 Kills Peak said with a cold voice and a grim expression. Su Zimo could not hold on any longer either after he released that attack. He reverted to his human form and descended from midair, panting slightly with sweat on his forehead. This time round, he was fighting against the spirit consciousness pressure of 6 half-martial ancestors. After all, he had just entered the conjoint body realm. Such a toll on an early-stage conjoint body mighty figure was way too great. Ever since Su Zimo entered 6 Stars Mountain and released the Kacharati Dao fire, his essence spirit had expended immensely after forcefully killing Teng Lingzi while going against 6 half-martial ancestors. If not for the fact that the creation Lotus platform was nourishing his essence spirit continuously, he would not have been able to withstand such an immense toll. When he saw the 6 half-martial ancestors and 50 mighty figures of the Bloodvine race approaching, Su Zimo made a decision. This was not a place where he should linger. If he continued fighting with the Bloodvine race, there was a high chance he would die here. Once he left this place and recovered his energy, he could make a comeback. Furthermore, even though he could not sense anything unusual about the killing badge released by Tung Lingzi before his death, there was indeed something strange about it. There was a high chance that the killing badge was a latent danger that could burst forth at any moment. 50 mighty figures had already arrived. The half-martial ancestors of the other 5 peaks descended on 7 Kills Peak as well. 6 half-martial ancestors and 50 mighty figures surrounded 7 Kills Peak so tightly that even mosquitoes could not fly out, let alone a living person. With a calm expression, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and took out a crumpled beast hide that was etched with mysterious formation patterns. A teleportation formation from the primordial era. Once activated, it could teleport Su Zimo millions of kilometers away. Of course, the teleportation formation was incomplete and its location could not be fixed. It was extremely random. Su Zimo was prepared to send Ming Zhen away first. He would defend here for a moment before looking for an opportunity to teleport away with everyone from Southern Dual Sect. As long as Ming Zhen could leave this place, given his cultivation realm, the inheritance of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva and the Green Lantern, he would definitely be able to recover. At that moment, Su Zimo was supporting Ming Zhen and could clearly sense that the latter's aura had turned unstable. It was a sign that he was about to break through. Initially, Ming Zhen was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. However, in order to save everyone from Southern Dual Sect, he came alone and was suppressed by Tung Ling in the Blood Gourd for an entire 10 years. For the past 10 years, Ming Zhen had been resisting the Blood Gourd constantly. The moment he relaxed slightly, he would be melted into a puddle of blood. As long as he could not defend against it, he would die. No pressure could compare to this situation. Under that immense pressure, now that Ming Zhen broke free, the suffering he endured for the past 10 years became the source of energy for his breakthrough. Furthermore, Ming Zhen's trip carried the benevolence and boldness of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. If nothing went wrong, he would definitely advance to the conjoint body realm. With that, Su Zimo had to teleport Ming Zhen away first. This is bad. Desolate Marshal is escaping. Hurry! Seal the space. It's too late. When the Bloodvine half-martial ancestors saw Su Zimo take out the beast hide, they vaguely realized something. However, by the time they reacted, Su Zimo had already activated the teleportation formation on the beast hide. The beast hide shone brightly and emanated a mysterious energy fluctuation. Suddenly, Su Zimo's expression changed. The incomplete teleportation formation on the beast hide was completely activated and rich dermic powers lingered around it. However, it seemed like it was met with a powerful obstacle and could not be condensed. Su Zimo had experienced such a phenomenon before. Back in Heaven and Earth Valley. In order to kill him, the experts of the primordial races captured Night Spirit and set up an impenetrable trap, even sealing the space in advance. Later on, if Monk Daming had not attacked secretly, this Green Lotus True Body, Dragon True Body, and even Night Spirit would have died in Heaven and Earth Valley. But now, the space around Six Stars Mountain was sealed as well. Su Zimo had suffered such a huge loss before. Therefore, when he first arrived at Six Stars Mountain, he had already scanned in advance and checked that the surrounding space was not locked. In other words, someone had made use of this short period of time to seal the surrounding space from the moment he killed his way into Six Stars Mountain until now. This was the first time that the situation had spiraled out of Su Zimo's control. Given his capabilities, he could definitely locate the spatial nodes and dispel the spatial seal with sufficient time. However, given the current situation, there was no way the Bloodvine half-martial ancestors and mighty figures would give him the time and opportunity. Since he could not escape, he could only fight head-on. Everyone, you sure are capable. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo said coldly and put away the beast hide once more. The 6 half-martial ancestors exchanged glances as shock and confusion flashed through their eyes. It was as though the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors did not know who sealed the space here either. Could it not be the 6 of them? Su Zimo frowned and looked at the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race in the surroundings. Could some mighty figure of the Bloodvine race have predicted his move and sealed the space in advance? That was not impossible. After all, in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, He escaped using the teleportation formation on this beast hide. It was only logical for someone to think of this move beforehand. However, Su Zimo merely swept his gaze across the crowd vaguely. None of the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race stood out with smug expressions. Su Zimo's heart sank. Could it be that the 6 half-martial ancestors and 50 mighty figures were not the ones who sealed the space of Six Stars Mountain? Was it someone else? If that was truly the case, it would be terrifying. This meant that there was another expert hiding on Six Stars Mountain that even managed to hide from his senses. Furthermore, this expert had predicted his methods beforehand and attacked secretly, cutting off his retreat route and sealing off all possibilities. Su Zimo felt chills run down his spine. This was a truly strong enemy. He controlled everything without even showing himself. Could there be a Mahayana patriarch of the Bloodvine race hidden on Six Stars Mountain? Impossible. Su Zimo quickly denied that speculation. If a Mahayana patriarch was here, he would have been suppressed with a single finger instead of watching Su Zimo kill the young master of the Bloodvine race. Who could it be? As Su Zimo's imagination was running wild, the 6 half-martial ancestors and 50 mighty figures of the Bloodvine race relaxed. Although they did not know who sealed the space here, it was not a bad thing. At the very least, it severed Desolate Martial's escape route. Ha 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 ha! A Bloodvine half-martial ancestor could not help but laugh. Desolate Martial, oh Desolate Martial. Even after all your scheming, you're still a step away. Desolate Martial, this is a destined calamity in your life. Even if you have wings, you won't be able to escape today. Junior brother, put me down. Don't worry about me. Mingjin realized that the situation was dangerous and said softly. Su Zimo obeyed and placed Mingjin carefully not far away. At that moment, Mingjun was withered and emaciated after being refined by Tung Lingzi for 10 years. Seated in a lotus position, he was like a skeleton that would fall apart with a single gust of wind. Junior brother, don't worry and fight. Mingjin closed his eyes after saying that. 7 kills peak. Su Zimo surveyed the experts of the Bloodvine race fearlessly and shouted with a burning gaze. Come, let me see what your half-martial ancestors can do. Brazen Ant. A Bloodvine mighty figure cursed and threw out the blood gourd in his hands. It spun and smashed towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo sneered and closed his sword finger, slashing gently in the direction of the Bloodvine mighty figure. Chi! A white sword chi burst forth with a blinding brilliance that seemed like it could rip the void into two. Although the blood gourd was the destiny-dermic weapon of the Bloodvine mighty figure, it could not defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi. It was cut into two by a single slash. The remnant might of the sword chi did not stop. Under the horrified gaze of the Bloodvine mighty figure, it turned into a cold light and entered the person's glabella. Even patriarchs would not be able to survive if the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi entered their consciousness, let alone mighty figures. A bloody scar appeared on the glabella of the Bloodvine mighty figure. His expression was dim and his eyes were listless. His head tilted and he fell from midair. Already dead. The Bloodvine mighty figures were in an uproar. Even the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors frowned. To think that you would obtain a sword art passed down from the upper world. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of 7 kills peak said coldly. Stop wasting our breath on him and join forces to kill him lest he creates trouble for us. The Bloodvine half-ancestor that walked out of Heavenly Residence Peak said and attacked right away. A gust with a nauseating stench and a rain of blood descended. The 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors attacked at almost the same time and released their secret skills. When released by half-martial ancestors, Bloodstorm was even more sinister and vile. 6 gusts of foul wind gathered around Su Zimo. The filthy blood rain splattered on Su Zimo's body. Channeling his bloodline, Su Zimo's body shone with a resplendent glow. He created the immovable foundation seal with hand seals and chanted Sanskrit to defend against the secret skills. Earlier on, when he broke through Tung Lingzi's blood gourd, he had already released his bloodline phenomenon. At that moment, without the support of his bloodline phenomenon, Su Zimo was struggling to defend against the power of the 6 half-martial ancestors. The other dozens of blood-vine mighty figures reverted to their true forms and took root as well. Thousands of blood-colored vines extended and coiled towards Su Zimo. The blood vines bared their sharp fangs. All of them wanted to rip off a piece of Su Zimo's flesh. Su Zimo had a green lotus true body, and his flesh was a great tonic for them. If they could bite off a piece of flesh, they might even be able to break through. If there were only 50 blood-vine mighty figures, they would not be a threat to Su Zimo. However, at that moment, against the attacks of 6 half-martial ancestors, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness and dermic powers were greatly restricted and suppressed. Right now, the thousands of blood vines coiled over and almost sealed all of Su Zimo's space. The combat strength of every single blood vine mighty figure was equivalent to a grand demon. This was equivalent to thousands of grand demons ganging up on Su Zimo. Furthermore, those blood vines were much more bloodthirsty than grand demons. Sandstorm, Avicii, Sea Burial Secret Skill, Mighty Heavenly Dragon Transcendence. Su Zimo channeled his dermic powers to their limits and released dermic arts one after another with the nourishment provided to his essence spirit by the creation Green Lotus to fight against the experts of the blood vine race. In truth, if Su Zimo was alone, he would not have had to fight so hard for this battle. Given his movement technique, he could definitely kill his way out before the 6 half-martial ancestors and dozens of mighty figures formed an encirclement. He could make use of his movement technique to maneuver the experts of the blood vine race. But now Ming Zhen was by his side. If he left, it would be equivalent to exposing Ming Zhen. Right then, a strange fluctuation came from the mountain peak. Boom! Suddenly, a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic appeared behind Ming Zhen and rose continuously. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a height of 90 feet. Supreme Dharma characteristic. The Dharma characteristic emitted a powerful and sacred Buddhist light and suppressed countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. That was Ming Zhen's Ksitigarbha dermic body. At that moment, Ming Zhen was attempting to fuse the Ksitigarbha dermic body into his body. Ming Zhen was breaking through. He wanted to break through to the conjoint body realm and fight alongside Su Zimo. Fufu. When he saw that, a bloodvine half-martial ancestor sneered. Even if you break through, you'll just only be at the conjoint body realm. You're still nothing but an ant. Ming Zhen obtained the inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and managed to condense a supreme Dharma characteristic after sitting 10 years in the blood gourd. Anyone who could condense a supreme Dharma characteristic was definitely a monster incarnate. Ming Zhen's future accomplishments were limitless as well. However, the bloodvine half-martial ancestor was not wrong. Even if Ming Zhen could advance to the conjoint body realm, it would not affect the entire situation much. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body fused with 3 supreme Dharma characteristics and his combat strength far surpassed Ming Zhen. However, he could not break free and fell into a bitter battle. How could Ming Zhen do anything after fusing with just 1 supreme Dharma characteristic? Bang! 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 The battle was still ongoing. Su Zimo's Green Lotus true body was indeed terrifying. Although he was completely disadvantaged and was tainted by the filthy and extremely evil blood, he was not affected much and his bloodline circulated normally. However, he did not have much dermic powers left. Such a battle consumed way too much dermic powers. At the end of the day, Su Zimo was only at the early stage conjoint body realm. Even with the nourishment of the creation lotus platform, his essence spirit could not hold out for much longer. As for the 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors, they gradually revealed a hint of impatience. Even after attacking for a long time, they had not succeeded. "Kill that little monk," a bloodvine half-martial ancestor said in a deep voice. "Leave desolate martial to us." Although that action seemed simple, it was extremely vicious. Ming Zhen's existence was not a threat to them. However, if a bloodvine mighty figure targeted Ming Zhen, Su Zimo would definitely divert some of his attention to protect the latter. With that, he would not be able to handle both ends and the pressure he would have to endure would increase exponentially. Swash! 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 The 6 bloodvine half-martial ancestors took out their destiny blood gourds. They arrived swiftly above Su Zimo's head with the bottom of the gourd facing up and the mouth facing down. Absorb! The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors tapped their fingers gently. The 6 blood gourds released a terrifying suction force. If one could not withstand the suction force of a single blood gourd, they would be sucked into it. However, the burst of 6 blood gourds was equivalent to 6 different forces acting on Su Zimo's body. They were trying to rip his green lotus true body apart. Ah! Su Zimo froze on the spot motionlessly and could not help but let out a long howl as he felt an immense pain. It was as though his body was about to be shredded by the 6 different powers. That was no longer a dermic art. The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors used their divine powers. At the same time, the other dozens of mighty figures of the blood vine race temporarily abandoned Su Zimo and lunged towards Mingjin. Both of them were in danger and their lives were hanging by a thread. With his life on the line, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit fanatically without caring about anything else. He closed his sword fingers with both hands and channeled the heaven-slaying sword art. TSK, TSK, TSK. A series of blinding sword chi burst forth from Su Zimo's body. They were dense and thousands of them slashed towards the 6 half-martial ancestors and dozens of conjoint body mighty figures. A single heaven-slaying sword chi was enough to kill a mighty figure of the blood vine race. What sort of a scene was that with thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi? The stars and the firmaments were chaotic and more than 10,000 sword chi surged through the world, threatening to slice the void into pieces. Many mighty figures of the blood vine race were shocked. What they saw was an ocean of sword chi that wanted to devour them without a trace. Even the 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors were shocked, let alone them. The heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and severed the suction power of the 6 blood gourds almost instantly. The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors hurriedly retrieved their blood gourds and retreated. They channeled dermic arts to defend against the incoming heaven-slaying sword chi. Even they had to avoid this sharpness. Clang, clang, clang. The heaven-slaying sword chi struck their blood gourds and the sound of metal clashing echoed with sparks. There were white sword scars on the dermic weapons of the half-martial ancestors. The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors felt their hearts ache when they saw that. Although their destiny dermic weapons did not suffer much damage, it would take more than 10 years for the sword scars on them to recover completely. Poof, poof, poof. In the blink of an eye, half of the thousands of blood-colored vines were severed. Some of the mighty figures of the blood vine race reacted swiftly and transformed into their human forms right away. They retreated rapidly and fled into the distance. Those with slower reactions were caught by the heaven-slaying sword chi and killed on the spot. In just a few breaths, a mighty figure of the blood vine race had already died on the spot. Desolate martial! The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors winced when they saw that. They channeled their dermic powers and released their destiny blood gourds. A large pool of blood poured out of the gourds and formed an evil and filthy blood sea that surged towards the heaven-slaying sword chi. The sword chi ocean collided with the sea of blood. 2 completely different powers were eating one another. The sword chi was sharp and sliced the blood sea into pieces. However, the blood sea surged and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Dozens of breaths later, the sword chi gradually weakened. Finally, it was drowned in the blood sea released by the 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors and dissipated. The battle ended in an extremely tragic manner. The entire 7 Kills Peak was filled with blood. Su Zimo's face was pale and he was drenched in sweat. His essence spirit was already throbbing in pain, and he had expended all the power of his essence spirit by releasing the heaven-slaying sword art. It was even worse for the blood vine race. For the 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors that joined forces to neutralize most of the heaven-slaying sword chi, things were still fine for them. However, some of the mighty figures of the blood vine race reacted slower and were killed on the spot by the heaven-slaying sword chi before they could escape from 7 Kills Peak in human form. Of the initial 50 mighty figures, there were only 31 left. Furthermore, among them, some were injured and were still in shock. Desolate martial, well done. The blood vine half-martial ancestor of 7 Kills Peak said slowly, Ever since the ancient war, there has never been another foreign race that could kill so many of our bloodvine race. You're the first. Even crushing your corpse into pieces and burning your bones into ashes won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart and your sins. Another bloodvine half-martial ancestor hollered as well. The bloodvine half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Residence Peak said coldly, "In my opinion, we should restrain his essence spirit and torture it day and night with the most cruel punishment. His body must be suppressed as well, and he must not undergo reincarnation for all eternity. Suppress for all eternity without reincarnation. That was the most vicious punishment for a cultivator." Su Zimo's expression was cold, and he said nothing. He was not afraid of those threats about being suppressed without being able to reincarnate. The Green Lotus true body was like a clone. He had two other true bodies. Once the Martial Dao Prime body and Dragon Phoenix true body grew, the Bloodvine race would have to pay the price. However, Su Zimo still felt extremely guilty. After all, he failed to rescue those Southern Dual Sect cultivators from their misery, and he could not protect Ming Zhen either. Right then, a commotion broke out from the Bloodvine race. Elder Xianxia, something doesn't seem right. A mighty figure of the Bloodvine race pointed in Su Zimo's direction and said to the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of Seven Kills Peak with a bewildered expression, "What is it? Make yourself clear." Elder Xianxia glanced at Su Zimo and could not help but frown as he hollered when he did not notice anything unusual. That little monk is gone." The mighty figure of the Bloodvine race was puzzled and stuttered. "Ah, he's indeed gone. How could this be?" The other mighty figures of the Bloodvine race noticed this as well. Elder Xianxia and the other Bloodvine half-martial ancestors narrowed their gazes, and their expressions changed slightly. True enough. The little monk that was initially in a lotus position beside Su Zimo on Seven Kills Peak had vanished. The 6 half-martial ancestors immediately released their spirit consciousnesses and searched every single corner of Seven Kills Peak carefully. But they could not find Ming Zhen. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. How was that possible? A living person like that was gone right under their noses? Desolate Marshal. "Where did you hide that little monk?" Elder Xianxia asked sternly. At that moment, Su Zimo was shocked as well. Everyone from the Bloodvine race thought that Ming Zhen was hidden by him, but he did not know what happened at all. He released 10,000 heaven-slaying sword chi and fought against the experts of the Bloodvine race. He did not have the energy to hide Ming Zhen at all. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me," Elder Xianxia sneered. "The space here is already sealed. That little monk is definitely still on 6 Stars Mountain. I don't believe that we can't find a living person. Search." Elder Xianxia's expression was cold as he waved his hand and ordered. At the side, a Bloodvine race being stood on the spot and looked into the distance with widened eyes, motionless as though he had seen something unbelievable. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and search," Elder Xianxia questioned. Elder, something isn't right." The mighty figure of the Bloodvine race pointed into the distance and rubbed his eyes, stammering, "Why are the 10,000 food over there gone as well?" Su Zimo swept his gaze and could not help but feel shocked. Ming Zhen's inexplicable disappearance had already puzzled him. This scene was even more shocking. The 10,000 Southern Dual Sect cultivators that were initially locked up vanished into thin air as well. What was going on here? Could someone have shifted Ming Zhen and the 10,000 Southern Dual Sect away while he was fighting against the Bloodvine experts? What sort of methods could teleport so many living beings right under the noses of him and the Bloodvine mighty figures and half-martial ancestors? Ming Zhen was right beside him. However, he sensed nothing the entire time. Even the Bloodvine race was shocked, let alone Su Zimo. "I refuse to believe this." Elder Xianxia's expression darkened as he said slowly, "How can so many people vanish into thin air in such a short period of time? Search. There's no need." Right then, a voice sounded. It was gentle and calm like Sanskrit, sounding like a spring breeze. A figure walked over from not far away, wearing grayish-white robes with shoulder-length hair. His long hair covered most of his face, revealing only one eye. That eye was clear and bright, as though it possessed supreme wisdom. A gentle breeze blew and that person's long hair swayed slightly, revealing a thin blood scar on his glabella. It's him. Su Zimo was shocked when he saw who it was. He had never expected that person to appear here. Monk Daming. Back then, after the farewell at the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Su Zimo had not seen this person again. However, in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, there was a high chance that Monk Daming was the one who helped him in secret. Although Monk Daming did not appear, he was the final beneficiary of that battle, and all of Heavenly Secrets' plans were paving the road for him. Be it the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple or Heaven and Earth Valley's setup, everything displayed Monk Daming's immense wisdom and planning. Even Su Zimo was impressed by his control and judgment of situations. He schemed against all the experts of the world in Heaven and Earth Valley, and the primordial races were no exception. Strictly speaking, even Su Zimo's two true bodies, Night Spirit included, were merely chess pieces in Monk Daming's trap. No one could escape from his trap. If the disappearance of Ming Zhen and everyone from Southern Dual Sect was the work of Monk Daming, it would no longer be surprising. Back when Monk Daming was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he cultivated 4 unprecedented supreme Dharma characteristics. Even Su Zimo was inferior to him. Although the Green Lotus True Body condensed 3 supreme Dharma characteristics and could even fuse them to reach a height of 99 feet, it was still unknown who was stronger when compared to the 4 supreme Dharma characteristics. A few years ago, Monk Daming was only at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Now that they met again, Monk Daming was already at the perfected conjoint body realm. Su Zimo's cultivation speed was already extremely terrifying. However, it was still slightly inferior compared to Monk Daming. It was clear that Monk Daming had benefited way too much in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. After absorbing the blood of so many experts and even the bloodline of the primordial races, Monk Daming's cultivation would definitely advance in a short period of time. Back in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple, Su Zimo exchanged blows with Monk Daming briefly. He suffered a complete defeat. Now, Su Zimo had obtained many great opportunities, and even his Green Lotus True Body underwent a complete transformation and grew into a Grade 7 creation Green Lotus. However, when he met Monk Daming again, Su Zimo could still sense that he was unfathomable. Even in his peak condition, he did not have much confidence against Monk Daming. Most importantly, Monk Daming still suppressed him in terms of cultivation realm. What is he doing here? He saved everyone from Southern Dual Sect and Ming Zhen? Was he the one who created the spatial seal of 6 Stars Mountain? Why did he seal the space? When he saw Monk Daming, many questions filled Su Zimo's mind. Who are you? When he saw who it was, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor, Elder Xianxia, frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes as he asked slowly. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor of Heavenly Residence Peak sneered. Why? A conjoint body mighty figure like you wants to come and die? No way. A mighty figure of the Bloodvine race was pent up and could not help but say coldly, I can't kill Desolate Marshal, but you think I can't kill you? Before his sentence was finished, the mighty figure of the Bloodvine race attacked all of a sudden. Blood vines burst forth from his body and coiled towards Monk Daming. Monk Daming had a calm expression and a warm gaze. He reached out and grabbed the mighty figure of the Bloodvine race through the void. The mighty figure of the Bloodvine race froze on the spot motionlessly, as though he was restrained by some power. Thereafter, under many gazes, the mighty figure of the Bloodvine race's body exploded instantly and his flesh splattered everywhere. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. One move. Monk Daming attacked and destroyed the essence spirit of a mighty figure of the Bloodvine race without even touching the latter's body. Many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race were shocked and hurriedly summoned their destiny dermic weapons. They conjured talismans and were on guard. Even the expressions of Elder Xianxia and the other 5 half-martial ancestors changed. Given the capabilities of a half-martial ancestor, he could naturally kill mighty figures with ease. However, although this person was only a conjoint body mighty figure, wasn't he having a way too easy time killing someone of the same cultivation realm? Su Zimo shook his head with a mocking expression. That mighty figure of the Bloodvine race did not know what was good for him and actually challenged monk daming. Even he could not claim victory against monk daming, let alone others. "Who are you?" Elder Xianxia hollered. "Desolate Marshal already has a killing badge of the Bloodvine race. If you don't leave, the Bloodvine race will definitely fight you to the death. If you guys die, who will know that it was me?" Monk Daming asked indifferently. "Ha ha." Elder Xianxia burst into laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "Why? You want to kill all of us here? Apart from the 6 of us half-martial ancestors and more than 30 conjoint body mighty figures, there are thousands of void reversions and dharma characteristic Tao lords of the Bloodvine race here. How many of us can you kill? Since I want to attack, all of you will naturally have to die." Monk Daming's tone was calm and gentle, as though he was recounting a fact. However, every single word he said carried killing intent. "To someone like you?" Another Bloodvine half-martial ancestor sneered. Even Su Zimo was skeptical about Monk Daming wanting to kill all the Bloodvine race beings here. There were thousands of Bloodvine race beings here, but Monk Daming was alone. Even if his combat strength was torrential, he might not be able to wipe out all the Bloodvine race beings. Furthermore, if the Bloodvine half-martial ancestors saw that the situation was amiss and fled in different directions with all their might, Monk Daming would not be able to catch all of them. Right then, Monk Daming smiled as well. "Otherwise, why do you guys think that I sealed the space here?" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The spatial seal was indeed done by Monk Daming. However, the spatial seal was not done to target him. Monk Daming did it to kill all the Bloodvine race beings here. Such methods. Such boldness. The more Su Zimo thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying Monk Daming was. At that moment, Elder Xianxia gradually calmed down as well. He also realized that although the cultivator before him was a conjoint body mighty figure, he was troublesome to deal with. The spatial seal meant that they could not even send a message. "Good, good, good." Elder Xianxia nodded repeatedly. "To think that apart from Desolate Marshal, the human race has someone like you. Let's see what you can do." "As you wish." Monk Daming strode forward and extended his palm. With a backhand slap, he descended from the skies and suppressed Elder Xianxia. His entire palm shone with a layer of golden light that was blinding. Dong! At the same time, Monk Daming's heart thumped. It was as though someone was beating the heavenly drums. It was deep and powerful, causing the world to tremble for a moment. Thereafter, the sound of a tsunami echoed through the entire Six Stars Mountain. It was no surprise that Monk Daming could cultivate to the tsunami blood realm. What truly surprised Su Zimo was that the technique released by Monk Daming right now was Diamond Monastery's secret skill, the Diamond Sutra. Legend has it that when cultivated to the peak of the Diamond Sutra, one could condense a diamond heart. The beating of the heart was like the beating of a divine drum, and the world would tremble for it. With the beating of his heart, his blood chi surged and the power he released was extremely ferocious. It could subdue all demons and suppress everything. Elder Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The attack of the white-robed man was way too terrifying, and even he could not defend against the surging power. Without hesitation, Elder Xianxia reverted to his true form and took root. The other 5 half-martial ancestors reverted to their true forms as well. 6 half-martial ancestors attacked at the same time, and hundreds of incomparably thick blood vines tore through the air and coiled towards Monk Daming's descending palm. Softness countered hardness. Although the power released by Monk Daming was strong, the hundreds of blood vines coiled around his arm like an anaconda. In the blink of an eye, Monk Daming was drowned by the hundreds of blood vines. "Ha ha ha!" A blood vine half-martial ancestor roared in laughter. "I was wondering what sort of an impressive figure he was. So, he's nothing much. Don't underestimate your opponent and kill with all your might." Elder Xianxia hollered softly. Hundreds of blood vines constricted continuously, threatening to turn Monk Daming, who was inside, into sludge. Suddenly, the expressions of Elder Xianxia and the others changed. They felt an extremely intense burning pain, as though they were not killing a person but a gigantic fireball. "Pest!" The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors could not help but release their grasp and retrieve their vines. Monk Daming's figure reappeared, and a layer of flames burned on his body, emitting an extremely terrifying temperature. The flames landed on the blood vines of the 6 half-martial ancestors and burned dozens of them into holes. It was a tragic sight. The secret skill of Deepamkara Monastery. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The moment Monk Daming attacked, he used 2 top-tier secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries. Monk Daming had once condensed 4 supreme Dharma characteristics of the Buddhist monasteries, and it was not surprising for him to have such attainments in Buddhism. Poof! Poof! The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors reacted extremely quickly and severed those vines, spewing filthy and evil blood to extinguish the flames. Absorb! The 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors summoned their destiny dermic weapons once more and threw the 6 blood gourds above Monk Daming's head. The mouth of the gourds faced him and released a terrifying suction force. The 6 suction forces wanted to rip Monk Daming into 2. Unyielding, Monk Daming condensed the immovable foundation seal with his hands. His glabella shone and an ancient temple appeared, expanding with the wind. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. Countless experts were buried in this ancient temple. However, not many people knew that this Grand Primordium Ancient Temple was a destiny dermic weapon of a person. The ancient temple was filled with signs of time, ancient and filled with a Buddhist glow, as though it had brought everyone back to the primordial era. The Grand Primordium Ancient Temple hovered above Monk Daming's head and instantly isolated the power imbued in him by the 6 blood gourds. The 6 half-martial ancestor dermic weapons were in a stalemate with the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. It was impossible for the 6 blood gourds to rip the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple apart. However, it was extremely difficult for the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to suppress 6 half-martial ancestor dermic weapons as well. When they saw that, Elder Xianxia and the others attacked once more. At the same time, the 30 mighty figures of the blood vine race in the surroundings attacked one after another. Countless dermic arts descended. Instantly, the weather changed and dermic powers surged, almost penetrating the spot where Monk Daming stood. Monk Daming had a calm expression as he conjured hand seals with both hands and waved them in midair. Pointing in all directions, he shouted softly, "Formless Dharma!" The moment he said that, the descending dermic art dissipated into emptiness. Formless Monastery's secret skill. Su Zimo nodded silently. Monk Daming not only knew the top secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries, he had even cultivated them to their limits. 7-floor pagoda. Monk Daming changed his hand seals and a gigantic 7-floor pagoda descended from the skies, emitting a divine and flawless Buddhist light. Sanskrit reverberated endlessly. The Buddhist pagoda seemed to be extremely heavy and suppressed the 6 blood vine half-martial ancestors with an endless might. Elder Xianxia and the others were in their true forms and were rooted to the ground. Unable to move, they could only fight the dermic arts head-on. Poof! 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 However, how terrifying was the 7-floor pagoda. It was the most effective against such evil beings. The descent of the pagoda crushed at least 100 blood vines and flesh splattered everywhere in a tragic manner. As half-martial ancestors, Elder Xianxia and the others had boundless dermic powers. With a surge, the severed blood vines grew once more. We'll hold him back. Hurry and look for the spatial nodes to dispel the spatial seal here. Elder Xianxia had already realized that the situation was bad, and hurriedly ordered the remaining conjoint body mighty figures to disperse and search for the spatial nodes. All they had to do was to dispel the spatial seal here. At that time, they would gain the upper hand, be it in fighting or sending a message. Trying to escape? Monk Daming shook his head gently. How is that possible? That's all there is to your methods. Elder Xianxia sneered. You're dreaming if you think that you can kill us with such capabilities. Monk Daming did not argue. Suddenly, he took a mysterious step and chanted while conjuring hand seals repeatedly, releasing dermic powers into the 6 main peaks. Elder Xianxia and the others felt their hearts skip a beat and were bewildered. Sensing something, Su Zimo suddenly looked up. 6 gigantic stars appeared in the firmaments and revolved with a mysterious trajectory. "That's the southern dual 6 stars," Su Zimo murmured softly. The moment he said that, a series of explosions sounded from 6 Stars Mountain. Bang! Boom! Boom! One after another. Terrifying powers burst forth from the 6 main peaks and surged into the skies, connecting to the southern dual 6 stars above the firmaments. "That's a formation." Su Zimo's attainment in array formations was extremely high to begin with, and he realized right away that monk Daming was activating an ancient formation. This ancient formation made use of Heavenly Residence Peak, Heavenly Bridge Peak, Heavenly Secrets Peak, Heavenly Assimilation Peak, Heavenly Blessings Peak and 7 Kills Peak to invoke the power of the southern dual 6 stars, interweaving to activate the formation. Monk Daming's figure suddenly paused and his eyes lit up like the stars in the skies as he hollered softly, "Southern dual 6 stars formation, activate." Starlight fell from the skies one after another. Not only did every single streak of starlight contain the might of heaven and earth, their might was even amplified with the augmentation of the formation. Bang! 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 The starlight fell onto 6 Stars Mountain and created huge pits. Some of the mighty figures of the Bloodvine race could not dodge in time and their bodies were penetrated by the starlight, dying on the spot. Even mighty figures of the Bloodvine race could not defend against the power of starlight, let alone the other void reversions and Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. The starlight was intensifying. There were screams all over 6 Stars Mountain and there were rivers of blood. The terrain drew in the stars and the 6 main peaks corresponded to the southern dual 6 stars. Alongside the activation of the formation, the power of the southern dual 6 stars formation was pushed to its limits. The starlight was intensifying. Initially, Elder Xianxia and the other 5 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors could defend against it. However, the formation was fused perfectly with the terrain of 6 Stars Mountain and the stars in the skies circulated continuously, increasing in number. Unless someone could break through the formation forcefully, the southern dual 6 stars formation would not stop. Even if things were to drag on, Elder Xianxia and the other half-martial ancestors would be exhausted to death. Half an hour later, even Elder Xianxia and the other half-martial ancestors felt exhausted and weak. It was even worse for the other Bloodvine race beings. Against the southern dual 6 stars formation, there were less than 10 mighty figures of the Bloodvine race left. Of the 1,000-odd Bloodvine race beings, more than half were dead and less than 1,000 were left. They fled everywhere in the circle of 6 Stars Mountain to avoid the starlight. However, the starlight was dense as rain and the space here was sealed. How could they hide? In less than 15 minutes, the remaining Bloodvine mighty figures would be buried on 6 Stars Mountain. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt emotional. Given Monk Daming's combat strength, he might be able to secure victory against 6 half-martial ancestors head-on. However, he chose to use an even more relaxed method. He made use of external forces to kill all the Bloodvine race beings here. In fact, Su Zimo suspected that Monk Daming had already arrived long ago. However, Monk Daming waited for him to fight against everyone from the Bloodvine race before choosing to appear. It was as though everyone was part of his plans. What did Monk Daming do this for? Was he trying to refine the bloodline of the Bloodvine race on 6 Stars Mountain? Was it because he was compassionate and wanted to save everyone from Southern Dual Sect? Was it for the Ashoka Wood? Were there other motives? Su Zimo was not certain. However, no matter what, Monk Daming was on the side of the human race. Even though he veered onto the path of the fiends, he was much stronger than most of the cowardly cultivators. Depamkar Monastery did not dare to provoke the Bloodvine race. However, Monk Daming dared to. Not only did he dare to, he even wanted to kill all the Bloodvine race beings on 6 Stars Mountain. On the battlefield, finally, the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors could not hold on any longer. They reverted to their human forms and fled into the distance, avoiding the starlight. If they were to take root on the ground in their true forms, they would be crushed to death by the endless starlight. When he saw that, Su Zimo shook his head gently. It was over. If Elder Xianxia and the others were to take on human forms, they would die even faster. After taking on human form, although Elder Xianxia and the others were much more agile in their movement techniques, their combat strength was greatly reduced. They were almost completely helpless against monk Daming. Furthermore, the space here was already sealed, and it was impossible for Elder Xianxia to dispel the spatial seal within a short period of time. However, if Elder Xianxia and the others remained in their true forms, they would only be able to hold out for slightly longer at best. That was the terror of monk Daming. He did not give the Bloodvine race any way out. Monk Daming had a calm expression when he saw Elder Xianxia and the others take on human forms. In a flash, his speed was shocking and he caught up to a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. Su Zimo cultivated many escape techniques such as boundless golden light and so on. By fusing all of them together, he could only barely match monk Daming's speed. Most likely, only the innate divine power of the golden rock comprehended by the dragon phoenix true body could surpass monk Daming. The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor had clearly not expected monk Daming to descend before him so quickly. In his panic, he attacked. Blood transformation! The Bloodvine half-martial ancestor hollered and flicked his sharp nails, slicing his wrist and spitting out a stream of essence blood towards monk Daming. That essence blood contained his extremely deep cultivation. Once any living being was enveloped and he activated his secret skill, he could suck the bloodline of that living being dry. Monk Daming smiled and a strange blood glint flashed through his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and sucked the incoming essence blood. The essence blood surged into monk Daming's mouth. Not only that, monk Daming's action caused the wound on the wrist of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor to rupture suddenly. Endless blood gushed forth like a burst dam. Conjoint body mighty figures could even regrow severed limbs. A wound that small could be healed in the blink of an eye. However, monk Daming's suction caused blood to flow endlessly. In just a few breaths, the face of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor turned incomparably pale and his body withered rapidly. More than half of his essence blood was sucked away by monk Daming. Su Zimo was enlightened when he saw that. He could not help but recall how similar the scene before him was when monk Daming crawled out of the stone coffin. However, monk Daming was much stronger than before. The Bloodvine race is extremely bloodthirsty and some dermic arts are similar to the blood refinement fiend sutra. Su Zimo lamented internally. However, in terms of bloodline, even a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor won't be able to defend against monk Daming, who cultivated the blood refinement fiend sutra. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. As though he recalled something, he narrowed his eyes in deep thought. On the battlefield, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor was horrified and his eyes were filled with fear. There was no way he could expect that this person who seemed dignified and well-versed in Buddhism would seemingly turn into a bloodthirsty fiend all of a sudden. More than 10 breaths. The blood chi of this Bloodvine half-martial ancestor deteriorated after it was sucked away by monk Daming. His aura was weak and he was almost reduced to a skeleton. At that moment, the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor could not even conjure his true form. Swoosh! An essence spirit burst forth and fled into the distance. Monk Daming took a step forward and caught up with a single step. He extended his palm and restrained the person's essence spirit without killing the latter. Thereafter, monk Daming did not stop and chased after another Bloodvine half-martial ancestor. The speed of the Bloodvine race could not compare to monk Daming. Furthermore, Six Stars Mountain was already sealed. Where could the other half-martial ancestors escape to? When the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor saw that he could not escape, he turned around and summoned his destiny dermic weapon as well, charging towards monk Daming. Monk Daming suddenly reached out and grabbed the blood gourd. He exerted strength in his palm. Snap! The half-martial ancestor dermic weapon was crushed by monk Daming. The essence spirit of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor was implicated and he shuddered as though he was struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood glint in monk Daming's eyes flashed once more. Splash! The bloodline of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor surged uncontrollably and seeped out of his pores, surging towards monk Daming. It was an extremely terrifying sight. The bloodline of a half-martial ancestor was forcefully absorbed by monk Daming using a secret skill, and his body was ripped off. In the blink of an eye, the bloodline of the bloodvine half-martial ancestor was refined and absorbed by monk Daming as well. Monk Daming's eyes flashed coldly. The head of the bloodvine half-martial ancestor seemed to have been sliced by something extremely sharp and split into two slowly, revealing the essence spirit within. Monk Daming reached out and captured this essence spirit in his palm, as well as he continued hunting the other 4 bloodvine half-martial ancestors. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Monk Daming was definitely not a benevolent person. However, he did not kill the essence spirit of the bloodvine half-martial ancestor. There seemed to be a deeper meaning to it. Bang! 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 Elder Xianxia and the other 3 half-martial ancestors were attacking wildly, wanting to dispel the spatial seal of Six Stars Mountain. However, they were unable to locate the spatial nodes. If they wanted to break through it with brute force, it would take them a couple of days at least to do it. Monk Daming flew through the air with one hand behind his back. Holding the essence spirits of 2 bloodvine half-martial ancestors in his palm, he walked over leisurely. Everyone, we can only fight to the death. Elder Xianxia had a terrible expression as he said in a deep voice. The other 3 bloodvine half-martial ancestors gulped and nodded as well. They gathered rapidly with grim expressions and glared at Monk Daming fixedly. Fellow Taoist, we don't know you at all. Why are you trying to kill us? Elder Xianxia's tone finally softened. You guys didn't know the cultivators here either. Why did you guys have to kill them? Monk Daming asked instead. You're different from them. They're just ants. Elder Xianxia continued persuading. You already possess such combat strength at the conjoint body realm. You're definitely worthy of the bloodvine race's respect. Oh! Monk Daming did not stop in his tracks and said indifferently. However, all of you are ants to me as well. As one of the primordial races, this was probably the first time that the bloodvine race was viewed as an ant by others. Not many people in this world were qualified to have the guts to say such words. Attack! Suddenly, Elder Xianxia hollered. After the short exchange, he realized that it was impossible for him to beg this person to let them off. The only way he could escape alive was by fighting with his life. Elder Xianxia did not release any dermic arts but released an essence spirit secret skill right away. The other 3 bloodvine half-martial ancestors had a tacit understanding and attacked at the same time, releasing their essence spirit secret skills. The 4 blood-colored gourds condensed from essence spirit secret skills exited the consciousnesses of the 4 half-martial ancestors and smashed towards Monk Daming. Buzz! Although the essence spirit secret skills from the 4 half-martial ancestors were released silently, the void trembled. Monk Daming did not move at all, as though he was frozen, and allowed the 4 spirit consciousness blood gourds to smash into his glabella. We did it! The eyes of the 4 bloodvine half-martial ancestors lit up and they revealed ecstasy. Monk Daming seemed like he did not manage to react and was struck in the consciousness by the 4 essence spirit secret skills. They did not expect that. Once an essence spirit secret skill enters one's consciousness, it would face the essence spirit directly. Even if he had any essence spirit defensive dermic weapon, it would be difficult for him to defend against the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 half-martial ancestors. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation burst forth from Monk Daming's glabella. A gentle breeze blew and lifted the hair on his forehead, revealing a thin, blood scar on his glabella. At that moment, the streak of blood seemed to have turned redder, as though a blood-colored eye was about to open. Monk Daming was fine. The essence spirit secret skills of the 4 half-martial ancestors entered Monk Daming's glabella, but it was as though they were completely dissipated by the blood scar. Su Zimo was not surprised by that. Back in the Grand Primordium ancient temple, even when his green lotus sword entered Monk Daming's glabella, it returned fruitless. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned, feeling that he had missed out on something critical. Why, you're the heavenly... Elder Xianxia pointed at Monk Daming, as though he had discovered something, and his voice trembled with fear. Monk Daming smiled gently and extended his palm, grabbing towards Elder Xianxia gently through the void. Poof! Elder Xianxia's body seemed to be squeezed by a pair of invisible hands and exploded instantly, turning into a blood mist. His essence spirit was also captured by Monk Daming casually. Monk Daming strode forward and arrived beside the three blood-vine half-martial ancestors. He merely raised one of his arms and flipped his palm to suppress the three of them. The three blood-vine half-martial ancestors sensed danger and channeled their essence spirit dermic powers like madmen, releasing many talismans, dermic arts, and dermic weapons. This was the final gamble of the half-martial ancestors before their deaths. Monk Daming's body was way too terrifying after fusing four supreme Dharma characteristics. Even against the wild attacks of the three blood-vine half-martial ancestors, he had no intention of dodging or retreating. He channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami surged. Monk Daming's aura was also rising rapidly. Before long, he broke through a certain critical point. Behind Monk Daming, the phenomenons of the four Vajras glared with burning gazes in a terrifying manner. Bloodline phenomenon, the three blood-vine half-martial ancestors exclaimed. Their dermic arts were destroyed instantly in the face of the four Vajras. Right then, Su Zimo's gaze froze. He could clearly see Monk Daming frowning with a pained expression. The feeling Monk Daming gave him was that he was intelligent, gentle, unfathomable, and emotionless. Even if he endured any pain, Monk Daming would probably not reveal it. If that's the case, why would Monk Daming feel pain when he activated his bloodline phenomenon? Suddenly, the four Vajras that were just conjured behind Monk Daming fused together and became a new phenomenon. Normally speaking, the fusion of the four Vajras should make them even more sacred and dignified. However, at that moment, a bloodied and torrential fiend chi appeared behind Monk Daming. Roar! The figure had blurry features and its appearance could not be seen clearly. It charged at the three blood-vine half-martial ancestors and let out a deafening roar. Monk Daming's eyes were closed and his body trembled slightly, as though he was enduring immense torture. Suddenly, the figure moved and lunged towards the three blood-vine half-martial ancestors. In midair, it transformed into a gigantic blood-colored human face and opened its bloodied mouth to devour the three of them. The dermic weapons in midair were devoured by the gigantic mouth and dimmed in the blink of an eye. They fell from midair and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Ah! The three blood-vine half-martial ancestors shrieked shrilly. However, it was useless no matter how they resisted. They were still devoured by the blood-colored human face. Broop! Broop! The blood-colored human face swallowed huge mouthfuls of blood. The bodies of the three blood-vine half-martial ancestors withered at a visible speed. Right then, Monk Daming touched his glabella gently and chanted Sanskrit. Suddenly, his eyes opened and they regained their clarity. His bloodline phenomenon and the blood-colored human face gradually faded as well. In that short period of time, the three blood-vine half-martial ancestors had their bloodlines sucked dry, leaving only their skin and bones and horrified essence spirits. Monk Daming went forward and captured the essence spirits of the three blood-vine half-martial ancestors as well. At that moment, the essence spirits of the six blood-vine half-martial ancestors were imprisoned by Monk Daming. Monk Daming had an indifferent expression as a transparent ball of light appeared in his palm. The essence spirits of Elder Xianxia and the other blood-vine half-martial ancestors were imprisoned within. Suddenly, black fiend chi appeared on the surface of the ball of light and coiled towards the essence spirits of the six blood-vine half-martial ancestors as though it was sentient. In the blink of an eye, many black fiend chi coiled around the essence spirits of the six blood-vine half-martial ancestors and restricted them like chains. Soul-searching art, Su Zimo exclaimed. What Monk Daming was releasing right now was the secret skill, soul-searching, from the Tao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra. In the Tao Inheritance Ground, Su Zimo used that secret skill to obtain the Green Thunder Manual in Tao Being Zephyr Thunder's memories, and fused it to obtain the complete Great Void Spirit Refinement section. To think that Monk Daming knew the secret skill of the Fiend Sex as well. The more he interacted with Monk Daming, the more he could sense how terrifying this person was. In fact, Su Zimo suspected that there was a high chance Monk Daming was still holding back on his combat strength. What does he want? Is he searching the memories of the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors because there's some secret, or is it because he wants to get his hands on some cultivation techniques? Su Zimo was puzzled. Monk Daming's actions were clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had planned this long ago. Right from the beginning, he had not killed any Bloodvine half-martial ancestors just for this moment. The essence spirits of the 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors were withering rapidly. Suddenly, the essence spirit of a Bloodvine half-martial ancestor exploded and disintegrated. The soul-searching art had a high chance of failure. If the essence spirit that underwent the soul-searching art resisted continuously and affected the process, it would fail. Before long, Elder Xianxia's essence spirit exploded as well and he died. 2 Bloodvine half-martial ancestor essence spirits died in succession, and it was clear that Monk Daming did not obtain anything from their memories. However, his expression was calm, and there was no hint of frustration or dejection as he continued to use the soul-searching art. There were no more surprises thereafter. Monk Daming closed his eyes and searched through the memories of the 4 half-martial ancestors for what he needed. 7 kills peak. In that short period of time, Su Zimo's essence spirit and dermic powers had recovered significantly. He arrived at the place where Tung Lingzi died and picked up the latter's storage bag under a pile of grisly corpses. Circulating his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo erased the spirit consciousness imprint on the storage bag and opened it. There were many elixirs and dermic weapons in the storage bag. In the cultivation world, those were superior-grade treasures. However, they did not interest Su Zimo. His body was a grade 7 creation green lotus. What dermic weapon could compare to it? Even Tung Lingzi's blood gourd was ruptured by the creation green lotus. Suddenly, Su Zimo focused his gaze on a piece of wood. The piece of wood looked extremely old and was more than 10 feet long. It was as thick as a water barrel and emitted a tremendous amount of life force with a hint of warmth. Furthermore, Su Zimo had an indescribable familiarity towards that piece of wood. Without mistake, this should be the Ashoka wood. The Siraka flower had long fused into his body. Therefore, he felt a sense of familiarity when he faced the Ashoka wood. Looking at the large piece of wood, Su Zimo felt emotional and sighed internally. It was because of that piece of wood that Southern Dual Sect was destroyed and hundreds of thousands of cultivators were buried here with grievances. Right then, Su Zimo sensed something and looked up. Monk Daming had already completed the soul-searching art with a calm expression. Even Su Zimo did not know if Monk Daming obtained what he needed. Nobody knew what Monk Daming was thinking. Nobody knew the plans of Monk Daming either. After the soul-searching art, the essence spirits of 2 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors were already dead. As for the other 2 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors, their essence spirits were dazed and lost their memories. They were completely dumbfounded. Monk Daming rubbed his hands casually and killed the 2 half-martial ancestor essence spirits before heading towards 7 kills peak. To be fair, Su Zimo did not know whether Monk Daming was now good or evil, Buddhist, fiend, foe, or even friend. He could not confirm anything. It was as though good, evil, Buddha, fiend, and righteousness had fused perfectly into this person without any bit of awkwardness. Although Monk Daming helped him earlier on, he would not be surprised if Monk Daming suddenly killed him the next moment. Even so, Su Zimo did not leave. He had many questions in his mind. Perhaps he could get an answer from Monk Daming. You seem like you have many questions? Right then, Monk Daming stepped foot on 7 kills peak with a wise gaze. As though he could read Su Zimo's mind, he asked with a fake smile. Yes. Su Zimo did not hide anything and asked directly, "Are you Monk Daming?" Everything about Monk Daming's identity was merely Su Zimo's speculation. Therefore, he had to confirm this matter first. I was. Monk Daming smiled gently and did not hide anything. That was an acknowledgement. Su Zimo nodded and asked again. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, an expert hid in the dark. Although he did not appear the entire time, he attacked many times. That was you, right? Yes. Monk Daming smiled. Amazing capabilities, Su Zimo said. All the experts of the world were under your control and you left nothing out. Impressive. After a brief pause, he continued, but no matter what, I only managed to escape thanks to your help. I'm grateful. It's nothing much. It was just a matter of convenience. Monk Daming smiled. It's the same today. I'm here because I have other motives. So I helped you out of convenience. Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow and suddenly asked, if I'm not wrong, you should have arrived here a long time ago, right? Why did you only appear after I fought against the Bloodvine race to the end? Of course, that was easy to explain. Monk Daming wanted to wait till he was exhausted from fighting with the Bloodvine race before standing out so that he could clean up the mess easily. However, Su Zimo felt that this was not Monk Daming's true thoughts. Monk Daming must have another motive. True enough. Monk Daming went silent for a moment when he heard Su Zimo's question. After a moment, he said slowly, I wanted to see if you'll use the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra in that desperate situation. And if I did? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and asked. I might kill you, Monk Daming replied indifferently. Su Zimo could sense that Monk Daming was not joking. Why? Su Zimo asked. If he was not wrong, Monk Daming had already cultivated his fiend techniques to a terrifying level and even derived a bloodline phenomenon. In fact, that bloodline phenomenon even surpassed Monk Daming's phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries. It was indeed quite a ridiculous reason for Monk Daming to trigger his killing intent towards Su Zimo if the latter had used the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Monk Daming remained silent for a moment and did not reply to Su Zimo's question directly. He merely said meaningfully, take it that you've forgotten about that fiend technique. Don't ever use it. That was something that Su Zimo had realized a long time ago even without Monk Daming's reminder. Therefore, ever since he came out of Thousand Demon Valley, the thought of activating the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra even on the brink of death had never crossed his mind. This fiend technique seems to be similar to the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Bloodvine race. Su Zimo recalled a terrifying speculation that circled in his mind earlier on and probed. Monk Daming said, the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was created from the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Bloodvine race to begin with. However, it's much stronger than the cultivation techniques of the Bloodvine race. Although the Bloodvine race is bloodthirsty, they require fresh blood. That's why they reared these cultivators from Southern Dual Sect and ensured that fresh blood could be absorbed and refined at any moment. However, the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra is different. You should know that as well. Su Zimo nodded. The terrifying thing about the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was that it could refine all bloodlines for its own use. Even on the battlefield where countless cultivators died, it could still refine them and turn them into its own power. Su Zimo glared at Monk Daming and asked again, how did Tao Lord Blood Fiend in the past learn the cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Bloodvine race? You should have guessed it given your thoughts, right? Even though Monk Daming revealed a huge secret, his tone was calm. Blood Fiend was half a Bloodvine clansman to begin with. He's a remnant of the Bloodvine race. Indeed, earlier on, Su Zimo contemplated the possibility that Tao Lord Bloodfiend was related to the Bloodvine race. To think that Tao Lord Bloodfiend was a remnant of the Bloodvine race. Is he still alive? Su Zimo finally asked the greatest question in his mind. Monk Daming lowered his head slightly in silence. I don't know. A long time later, Monk Daming said softly with a conflicted expression, perhaps. He seemed like he did not wish to talk about the matter and changed the topic. Any other questions? Su Zimo knew that given the way Monk Daming acted, even if he continued pressing the issue, he would not be able to get an answer. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked, where are the survivors of Southern Dual Sect? Monk Daming said, they're fine. Before that, I used the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple to take them away from Six Stars Mountain. They should have escaped long ago. Where's Mingzhen? Su Zimo asked again. The little monk beside me. What do you think? Monk Daming asked with a fake smile and a deep gaze. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he blurted, Mingzhen didn't leave at all and is still here. That's right. Monk Daming nodded and waved his sleeves. Suddenly, the void around Su Zimo rippled like water. Ming Zhen's figure gradually appeared. At that moment, Ming Zhen was pursing his lips tightly. He was on the brink of a breakthrough and his scrawny body was drenched in sweat. Amazing capabilities. Su Zimo could not help but praise. Actually, Su Zimo had always been doubtful. It was only logical that Monk Daming could shift everyone from Southern Dual Sect away stealthily. After all, he had fought against the Bloodvine race back then. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect was reared far away and nobody paid attention to them. That was the reason why Monk Daming could take so many living people away from Six Stars Mountain. However, Ming Zhen was right by his side, right under the noses of many Bloodvine mighty figures and half-martial ancestors. How could Monk Daming take Ming Zhen away silently? Now, Su Zimo finally understood. Ming Zhen did not leave at all. However, Monk Daming took advantage of the moment when Su Zimo was fighting against the experts of the Bloodvine race, and released an illusion technique to hide Ming Zhen. Su Zimo had witnessed the brilliance of Monk Daming's illusion technique back in the Grand Primordium Ancient Temple. However, it was still admirable that he was able to deceive so many mighty figures of the Bloodvine race and him. Of course, if Su Zimo had not fought against the experts of the Bloodvine race, Monk Daming would naturally not have had the chance to attack, let alone hide everything. What's up with the Southern Dual Six Stars formation? Su Zimo asked. There are 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors guarding Six Stars Mountain. Even if your methods are extraordinary, it's impossible for you to infiltrate stealthily and set up such a mysterious and powerful formation without the detection of a Bloodvine mighty figure or half-martial ancestor. An array formation had to be drawn preemptively. This was an extremely massive project that consumed the most mental and physical energy. The Southern Dual Six Stars formation could even kill conjoint body mighty figures with ease. Without a year or so, it would be difficult to set it up. That was also the reason why Su Zimo was puzzled. Southern Dual Six Stars formation. Monk Daming's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he said slowly with a sad expression. The terrain of Southern Dual Sect is unique. The 6 main peaks are born naturally and correspond to the stars in the skies to begin with. 40,000 years ago, the founder master of Southern Dual Sect came here and discovered this strange terrain. He then established his sect here. At the mention of Southern Dual Sect's founder master, Monk Daming sighed gently. I had a good relationship with him and he invited me over. We were the ones who set up this Southern Dual Six Stars formation jointly. Unfortunately, when my old friend passed, Southern Dual Sect no longer had a successor. Nobody in the sect could activate this formation and it was abandoned. Monk Daming sighed sadly. In that case, this formation was indeed set up by Monk Daming. However, it was set up 40,000 years ago. After 40,000 years, Monk Daming had returned to this old place. However, things had changed and the world had changed. That sadness and loss was something that no one could understand. He was old friends with the founder master of Southern Dual Sect. That was probably the same reason why he saved everyone from Southern Dual Sect. The Southern Dual Six Stars formation has no formation eyes, Monk Daming suddenly asked. I heard that you have some attainments in array formations as well. If you fall into the Southern Dual Six Stars formation, how would you dispel it? His question seemed like a test. Pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said, the Southern Dual Six Stars formation uses the 6 main peaks as a medium to draw in the power of the stars in the skies. On the surface, there are no formation eyes. However, in reality, the 6 main peaks have replaced the formation eyes. As long as I can shatter any of the main peaks, the formation will naturally collapse on its own. Good, good, good. Monk Daming nodded repeatedly. You truly live up to your reputation as the strongest monster incarnate in history. Monk Daming was one of the unprecedented monster incarnates to begin with, and there was probably no one in the world who could obtain such an appraisal from him. In truth, both of them harbored a hint of admiration towards the other in their hearts. The primordial races have set their killing badges on you. You have to be careful, Monk Daming said. Among the monster incarnates of this generation, Tunglingzi was the weakest. The God race's firmament emperor, goddess Xiaoxiang, the golden crow 7th prince, the Rakshasa race's Rakshasa Yu, and the witch race's young master arcane ghost should all be trying to find out more about you. In truth, if it was a one-on-one fight, Su Zimo could suppress these monster incarnates of the primordial races. However, if the other party brought many mighty figures, half-martial ancestors, or set up any traps, it would be difficult for Su Zimo to deal with them. Of course, as long as he could cultivate to the perfected conjoint body realm and refine his dermic powers to their limits, nobody would be a threat to him unless a patriarch attacked. Time. What he needed right now was time. Right then, Monk Daming said, "You don't have much time left. The annihilation of the Bloodvine race on Six Stars Mountain will spread to the Bloodvine race and shock the entire cultivation world before long. More than 10,000 Bloodvine race beings died here. 50 mighty figures, 6 half-martial ancestors, and even the young master of the Bloodvine race. With such a heavy loss, there's a high chance that a patriarch of the Bloodvine race will hunt you down." Su Zimo raised his brow. "Half of the Bloodvine race beings here died in your hands. If a patriarch comes out, you won't be able to hide either, right? Who knew that I was here?" Monk Daming asked with a fake smile. "The cultivators of Southern Dual Sect," Su Zimo said instinctively. Monk Daming shook his head and smiled. "Although I brought them away from Six Stars Mountain, I did not appear the entire time. They only saw you descending on Six Stars Mountain to fight against the experts of the Bloodvine race. This time round, when they leave and obtain the news of the destruction of the Six Stars Mountain Bloodvine race, they will only think that everything was your doing and no one will know that I appeared." Su Zimo was silent. It was only then that he realized that Monk Daming had shifted everyone from Southern Dual Sect in advance, not because he was worried about their safety. It was because he did not want to expose his tracks. All the Bloodvine race beings on Six Stars Mountain were dead. Right now, apart from Su Zimo, no one else knew the truth. However, Monk Daming knew that Su Zimo would not publicize this matter. There was a high chance that Monk Daming had already accomplished some sort of goal by descending on Six Stars Mountain this time round to search through the memories of 6 Bloodvine half-martial ancestors. However, he did not expose his tracks and stayed out of things completely. It was the same for the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. Monk Daming did not appear, but he was the eventual winner. His combat strength was already superior to his peers. Coupled with his profound wisdom and scheming capabilities that far surpassed others, someone like that was almost invincible without any weaknesses. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had encountered many paragons and monster incarnates such as Diin. However, he was way too weak compared to Monk Daming. If Monk Daming wanted to kill Diin, he might not even have to do it himself. He could do it by a scheme and Diin would not even know how he died. However, someone as terrifying as this was defeated in the past as well. He was suppressed for 40,000 years. Right then, Monk Daming said, "There should be an Ashoka wood in Teng Lingzi's storage bag. The Ashoka tree is a sacred tree of the Buddhist monasteries. As for you, you cultivate Buddhism and your body is the creation green lotus. This Ashoka wood is a great tonic for you. If you're able to absorb this Ashoka wood completely, you'll be able to break through to the mid-stage conjoint body realm with ease, and might even reach the late-stage conjoint body realm." Su Zimo nodded. However, Monk Daming changed the topic. "Like I said, you don't have much time left." "What do you mean by that?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. "Once I leave Six Stars Mountain, I'll find a secluded place to hide. Even if a patriarch of the Bloodvine race comes out, will he be able to find me?" That was Su Zimo's plan. Now that Monk Daming was fine, he no longer had any concerns. Therefore, Su Zimo intended to lay dormant after leaving Six Stars Mountain and absorb all the Ashoka wood before coming out. "Sure," Monk Daming said with conviction. "The patriarch of the Bloodvine race isn't the only one who can find you. Every single one of them can. MMM?" After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo murmured, "The killing badge? That's right," Monk Daming said slowly. "After the Bloodvine race released the killing badge on you, you gained a unique aura. No matter where you head to, they will be able to sense you. The killing badges of the other primordial races have the same effect." "I see." Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Tung Lingzi had to get the killing badge out even when he was about to die. Furthermore, the reason why he said that Su Zimo would be hunted down by the Bloodvine race for the rest of his life and would have to die was because of the killing badge. If the killing badge was truly so powerful, Su Zimo would be located by the Bloodvine race no matter where he went. He would not have the chance to refine the Ashoka wood. You're well versed in Buddhist and fiend secret skills. Are you able to dispel this badge? Su Zimo looked at Monk Daming and asked in a deep voice. Given the methods displayed by Monk Daming right now, he was almost omnipotent and knew everything. Su Zimo would not be surprised if he could dispel the killing badge. Monk Daming smiled and shook his head. I can't. After a brief pause, he continued, however, there's a place you can try. If the experts there are willing to do something, they might be able to dispel this killing badge. Where? Su Zimo asked. Monk Daming said, Enigma Palace. At the mention of Enigma Palace, the first people Su Zimo recalled were Lin Xuanji and the old man with the Confucian crown. The second person he recalled was someone called Heavenly Secrets and also knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Heavenly Secrets was the one who schemed to capture Night Spirit and set up a trap in Heaven and Earth Valley to bait Su Zimo so that he could fight against the major sects, factions, and primordial races. He wanted to make use of that battle to refine the bloodlines of Heaven and Earth Valley. However, he did not expect that he would end up paving the path for Monk Daming. Before rushing to Heaven and Earth Valley, Su Zimo received a warning from Lin Xuanji. Furthermore, his handwriting was scribbled in a hurried manner. Could something have happened to Enigma Palace? Right? Monk Daming continued. I've also received news that your big brother should be rushing to Enigma Palace. Big brother? Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. Big brother Yen Beichen. The Azura, yes. Monk Daming nodded. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, the Azura chased after Heavenly Secrets. However, Enigma Palace had many secret skills. Heavenly Secrets had powerful escape techniques and fled the entire way. Although the Azura chased after him for thousands of kilometers, he still managed to return to Enigma Palace. Furthermore, he made use of the power of Enigma Palace to retaliate and injure the Azura severely. If I'm not wrong, the Azura should be heading over for revenge this time round. Initially, Su Zimo was hesitant. However, when he heard that, he made a decision to head to Enigma Palace immediately. Yen Beichen's hatred towards Heavenly Secrets stemmed from Qin Pianran's death. He had once said that he would not let anyone who hurt Qin Pianran off. Heavenly Secrets was one of the killers who killed Qin Pianran. Without Heavenly Secrets' divination, Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran's location would not have been exposed and Immortal Sword would naturally not have seized the opportunity to invade. Therefore, no matter who was backing Heavenly Secrets, even if it was a massive entity like Enigma Palace, Yen Beichen would definitely not let them off. If Yen Beichen were to attack Enigma Palace this time round, he would definitely start a massacre and a huge battle would break out. The reason why Su Zimo wanted to rush to Enigma Palace immediately was not because he was worried about Yen Beichen's massacre. He was worried about Yen Beichen's safety. Although Yen Beichen attained the title of Azura, he could no longer be considered as someone of the fiend sections. He was the second fiend emperor hatred, someone who was all alone and hated the entire world. He would not get involved with any sect or faction. To him, the only thing that mattered was hatred. Although he was supported by the two fiend techniques of the Hatred Sutra and Azura Sutra, it was almost impossible for Yen Beichen to challenge Enigma Palace single-handedly. If nothing unexpected happened, Yen Beichen's cultivation should still be at the conjoint body realm. Enigma Palace was the most mysterious and largest sect in the cultivation world. It was established and passed down by Fairy Linglong in the ancient era. Throughout history, countless super sects disappeared in the sands of time without a trace. However, Enigma Palace remained standing. Although Enigma Palace rarely interfered in the affairs of the cultivation world, all the super sects in the cultivation world, be it the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, or 6 Buddhist monasteries, would not take the initiative to provoke Enigma Palace. The prestige and status of Enigma Palace was unshakable in the cultivation world. Fairy Linglong was the wife of the human emperor. Enigma Palace was more like a sacred ground for humans. Who was Yen Beichen? He was the Azura, a fiend who attained his Tao by killing. One could imagine the outcome of a fiend challenging a sacred place of the human race. Even if the Patriarch of Enigma Palace did not appear, the foundation of Enigma Palace alone was not something that the Azura could defend against single-handedly. More importantly, Heavenly Secrets was an extremely terrifying opponent. If not for Monk Daming's sudden appearance in Heaven and Earth Valley, everyone would have been Heavenly Secrets' chess pieces that were set up for him. Previously, Heavenly Secrets was hunted down by Yen Beichen and escaped back to Enigma Palace in a panic. He was unprepared and merely injured Yen Beichen severely. Given Heavenly Secrets' intelligence, he would definitely expect Yen Beichen to make a comeback. He must have prepared everything and set up a trap, waiting for Yen Beichen to jump in so that he could bury the latter in Enigma Palace. Yen Beichen was no fool. It was not that he had not thought of that. However, he was already fiendish and the hatred in his heart gained the upper hand. Therefore, even though he knew that there were endless dangers ahead, even if he had to be smashed into pieces and his essence spirit was destroyed, he would kill his way into Enigma Palace to take revenge for Qin Pian Ran. There was only hatred in the Azura's heart, not life and death. Therefore, Su Zimo had to head to Enigma Palace. On the other hand, since there was no news from Lin Xuanji, he could ask about it when he was at Enigma Palace as well. Of course, Monk Daming had just mentioned that Enigma Palace might have a way to dispel the Bloodvine race's killing badge. No matter what, he had to head to Enigma Palace. Right then, an extremely powerful aura burst forth from Ming Zhen's body. It was as though another shackle on Ming Zhen had been broken. After entering the conjoint body realm, he broke free of the shackles of heaven and earth once more, and his lifespan extended to 20,000 years. Initially, Ming Zhen was skinny and frail. Now that he was at the conjoint body realm, his flesh gradually filled and his withered yellow face gradually turned rosy. Ming Zhen's life force intensified. He held a green lantern in his palm. The flame of the green lantern gradually calmed down and emitted a faint glow that fused with Ming Zhen's aura. Monk Daming's gaze landed on Ming Zhen and his eyes lit up. What a pure Buddhist aura! Monk Daming could not help but exclaim. He sensed carefully and was surprised. He actually obtained the inheritance of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva? That's right. Su Zimo nodded. That's incredible. Monk Daming nodded slightly. Without great compassion, magnanimity, and courage, there's no way he could have obtained the recognition of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. This young monk is not bad. His future accomplishments are limitless. The appraisal of Monk Daming was remarkable. Right then, Ming Zhen opened his eyes and stood up slowly with a faint smile. His eyes were clear and bright without any impurities. Those eyes seemed to possess a mysterious noble power and supreme benevolence that could calm one's heart and enlighten all living beings. Even Monk Daming turned his head away subconsciously after meeting Ming Zhen's eyes for a brief moment. The enraged gaze of the Vajra cannot compare to the lowered glance of the Bodhisattva. I finally witnessed that today. Monk Daming lamented. That was a classic saying in the Buddhist monasteries. The enraged gaze of the Vajra could subdue a group of fiends. However, the Bodhisattva's lowered gaze spread compassion throughout all 6 paths of reincarnation. Coincidentally, Monk Daming cultivated the 4 Vajras. As for Ming Zhen, he inherited the legacy of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. The reason Monk Daming had that realization was because he turned his head away involuntarily after meeting Ming Zhen's gaze. This did not mean that Ming Zhen's combat strength could compare to Monk Daming. However, Monk Daming lost in terms of comprehension of Buddhism. You guys can leave. I still want to stay here for a period of time. Monk Daming stood on 7 Kills Peak and looked into the distance, waving his hand. There were tens of thousands of Bloodvine race beings buried on 6 Stars Mountain, including dozens of mighty figures and 6 half-martial ancestors. There was no way Monk Daming would miss such a bloodline. As Su Zimo pondered, Monk Daming suddenly said, "Additionally, you have to watch out for those who cultivate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra from now on." MMM? Narrowing his gaze slightly, Su Zimo asked, "Including you?" "Including me," Monk Daming replied indifferently. "I've got it." Su Zimo nodded and prepared to leave. Right then, a gentle breeze blew past and gently lifted Monk Daming's long hair, revealing the thin, blood scar on his glabella. Su Zimo frowned as a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly thought of an extremely bold guess regarding Monk Daming. "Let's go, junior brother." Right then, Mingjin said. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo hid his speculation in the depths of his heart and prepared to check it out when he had the chance. "All right," Su Zimo replied before leaving together with Mingjin. "Is there something on your mind, junior brother?" When Mingjin saw that Su Zimo was distracted, he glanced sideways and asked curiously, "It's nothing much." Su Zimo shook his head and did not think about Monk Daming anymore. He said in a deep voice, "I'm prepared to make a trip to Enigma Palace. What are your plans from now on?" "Nothing much. I just want to return to Dragon Burial Valley to visit Master," Mingjin said deeply. "There's no hurry about that though. I'll send a message to Depamkra Monastery to inform them that I'm safe and accompany you to Enigma Palace to take a look." He could tell that Su Zimo was probably headed to Enigma Palace for something important. As such, he decided to travel together to see if he could help out. All right, Su Zimo did not decline. Both of them channeled their dermic powers and traveled with all their might. Puppet sect. The two sleazy heads huddled together. "Why are you looking for me?" "I'm not going." Shi Jian shook his head like a rattle drum and replied firmly. "This is going to be an amazing tomb." Little Fatty took out a crumpled beast hide and said mysteriously, "Lin Xuanji sent us this treasure map and invited us to explore it. Think about it, if even he can't do it, how incredible is this tomb?" Back in the Dao inheritance ground, Lin Xuanji found the astral dragon sputum lair and entered the tomb on his own. He was also an expert in this regard. Pouting his lips, Shi Jian replied, "Since when were you so close to Lin Xuanji? Why didn't I know?" "You're saying that? Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, we fought shoulder to shoulder with him and we had some ties." Little Fatty argued hurriedly. "I'm not going. You're definitely setting me up again." Shi Jian shook his head. "All these years, I've accompanied you to many tombs. Even if we don't talk about life and death, we've gone through thick and thin together. Fatty, you're way too dishonest. You never share good stuff with me. I'll definitely share it with you this time round." Little Fatty replied with a stern expression. "I swear I'll definitely give it to you if I find something good this time round. All right, I'll trust you one more time." Hesitating for a moment, Shi Jian took the treasure map and stared at it for a long time before frowning. "This place is in the heaven-expanding mountain range. It's quite close to Enigma Palace. It's fine. There's still Lin Xuanji, right?" Little Fatty waved it off. "With him backing us, nobody will know." Pure Maiden Sect. In the room, a charming woman sat by the window. She wore a gentle white Taoist robe that accentuated her perfect figure. It was curvy and exquisite. The woman propped her chin on one hand, looking distracted with a hint of worry on her face. "Auntie Gu, you're looking for me?" Right then, a girl in pink entered the room. The moment the girl in pink entered the room, it was as though the entire room had turned brighter. Even the beautiful woman sitting there paled in comparison in front of the girl in pink. The girl in pink was none other than Demoness Ji. The beautiful woman sitting there was Gu Shi, the former chief steward of the Sky Treasure Auction House in the capital of Great Zhou. Over the years, Gu Shi had already entered the Void Reversion realm and became a Void Reversion Dao being. However, Demoness Ji had far surpassed her Cultivation realm. Demoness Ji was already at the Conjoint Body realm. As the pure maiden of the Fiend sex, Demoness Ji had sufficient cultivation resources and had obtained multiple great opportunities over the years. For example, the inheritance of Fairy Ling Long from the Human Emperor's Palace and the complete Pure Maiden Sutra in the Dao inheritance ground had allowed Demoness Ji's cultivation to advance tremendously. She was lauded as the #1 pure maiden of the Fiend sex for the past 100,000 years. "Auntie Gu, why did you lose so much weight?" Demoness Ji frowned slightly and felt her heart wrench. Although her current cultivation and status far surpassed Gu Shi, she still had a deep relationship with the latter and did not neglect her at all. "It's nothing much." Gushi forced a smile. You're worried about the Azura? Demoness G sighed internally and could not help but ask. Gushi lowered her head slightly in silent acknowledgement. Demoness G knew that many years ago, Gushi had a deep crush on Yen Beichen. Later on, after hearing some rumors about Yen Beichen and Qin Pianran, Gushi was heartbroken and could not let go for many years. Later on, Qin Pianran died and the true Azura was born. The battle of Heaven and Earth Valley shocked the entire world. Gushi's cultivation realm was not high and she was not qualified to head to Heaven and Earth Valley. However, when she heard the Azura's condition, she was secretly worried. Yaoyan, I know his personality best. After a long silence, Gushi said, Heavenly secrets killed Qin Pianran. He'll definitely look for heavenly secrets at Enigma Palace. Yaoyan, I'm begging you, go take a look at Enigma Palace. If you see him in trouble, please lend him a hand. Gushi's voice trembled and her eyes reddened. Among the people I know, you're the only one who can help him. There was no way the fiend sex would step in for something as such. Who would go against Enigma Palace for the sake of a lunatic who had no regard for any relationships and was not in the right mind? Auntie Gu, don't worry. I'll make a move right away and rush to Enigma Palace. Demoness G agreed without hesitation. Pondering for a moment, she said, However, given my combat strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to go against the powerful Enigma Palace either. I can only try my best. Yaoyan, you must be careful not to implicate yourself. If anything goes wrong, abandon him, Gushi said resolutely. She was worried about the Azura. However, she did not wish for Demoness G to end up dying because of the Azura either. It's nothing. Demoness G smiled gently and shook her head. Enigma Palace won't dare to hurt me. Half a month later at the Heaven-expanding mountain range. The Heaven-expanding mountain range was filled with thick fog all year round and Enigma Palace was situated within. Ever since the ancient era, the world had changed on Tianhuang mainland and countless battles broke out, destroying endless sects. Even super sects were not spared. However, Enigma Palace had always stood tall in the Heaven-expanding mountain range. Not only that, up till the ancient era, there had never been anyone or any sect or faction that dared to cause trouble for Enigma Palace in the Heaven-expanding mountain range. This was a sacred ground for the human race. However, on this day, a person arrived in the Heaven-expanding mountain range. The person wore a black robe and his white hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were pitch black and he had a cold expression as he walked over slowly. Dragging a saber that was coiled with fiend chi in his right hand, he drew a series of sparks on the ground. No matter who it was, they would feel a torrential hatred and killing intent when they saw that person. The Azura, Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen walked through the thick fog. The thick fog was extremely confusing and could even block spirit consciousnesses. Cultivators with lesser cultivation realms would get lost in the fog, let alone locate Enigma Palace. However, that thick fog was useless against Yen Beichen's pitch-black eyes. He continued forward towards Enigma Palace. The hatred fiend's saber seemed to have sensed something and turned extremely excited at that moment, trembling and buzzing on the ground. Before long, Yen Beichen paused and looked up. Not far ahead, on a continuous mountain range, there were ancient Dao palaces that resembled stars in the skies. Every single Dao palace seemed to possess a mysterious secret. There was a gigantic stele erected further ahead with two bold and vigorous words written on it. Enigma Palace. The words exuded an extremely terrifying might. As Yen Beichen approached, the pressure became increasingly obvious. In the end, even he could not withstand it. Right now, Yen Beichen was already at the late-stage conjoint body realm. However, he could not advance a single step in front of the stele. This stele had a powerful origin. The words on the stele were written by the eternal human emperor personally in the past. The words of the human emperor were eternal. Yen Beichen's gaze shifted and landed on the stele not far away. Human emperor, Fufu. Yen Beichen had a vengeful expression as he laughed bitterly. Why are you stopping me when you don't know anything at all? You really intend to stop me with just 3 words written on a lousy stele? Yen Beichen hollered, and pitch-black hatred fiend qi spread out from his body. He resisted the might of the steel and walked forward step by step. The terrifying thing about the Hatred Sutra was that the deeper the hatred in one's heart, the stronger the power that could be triggered. That aura is way too annoying. Yen Beichen's gaze was cold as he glared at the steel not far away with a murderous aura. The Fiend Emperor Hatred was the #1 Fiend Emperor of the ancient era. Although he killed countless primordial races in the ancient era, immortals and fiends were enemies after all. Yen Beichen cultivated the Hatred Sutra and inherited the Hatred Fiend Saber. Naturally, he was extremely resistant to the aura of the human emperor released by the steel. Since you want to stop me, I'll kill you. Yen Beichen arrived before the steel and swung his arm. The Hatred Fiend Saber streaked through the air with a cold flash of light and slashed towards the steel. Clang! The Hatred Fiend Saber struck the steel heavily and let out an ear-piercing sound with sparks flying. The 3 words on the steel shone brightly and released an extremely terrifying recoil that surged into the Hatred Fiend Saber. The burst of that power triggered the ferocity of the Hatred Fiend Saber instead. The aura of the Fiend Saber surged and derived endless hatred fiend qi. It was pitch black as ink and filled with torrential hatred, devouring the steel instantly. The 2 energies were in a stalemate. This had already turned into a fight between the Hatred Fiend Saber and the steel. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks sounded from the fiend qi. Eventually, the Hatred Fiend Saber gained the upper hand. After all, the steel was only left behind by the human emperor, but the Hatred Fiend Saber was a true emperor weapon. Yen Beichen was expressionless as he dragged the Hatred Fiend Saber and continued heading towards the many Dao palaces before him. The fiend qi behind him dissipated, revealing scattered rocks. The eternal steel with the human emperor's words etched on it was crushed into rubble by the Hatred Fiend Saber. Audacious fiend! A holler sounded. Extremely powerful auras burst forth from each Dao palace. Many experts of Enigma Palace had arrived. At a glance, there were more than 100 of them. Among them, there were 10 half-martial ancestor experts alone. The rest were all conjoint body mighty figures. Most importantly, this was not the full strength of Enigma Palace. Azura, Enigma Palace did not kill you last time. You don't know what's good for you and even dare to return. A half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace hollered with a stern expression. This was half-martial ancestor Chen Tian of Enigma Palace. Another half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace said coldly, "You destroyed the steel of Enigma Palace with the human emperor's words. You truly deserve to die for your crimes." This was half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove of Enigma Palace. Azura, you met with a great calamity and ended up in such a state. Another half-martial ancestor Li Hang said with a pained expression. Initially, I felt some pity for you. To think that you wouldn't repent and even came to Enigma Palace to cause trouble. The 3 half-martial ancestors had an extremely high status in Enigma Palace and were the strongest in combat. Even against more than 100 experts of Enigma Palace, Yen Beichen was fearless as he said expressionlessly, "Hand over heavenly secrets and I'll leave." Insolent! Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove hollered. Heavenly Secrets is now the young master of Enigma Palace and has a noble status. How can you provoke him? Throughout history, there has truly never been anyone who dared to challenge Enigma Palace. You're the first, Azura. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian said coldly. Azura, do you really think that Enigma Palace is a place you can come and go as you please? As though he could not understand the warning from the experts of Enigma Palace, Yen Beichen merely asked indifferently, "Are you guys going to stop me as well? If that's the case, don't blame me for starting a massacre in Enigma Palace." When Yen Beichen said that, the Hatred Fiend Saber in his hands seemed to have sensed something and buzzed, turning extremely excited. Truly hopeless. Half-martial ancestor Li Hang shook his head and sighed. I've long said that the Azura has lost his humanity and turned into a complete fiend with zero remorse. Right then, a voice sounded slowly. If such a fiend is allowed to grow, he will be a calamity for the human race and bring endless trouble to Tianhuang mainland. A person slowly walked over from the many Dao palaces. His robes fluttered and he wore a Confucian crown on his head. With handsome features and a folding fan in his hands, he had a faint smile on his face the entire time. When Yen Beichen saw that person, layers of hatred fiend qi derived from his body. The hatred in his eyes had already reached its limits as he barked hatefully, "Heavenly secrets! Azura, you're truly bold." Heavenly Secrets smiled indifferently and said calmly, "However, Enigma Palace is not a place you can challenge. Since you decided to go against Enigma Palace, prepare to die here. Kill!" When Yen Beichen saw Heavenly Secrets, he could no longer hold it in and charged towards the latter with the hatred fiend saber. The many experts of Enigma Palace were motionless as they looked at Yen Beichen from afar with mocking gazes. "Fu!" Heavenly Secrets chuckled. "Enigma Palace is a sacred place for the human race. There's no way a fiend with your bloody hands can enter." He conjured hand seals with both hands and there was a gentle quake beneath his feet. "Activate!" Buzz! A series of divine lights burst forth from the Dao palaces on the heaven-expanding mountain range and entered the ground beneath Yen Beichen's feet. Immediately after, the formation patterns shone and illuminated the world. An ancient formation was activated and Yen Beichen was trapped within instantly. Yen Beichen froze. In his vision, Enigma Palace, Heavenly Secrets, and the others had already vanished. There were only layers of fog in front of him. No matter how he waved the hatred fiend saber, channeled his spirit consciousness and released dermic powers, the fog before him could not disperse. All his power vanished into the fog like a rock sinking into the ocean. "Heavenly Secrets, come out!" Yen Beichen roared and surveyed his surroundings with immense hatred in his eyes. He took a step forward. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying power descended and slashed towards Yen Beichen. Yen Beichen harumphed coldly and waved the hatred fiend saber. He slashed in reverse and shattered that power. He took another step forward. Swoosh! An even more terrifying sword beam descended. Although the hatred fiend saber managed to defend against the sword beam, Yen Beichen's arm felt slightly numb. In Enigma Palace, Heavenly Secrets stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression and a faint smile. "Azura, don't even think about coming out alive after falling into the exquisite killing formation." The exquisite killing formation. In the ancient era, it was the #1 killing formation of Tianhuang mainland. That was also the reason why Fairy Ling Long One was renowned throughout the world. The exquisite killing formation was complex and every step was filled with killing intent. A single misstep would cause one to sink deeper and attract endless attacks from the killing formation. Throughout history, even top-tier formation grandmasters could not dispel the exquisite killing formation. There was only one way to dispel the exquisite killing formation. There were a total of 380 steps to the exquisite killing formation. Each of the 380 steps had to be undertaken correctly. A single misstep and one would be doomed to eternal damnation. In the ancient war, this exquisite killing formation killed countless experts of the primordial races. Throughout history, the reason why no sect or faction dared to provoke Enigma Palace was mostly because of the exquisite killing formation. Two furtive figures were stealthily hiding in a dark corner in the heaven-expanding mountain range, watching everything unfold before Enigma Palace. The two figures were Shi Jian and Little Fatty, who had rushed thousands of miles to look for the tomb. "What's the background of this exquisite killing formation?" "It seems like it's quite powerful," Shi Jian muttered. "More than that, this is the #1 killing formation of the ancient era," Little Fatty said. "This formation was set up by Fairy Ling Long personally. Who in the world can dispel it? Brother Su is well versed in formations. If he's here, he should be able to dispel this formation," Shi Jian said deeply. Hee. Little Fatty laughed. "Although I respect Bro, he truly can't dispel the exquisite killing formation. Even the #1 master of formations in Tianhuang mainland won't be able to dispel it, let alone Bro." "What do you mean? There's no hope for anybody that falls into the formation?" Shi Jian's eyes widened. Little Fatty nodded. "As long as you take a wrong step in this exquisite killing formation, The attacks you receive will increase endlessly and become more ferocious. Initially, there might be some powers of the conjoint body realm. Later on, there will be powers of the half-martial ancestor realm and even divine powers. What? Shi Jian muttered. The power of divine powers was the power of an ancestor realm cultivator. Little Fatty said, "Don't doubt me. There were many Mahayana patriarchs who died in this formation in the ancient war. I heard that back then. Fairy Ling Long controlled this killing formation personally and even killed an emperor. So amazing?" Shi Jian was shocked. "What do you think?" Little Fatty said, "Fairy Ling Long did not become an emperor, but she established Enigma Palace and was renowned through the ages. Do you really think it's just because she's the wife of the human emperor?" Shi Jian asked. "Doesn't that mean that the Azura is dead for sure?" "You can't say that either," Little Fatty said. "If Fairy Ling Long descends, there might be hope for the Azura." Tisk! Shi Jian pouted his lips. "Why isn't Lin Xuanji out yet?" Little Fatty frowned slightly and rubbed his chubby palms anxiously. Shi Jian replied, "What's the hurry? I reckon it's inconvenient for him to come out now that the Azura is here at Enigma Palace." "Now's the best time," Little Fatty said. "The attention of everyone from Enigma Palace is on the Azura. Let's dig up the tomb and take away the treasures inside. There are so many experts in Enigma Palace. It's hard to guarantee that they won't notice anything after the Azura dies. It'll be difficult to make a move then." "What do you mean?" Shi Jian asked. Little Fatty said darkly, "Let's not wait for Lin Xuanji. That old fogey is unreliable and his whereabouts are unpredictable. Let's not bother about him since the treasure map is in our hands." "That works too." Shi Jian hesitated for a moment. "However, why do I feel that something is amiss? There's something strange about this. What's wrong?" "You love to think too much, stupid head." Little Fatty pouted. "Don't worry. You'll definitely be the first to pick out the treasures we discover this time round." "All right." Shi Jian had no more doubts and nodded. "Let's begin." In front of Enigma Palace, Yan Beichen had already fallen completely into the exquisite killing formation. Bang! 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 He wielded the Hatred Fiend Saber and channeled both Fiend Sutras to their limits. Layers of Fiend Chi covered the skies and blocked the attacks time and again. However, he could no longer walk. The attacks of the exquisite killing formation turned increasingly ferocious. However, he could not find any way to dispel it. "Heavenly secrets! Heavenly secrets! Get out!" Yan Beichen roared loudly like an injured demon beast. His eyes were pitch black and the hatred in his heart was at its limits. In truth, if not for the support of that torrential hatred, he would have been minced to death by the exquisite killing formation as well. Enigma Palace, Heavenly Secrets and the others looked down from above with mocking expressions. There's no wonder why the Azura is a monster incarnate of the fiend sex. If I'm not wrong, he has already taken 209 steps in the exquisite killing formation. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng sighed gently. "Even if we fall into it, we'll die before we can take 100 steps. That's useless though." Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. "The further he progresses, the more difficult it will become. The pressure on him doubles with every step he takes. Unless Fiend Emperor Hatred is reborn, the Azura will definitely die in less than half an hour." Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove said coldly. "Hee hee, what a crowd." Right then, a chuckle sounded from midair in a pleasant manner. When the experts of Enigma Palace heard that laughter, their hearts skipped a beat, and they could not help but want to see what sort of a peerless beauty the owner of that voice was. Even half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others frowned. Even half-martial ancestors were affected. Everyone turned towards the sound. In the void not far away, a girl in pink stood in midair. She had a graceful figure and a flawless face. A single smile from her was enough to dim the world. His watery eyes seemed like they could steal one's soul with a single glance. Broop, broop. Gulps could be heard from Enigma Palace. More than half of the conjoint body mighty figures of Enigma Palace revealed infatuated expressions and fixed their gazes on the girl in pink. They could not take their eyes off her at all. Although the remaining conjoint body mighty figures realized something, they struggled to defend. Many mighty figures shuddered and lowered their gazes, not daring to look at the girl in pink. The girl in pink was this generation's pure maiden, Demoness G. After Demoness G obtained the complete Pure Maiden Sutra and advanced to the conjoint body realm, her bewitching techniques were completely infused into her bones. She did not even have to activate it intentionally. Every single frown, smile and action of hers could cause one to bow down to her. At that moment, some of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace lost their minds and walked towards Demoness G in a daze, completely losing their minds. Humph! Harumphing coldly, Heavenly Secrets suddenly opened his mouth and said word by word, "Pure Maiden, you sure are capable." Among the many conjoint body mighty figures, Heavenly Secrets was the only one who could maintain his composure. Every single word he said used a sound domain secret skill and echoed in the minds of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace like a hammer. Many mighty figures of Enigma Palace woke up with ugly expressions. The more they thought about it, the scarier it was. If not for Heavenly Secrets' reminder, they would have been bewitched and controlled by Demoness G by now. Even if she wanted them to commit suicide on the spot, they wouldn't hesitate. What is this generation's pure maiden doing at Enigma Palace? Heavenly Secrets asked indifferently with a smile. Hee, I want to take someone away. Demoness G smiled brightly in an innocent manner. She did not seem to possess the slightest bit of scheming and conniving in the cultivation world. The smile of this young girl could cause an inexplicable sense of bliss in someone's heart such that they would want to protect her. Oh! Heavenly Secrets raised his brow slightly and asked, "Who do you want to take away?" "The Azura." Demoness G pointed at the Azura who was covered in injuries in the exquisite killing formation. The smile in Heavenly Secrets' eyes intensified as he shook his head gently. The Azura doesn't care about relationships and can no longer be considered as someone of the Fiend's sections. You don't seem to have any ties with him either. Why do you want to get involved? I naturally have my plans. Demoness G bowed to Heavenly Secrets from afar and smiled. Fellow Taoist Heavenly Secrets, please give me some face. I'll definitely remember this favor. From now on, as long as you have any requests, as long as it's not overboard, I'll definitely agree to them. Her words were flirtatiously ambiguous. Many mighty figures of Enigma Palace wished that they could agree on behalf of Heavenly Secrets. Fufu. The smile on Heavenly Secrets' face did not reduce and his eyes remained clear. All right, if you can bring the Azura away, I naturally won't stop you. Are you serious? Demoness G asked with a smile. Of course, Heavenly Secrets said with a smile. I won't stop you if you can bring the Azura out of the exquisite killing formation. However, out of goodwill, I have to remind you about something. It's easy to enter the exquisite killing formation, but it's difficult to come out. Thank you for the reminder. Smiling, Demoness G's figure flashed, and she entered the exquisite killing formation without hesitation. Are all the paragons of this generation so ignorant? Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove sneered. Half-martial ancestor Li Hung frowned. I heard that the pure maiden obtained Fairy Ling Long's inheritance in the human emperor's palace. It's better not to kill her. She has a death wish. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian pouted. The exquisite killing formation is right there and we didn't ask her to get in. She was the one who insisted on barging in. It has nothing to do with us. As everyone discussed, Demoness G had already entered the exquisite killing formation. The Azura has taken 209 steps. Let's see how many steps this Demoness can take. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove sneered. The moment he said that, Demoness G had already taken a step in the exquisite killing formation. It was an extremely beautiful step that seemed to exude an indescribable mysteriousness. The attacks of the exquisite killing formation did not descend. Everyone from Enigma Palace frowned slightly. However, nobody minded it since it was just a single step. Immediately after, Demoness G advanced through the exquisite killing formation with mysterious steps towards Yen Beichin. The distance between the two of them shortened rapidly. Right from the beginning, The exquisite killing formation had not attacked Demoness G once. How could this be? Her footwork is completely different from the steps required to dispel the exquisite killing formation. They're completely wrong, but why isn't the exquisite killing formation reacting at all? The mighty figures of Enigma Palace were shocked and puzzled. That footwork? The half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace were bewildered, as though they had thought of something but were unsure. It's the exquisite steps. Right then, Heavenly Secrets said slowly. What? Everyone from Enigma Palace was shocked. Heavenly Secrets said in a deep voice, Demoness G used the exquisite steps just like Founder Master Linglong in the past. With the aura of Founder Master Linglong, there's naturally no way this killing formation would attack her. The inheritance that Demoness G obtained in the Human Emperor's palace was clearly the Heaven Fiend dance. How could it be the exquisite steps? Someone asked in disbelief. I'm not sure about that. Heavenly Secrets shook his head. This exquisite steps was the ultimate technique that brought Fairy Linglong to fame. With that footwork at her peak, Fairy Linglong could even match the emperors of the primordial races. However, although Fairy Linglong established Enigma Palace, she did not leave the legacy of the exquisite steps in Enigma Palace. To think that the exquisite steps would reappear on the pure maiden of the fiend sex. Stop her! Heavenly Secrets suddenly said. We can't let her take away the Azura. Otherwise, Enigma Palace will never have peace. Some of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace did not hesitate when they received Heavenly Secrets' orders. Dermic arts were released, one towards Demoness G, who was inside the exquisite killing formation. Sensing danger, Demoness G could not help but chuckle with a mocking expression. To think that the young master of Enigma Palace would renege on his words. What a joke! You're wrong. Heavenly Secrets smiled indifferently. I only promised you that I won't stop you. However, I didn't say that the others of Enigma Palace won't stop you. Foo-foo, Demoness G laughed. To think that the young master of Enigma Palace would resort to such a trick. How despicable. Enigma Palace is a sacred place of the human race. Since when have we been reduced to such a state? Even I feel embarrassed for you. Although the attacks of many conjoint body mighty figures were ferocious, Demoness G could avoid danger each time with the use of her exquisite steps. When he heard Demoness G's mockery, the smile on Heavenly Secrets' face disappeared as he glanced sideways. Elders, please kill her. No, this won't do. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng's expression changed as he frowned. She obtained the inheritance of Founder Master Linglong. Even for the sake of the Founder Master, we can't kill her. Heavenly Secrets glanced sideways and asked coldly. If she takes the Azura away, he'll probably be at the Mahayana realm by the time he returns. At that time, there'll be rivers of blood in Enigma Palace. Who will take responsibility for that? But half-martial ancestor Li Heng wanted to argue still. However, Heavenly Secrets waved his hand. There's no need to argue about this. As the young master of Enigma Palace, I have the right to give this order. Strike. The other half-martial ancestors frowned slightly and were hesitant. Demoness G had obtained the inheritance of Founder Master Linglong, and it was the most important inheritance. If they attacked her, it would be a great disrespect to Founder Master Linglong. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove exchanged glances. Both of them could see a fleeting, strange blood glint in the depths of the other's eyes. Bang! Bang! The two half-martial ancestors attacked at the same time without any reservations. The might of a half-martial ancestor descended. Although Demoness G had the exquisite steps, her movement speed was still greatly affected. How dare you? Demoness G hollered softly. I've obtained Fairy Linglong's inheritance, and yet you guys dare to try and kill me. Humph. A demoness that bewitches the entire world deserves to die. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian hollered and was unmoved. A fiend and a demoness barging into Enigma Palace is a crime punishable by death. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove said coldly. Shoo! Shoo! Two flying swords slashed down. They slashed down almost at Demoness G's head. A wisp of black hair fell. It was a close shave. Demoness G broke out in cold sweat. Normally speaking, given the fact that she inherited the exquisite steps, Enigma Palace would not harm her even if she committed a grave mistake on account of founder Master Ling Long. However, she had not expected Enigma Palace to be so ruthless. Poof! Poof! In her moment of distraction, 2 wounds appeared on her body. Even with the exquisite steps, she could not last long against the pursuit of 2 half-martial ancestors. Am I going to be buried in the exquisite killing formation today? Demoness G laughed bitterly. All of a sudden, a long howl sounded from afar, as loud as the clouds and approaching rapidly like a thunderbolt. Demoness G's eyes lit up when she heard that howl. Heavenly Secrets narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, having already guessed who it was. It's him! MMM. Everyone from Enigma Palace frowned slightly. It was a robust roar with surging blood chi. Although they were thousands of kilometers apart, one could still sense the strength of the intruder. What's happening? Who dares to come over to Enigma Palace to create a ruckus? A mighty figure of Enigma Palace looked into the distance with an unfriendly expression. Seems like it's time for Enigma Palace to establish our dominance. Another mighty figure said slowly, Let's go. The mighty figure of Enigma Palace leaped up and said in a deep voice, Let me see who's the intruder. If you're here to target Enigma Palace, Fufu, don't blame me for being nasty. The other conjoint body mighty figure soared into the air as well. I'll go with you. Both mighty figures felt pent up. Be it the Azura Yanbeichen at the front or Demoness G who came later on, the 2 mighty figures could not defeat either of them. Now that another tactless person had arrived, the 2 conjoint body mighty figures could not help but speed in the direction of the howl. However, the 2 of them did not walk far before 2 figures appeared in the distant horizon and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. One of them was a young monk holding a green lantern in his hands. He had handsome features, clear eyes, and a calm expression. The other person had green robes and black hair, looking refined and scholarly. However, there was a sharp glint in the scholar's eyes and he exuded a shuddering killing intent. Who are you? The mighty figure of Enigma Palace hollered. Desolate Marshal. The green-robed cultivator did not stop in his tracks and said 2 words that were earth-shattering. The expressions of the 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace changed starkly. It was mighty figure Desolate Marshal. Although they resided deep in Enigma Palace and rarely roamed the cultivation world, they had heard too many rumors about Desolate Marshal over the years. The moment Desolate Marshal's name was spoken, the auras of the 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace were crushed. This is Enigma Palace. One of the conjoint body mighty figures took a deep breath and composed himself, saying in a deep voice, Even if you're Desolate Marshal, you can't barge in. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Throughout history, no one had been able to barge into Enigma Palace. As the largest sect and faction in the cultivation world, Enigma Palace's foundation was terrifying and could not be shaken by a couple of paragons and monster incarnates. The 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace gradually became more spirited when they thought about their fellow sect mates and 10 half-martial ancestors behind them. Scram! Su Zimo's gaze shifted. When he saw Yen Beichen and Demoness G trapped in the exquisite killing formation and met with danger repeatedly, his expression turned cold and his killing intent surged. Audacious! The 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace hollered with darkened expressions. As mighty figures with the backing of Enigma Palace, they had never been scolded like this before. You guys are the audacious ones. Su Zimo's gaze was like lightning, and he had no intention of wasting his breath on the 2 of them. Without stopping, he charged forward and threw 2 punches towards them. You! The 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace widened their eyes and channeled their blood chi and dermic powers hurriedly, raising their arms to defend. They had not expected that Su Zimo would be even more domineering than the Azura and attack them without a second word. Bang! Bang! The 2 mighty figures of Enigma Palace blocked Su Zimo's fist. However, both of their faces revealed immense pain. Crackle! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Their arms were snapped by Su Zimo's fist, The power of that punch was still extremely terrifying, breaking through their defenses and landing on their chests. Poof! An arrow of blood burst forth from their backs. Their chests were punctured by Su Zimo's punch and their hearts exploded. Their blood chi deteriorated instantly. Conjoint body mighty figures could regrow severed limbs by surging dermic powers. However, that punch nearly ruptured their bodies and their injuries were way too severe that they could not recover within a short period of time. Two conjoint body mighty figures fell from midair with pale expressions. In fact, neither of them could stop Su Zimo at all. Zimo, don't step into this formation. Right then, Demoness G's voice sounded. As long as you can stop the others, I can take Yen Beichin and leave. All right. Su Zimo nodded in agreement. He had long heard about the legend of the exquisite killing formation. Given his combat strength, he would not be able to escape if he were to fall in and would only be buried. Desolate Marshal, Half-Martial Ancestor Li Heng said in a deep voice. You've already sown deep feuds with many super sects, and yet you dare to provoke Enigma Palace? I have no feud with Enigma Palace, and I've never thought of becoming enemies with you guys, Su Zimo said slowly. However, Heavenly Secrets set up a trap in Heaven and Earth Valley and harmed my life. There's only one person I want to kill. What a joke! Heavenly Secrets is the young master of Enigma Palace. Half-Martial Ancestor Li Heng frowned. If you want to kill him, you'll be going against Enigma Palace. If I'm not wrong, the titular disciple of Enigma Palace is Lin Xuanji, and he's the #1 candidate for the young master. Since when was it Heavenly Secrets' turn to cause trouble? Su Zimo asked coldly. Where's Lin Xuanji? Get him to come out and meet me, Su Zimo shouted. Desolate Marshal, you have rapacious designs and colluded with a primordial taboo to try and massacre humans to rule over Tianhuang mainland. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. Lin Xuanji has a close relationship with you and can't be unrelated. He was suppressed under palace rules a long time ago. All right, Su Zimo nodded. Since that's the case, there's no need to talk about it. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo strode forward and arrived before Half-Martial Ancestor Divine Turtle Dove and Half-Martial Ancestor Chen Tian in the blink of an eye, chanting Sanskrit. Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Mi, Ham. The 6 words of Daming Mantra were released at the same time. Su Zimo's hands changed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 Daming Dermic Seals burst forth and suppressed the 2 Half-Martial Ancestors. You must have a death wish. Insolent. The many experts of Enigma Palace cursed. There were a total of 10 Half-Martial Ancestors standing here. There were more than 100 conjoint body mighty figures present. Unless there was a Mahayana patriarch, such terrifying strength was not something a mere conjoint body mighty figure could contend against. It wasn't just Half-Martial Ancestor Divine Turtle Dove and Half-Martial Ancestor Chen Tian. The other Half-Martial Ancestors attacked as well, wanting to suppress Desolate Marshal right away. At the same time, 100 conjoint body mighty figures surrounded him. Junior brother, leave these conjoint body mighty figures to me, Mingjun said in a deep voice. Before his sentence was finished, Mingjun surveyed his surroundings and chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly. He conjured hand seals and attacked the conjoint body mighty figures. Hell Suppression Seal, the legacy dermic seal of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The descent of that seal could suppress hell. The moment the gigantic seal descended, the mighty figures of Enigma Palace felt a suffocating might and their expressions changed. Of course, there were many mighty figures in Enigma Palace. Although the Hell Suppression Seal was powerful, Mingjun's cultivation was slightly inferior to suppress 100 conjoint body mighty figures. He had just advanced to the conjoint body realm after all. On the other side, the moment Su Zimo exchanged blows with the 10 Half-Martial Ancestors, he did not hold back at all and a massive battle broke out. The mountains shook and the weather changed. Whoosh! 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 10 Half-Martial Ancestors of Enigma Palace attacked at the same time and more than 10 dermic weapons tore through the air and whistled through the air, releasing an extremely terrifying power. The dermic weapons of Half-Martial Ancestors were even stronger than mighty figure dermic weapons. There was a trace of divine power in those dermic weapons. Although that trace of divine power could not turn dermic weapons into dermic treasures, it was enough to transform mighty figure dermic weapons and increase their strength significantly. If it was a mighty figure dermic weapon, Su Zimo could fight it head-on with his Green Lotus true body. However, he did not dare to be careless against so many half-martial ancestor dermic weapons. Slapping his storage bag, Su Zimo took out a dark gray mountain, and it expanded with the wind. It was the ancient unique treasure, the mystic magnet mountain. In the blink of an eye, the mystic magnet mountain had already grown to a height of 1,000 feet. At the conjoint body realm, Su Zimo's dermic powers were pure and powerful. The size of the mystic magnet mountain was also increasing, and the magnetic force it emitted was at its limits. The mountain peak that was 1,000 feet tall descended and shrouded everyone's heads. It simply covered the skies and rumbled with a suffocating might. The power of magnetism had a huge impact on the many dermic weapons present. The more metal ores and materials used in the dermic weapons, the stronger the suction force. Some of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace were distracted, and their destiny dermic weapons left their control and flew towards the mystic magnet mountain. Cling! Clang! In the blink of an eye, dozens of dermic weapons flew away and were pinned motionlessly on the mystic magnet mountain. With that, the pressure on Mingjin decreased significantly. However, the mystic magnet mountain had almost no effect on a half-martial ancestor dermic weapon. Humph! Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian sneered. Our dermic weapons are fused with the power of divine powers, and the mystic magnet mountain is useless. So, this ancient unique treasure is in your hands. That's perfect. Since you've offered yourself, Enigma Palace will accept this ancient unique treasure. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove did not conceal his intention to kill for the treasure. You still want to snatch my treasure? A green streak of light appeared on Su Zimo's glabella, and he scooped, squeezing the creation lotus platform in his palm as he said coldly, I'm just afraid you won't be alive to do so. Swoosh! Su Zimo channeled his blood chi, and instantly, the sound of a tsunami surged from his body in a terrifying manner. Bang! 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 His blood chi surged and a glow spread. He raised the creation lotus platform and repelled all the incoming half-martial ancestor dermic weapons. The creation green lotus was indestructible. Even a half-martial ancestor dermic weapon could not destroy it. Mystic firmament sword chi. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian conjured hand seals, and dermic powers surged between his hands. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic sword was formed with a sharp edge and torrential sword chi. Slay! He pointed forward and hollered softly. The gigantic sword tore through the air as though it wanted to slice the world into two. Mystic firmament dermic seal. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng conjured a dermic seal, and his dermic powers were incomparably pure. Carrying the might of thunder, he smashed down towards Su Zimo. Mystic firmament cyclone. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove rubbed his palms together, and a dermic power storm swept over, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere in a dizzying manner. The other half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace attacked one after another and released terrifying dermic arts. The cultivation techniques that the half-martial ancestors cultivated were the foundational secret of Enigma Palace. The Mystic Firmament Record. The Mystic Firmament Record was created by Fairy Linglong and was all-encompassing. Be it dermic arts, secret skills, sword arts, formation, elixir, and weapon refinement techniques, they were all detailed within. More importantly, it was said that the human emperor chipped in to perfect it at the end of the book, causing the power of this cultivation technique to increase tremendously. The dermic arts of a half-martial ancestor were no small matter. Furthermore, there was a wisp of divine power in those dermic arts. No matter how strong the dermic powers of a conjoint body were or the grade of his cultivation techniques, they were no match for the dermic arts of a half-martial ancestor. On the other side, heavenly secrets did not attack Su Zimo. He had a deeper understanding of the entire situation. On the surface, Su Zimo was the greatest threat right now. However, in reality, Su Zimo alone was not enough to deal with Enigma Palace. The key to this battle was to kill the Azura as soon as possible. Therefore, at the start of the battle, Heavenly Secrets left the battlefield and arrived above the exquisite killing formation. Although he had a smile on his face, he released a killing move in his hands, prepared to kill Demoness G and the Azura within. When he saw that, Su Zimo did not hesitate. He closed his sword fingers and conjured a sword art, roaring into the skies. Bang! Boom! Boom! Killing intent shook the heavens and countless stars appeared in the firmaments, shifting positions with chaotic trajectories. When the heavens' killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. TSK, TSK, TSK. One after another, sword chi burst forth from Su Zimo's body in a blinding manner in tens of thousands. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others were shocked. The Battle of Biming Town and Six Stars Mountain happened recently. Furthermore, it was relatively secretive and almost nobody saw it. Many experts of Enigma Palace knew that Su Zimo knew the heaven-slaying sword art, but none of them knew that he had already comprehended it to that level. The heaven-slaying sword chi enveloped every single point of sight. Under normal circumstances, even the heaven-slaying sword chi could not fight against dermic arts that were fused with a single divine power given Su Zimo's cultivation realm. However, there were way too many heaven-slaying sword chi. If one sword chi was not enough, he would use 10. If 10 was not enough, he would use 100 or 1,000. Although the gigantic sword conjured by half-martial ancestor Chen Tian was sharp and had a torrential sword chi, it was filled with injuries when it was struck by the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword chi and dissipated instantly. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng's mystic firmament dermic seal was riddled with holes by the heaven-slaying sword chi. The mystic firmament cyclone of half-martial ancestor divine turtle dove had already been pierced by the heaven-slaying sword chi and dissipated into the world. Bang! 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 10,000 sword chi burst forth and clashed against the dermic arts of the 10 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace, causing a deafening bang. The entire void was almost torn apart by the thousands of sword chi. The dermic powers in the battlefield surged. Even ordinary conjoint body mighty figures wouldn't be able to withstand such a collision and would be shredded into pieces by the various powers. That killing intent and sharpness were way too immense. The dermic arts of the 10 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace were blocked completely. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others had wary expressions and had no choice but to retreat slightly to avoid the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi for the time being. Some of the mighty figures of Enigma Palace who were initially exchanging blows with Mingzhan could not dodge in time and were slashed down by the incoming heaven-slaying sword chi. None of them had expected Su Zimo to be able to release such a terrifying counterattack against the suppression of 10 half-martial ancestors. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he released boundless golden light. Instantly, he arrived before Heavenly Secrets and raised the creation lotus platform, smashing it towards the latter's head. Heavenly Secrets wanted to kill the Azura and Demoness G. There was no way Su Zimo would let him succeed. Unknowingly, a folding fan had already appeared in Heavenly Secrets' hands. The smile on Heavenly Secrets' face did not reduce when he saw Su Zimo appear. He closed his folding fan and tapped towards Su Zimo's creation lotus platform. The folding fan was about to collide with the creation lotus platform. The corners of Heavenly Secrets' lips curled as he revealed a strange smile. Suddenly, the folding fan in his hands changed directions and pointed forward. The folding fan tapped towards Su Zimo's wrist. This time round, the variation was extremely small and it was a last-minute change. It was rather sentient and displayed Heavenly Secrets' powerful heart. Heavenly Secrets was definitely not weak to become the young master of Enigma Palace. It was not only in terms of his scheming and planning. His combat strength was extraordinary as well. Back in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, he could even fight Yen Beichen. If not for Monk Daming's secret attack to destroy Heavenly Secrets' blood refinement fiend Sutra, Yen Beichen would have been doomed in that battle. All right. Su Zimo's spirit perception was strong, and he sensed it before Heavenly Secrets changed tactics. He stopped in time and forcefully lifted his wrist. If his wrist were to collide with Heavenly Secrets' folding fan, even if it wasn't severely injured, the outcome wouldn't be good. Heavenly Secrets sneered coldly. He seized the opportunity to retreat and distance himself from Suzimo. Desolate Marshal, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Heavenly Secrets still had a smile on his face, as though he was in control of everything and was incomparably confident. Suzimo's gaze landed on the half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace who were charging over and suddenly shouted, "Your young master of Enigma Palace has cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra." The 10 half-martial ancestors paused for a moment. Most of the half-martial ancestors frowned and revealed puzzled expressions. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra was way too terrifying that even they were wary of it. If the young master of Enigma Palace were to cultivate it, things would get out of hand. Only half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove and half-martial ancestor Xianxia had calm expressions. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove sneered, "Desolate Marshal, what nonsense are you spouting? You can't slander the young master of Enigma Palace casually." "That's right," half-martial ancestor Xianxia said coldly, "Desolate Marshal, you're the one who truly cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Back in the Battle of Myriad Phenomenon City, countless people witnessed you releasing the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Fufu." At that point, the many half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace nodded to themselves and the doubts they had vanished. Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. He had indeed cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, but he had sensed the danger in time and no longer used it. However, it was different for Heavenly Secrets. In order to cultivate his fiend techniques, Heavenly Secrets even set up a killing trap in Heaven and Earth Valley and schemed against countless sects and factions to refine the bloodlines of all the experts in the world. Although he and Heavenly Secrets cultivated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, they were fundamentally different. However, there was no way to explain that. Nobody would believe him even if he explained it. Not far away, Heavenly Secrets smiled faintly with a mocking expression, as though he was mocking Suzimo's unnecessary actions. "Desolate Marshal, why are you doing this?" Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. "It's fine if you don't believe me." Suzimo had a calm expression. "Let's see how long you can last in my hands without using the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra." Since everyone from Enigma Palace did not believe him, Suzimo would force Heavenly Secrets to use it in public. At that time, the truth would naturally be revealed. "Desolate Marshal, you underestimate me." Heavenly Secrets shook his head gently and retracted his smile gradually. "You've only just entered the conjoint body realm. Do you really think that you're invincible among your peers? It's enough to suppress you." Suzimo's gaze intensified as he conjured hand seals. His body shone with the power of thunder and was blinding, as though he was in a thunderstorm. "All right." Heavenly Secrets nodded slightly. "I'll show you what I'm capable of." 5 celestial degenerations. First, Heavenly Secrets' hands shifted continuously as he conjured an extremely mysterious dermic art and pointed it at Suzimo. A strange power descended. Suzimo could not dodge at all. The dermic power that Suzimo had just conjured dissipated rapidly. The power of thunder dimmed and vanished in the blink of an eye. Second degeneration. Essence Spirit Degeneration. Heavenly Secrets hollered and changed his hand seal, pointing at Suzimo. A strange power descended on his Essence Spirit. As though his Essence Spirit was locked by an extremely terrifying power, the power of his Essence Spirit deteriorated at an extremely fast speed. Even though his Essence Spirit was fused with the Tao of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects and was pure and condensed, it could not defend against the corrosion of that power. At this speed, his Essence Spirit would probably wither within dozens of breaths. Suzimo's expression changed slightly as he moved his palm and sent the creation Lotus platform into his consciousness. The black-haired Essence Spirit strode onto the creation Lotus platform and assumed a lotus position. Shoo! 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 The 63 lotus holes spewed out rays of green light that surrounded the black-haired Essence Spirit and gradually negated the power. Even so, Suzimo broke out in cold sweat. Such methods were truly unheard of. There were many dermic arts and secret skills in the world. Even with his experience, He had never encountered such a terrifying secret skill. Phoo! Right then, Heavenly Secrets chuckled. Not bad, you're actually able to withstand the first two powers of degeneration. After a brief pause, he changed the topic. However, there are three more. I want to see how long you can last in my hands. This was what Su Zimo said earlier on, and Heavenly Secrets returned it completely. Third degeneration. Physical body degeneration. Heavenly Secrets pointed his dermic art at Su Zimo. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The strange power descended once more. But this time round, his flesh began to wither and his life force drained under the influence of that power. Before he could react, Heavenly Secrets' voice sounded once more. Fourth degeneration. Bloodline degeneration. The moment he said that, Su Zimo's blood chi began to deteriorate and drain rapidly as well. His body was like a gigantic airbag with a hole punctured. His blood chi drained continuously at a shocking speed. His body and blood chi were failing at the same time. Heavenly Secrets had a smug expression as he smiled gently. The dermic art in his hands changed once more as he said slowly, Fifth degeneration, lifespan degeneration. Instantly, Su Zimo's lifespan decreased continuously. A secret skill to reduce one's lifespan. Up till this point of his cultivation, apart from Baron from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo had not encountered a secret skill that could reduce one's lifespan. But today, he finally saw it on Heavenly Secrets. Although this secret skill was not as terrifying as Baron, it had the effect of decreasing one's lifespan by hundreds of years with a single breath. What was even more frightening was that the secret skill released by Heavenly Secrets did not merely reduce one's lifespan. It degenerated the 5 sources of power of a cultivator. Dermic powers, essence spirits, physical body, bloodline, and lifespan. These were the 5 degenerations of celestial beings. The celestial 5 degenerations used the power of heaven and earth to weaken the root of a cultivator's strength. There were very few people who could cultivate the secret skills of the mystic firmament record successfully. It was already rare for cultivators of Enigma Palace to cultivate the first 2 degenerations. Even from the ancient era till now, there were not many people who could cultivate the 5 degenerations completely. The celestial 5 degenerations was extremely powerful. If all 5 degenerations were released and used on a person at the same time, that person's dermic powers, essence spirit, physical body, bloodline, and lifespan would be depleted. Even if that person did not die, he would be equivalent to a cripple. The scariest thing was that this person had to watch helplessly as his dermic powers, essence spirit, physical body, bloodline, and lifespan withered. He had to endure the pain and suffering. In the ancient era, there were often cultivators who could not endure it before the end and committed suicide on the spot with their Tao hearts crushed. The fact that their cultivations that they had worked so hard till this point to grind was destroyed overnight was an experience worse than death. Su Zimo sensed the changes in his body with a cold expression. Heavenly Secrets' combat strength was indeed strong. If he had encountered Heavenly Secrets a few years ago, he would have been doomed. But now that his Green Lotus true body had undergone a complete transformation, Su Zimo was equivalent to a reborn Grade 7 creation Green Lotus. Legend has it that the creation Green Lotus was an utmost treasure of the upper world and could only be born after seizing the creation of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the celestial 5 degenerations was, it merely borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Let's see if your celestial 5 degenerations or my Green Lotus true body is stronger. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he channeled his bloodline with all his might. Under the envelopment of the power of the celestial 5 degenerations, his aura rose against the tide and surged rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through a critical point. Su Zimo's figure seemed to vanish from the spot, and in its place was a towering creation Green Lotus that connected heaven and earth. It was jade green and crystalline without any impurities. A gigantic lotus blossomed slowly with a dazzling glow. Bloodline phenomenon. This is Creation Green Lotus. The many half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace exclaimed. Even Heavenly Secrets frowned. He could predict everything in the world and divine everyone except Su Zimo. Previously, he tried to divine Su Zimo's situation but nearly suffered a backlash and his essence spirit was almost destroyed. Ever since then, he no longer dared to attempt it. Be it the Battle of Biming Town or Heaven and Earth Valley, few people in the cultivation world knew about it. Less than that, they did not know that Su Zimo had already grown to such an extent. By the looks of it, Desolate Marshal has already fused with the creation Green Lotus. How terrifying! As expected of the strongest monster incarnate in history. Does this mean that Desolate Marshal will grow together with the creation Green Lotus, and its cultivation will advance together with his? That's a little terrifying. If the creation Green Lotus grows to grade 8, even Emperor weapons won't be able to destroy it. Many half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace could not help but exclaim when they saw that. The power of the Celestial 5 degenerations gradually dissipated. Although the Celestial 5 degenerations could weaken anyone, it could not do anything to the creation Green Lotus. Humph! Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove said coldly. What is there to be worried about? Let's join forces and kill Desolate Marshal here to eliminate all future troubles once and for all. That's right. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian nodded as well. Everyone, Desolate Marshal colluded with a primordial taboo and has evil intentions. He's even more dangerous than the Azura and we can't let him leave. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng hesitated for a moment. However, when he saw that the two half-martial ancestors, Divine Turtle Dove and Chen Tian, had already charged forward, he could only attack as well. 10 half-martial ancestors charged forward once more. The creation Green Lotus swayed gently and released a terrifying power. The void was like a calm lake that suddenly rippled. The 10 half-martial ancestors had grim expressions. Although the ripples looked weak, they were extremely terrifying. Even their bodies would be crushed if they were rammed by it. The 10 half-martial ancestors controlled their destiny dermic weapons and blocked in front of them, neutralizing the incoming ripples. They did not have an easy time defending against the ripples. The 10 half-martial ancestors shuddered and looked at Su Zimo with even more caution in their eyes. Bang! 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 After a slight breather, Heavenly Secrets joined forces with the 10 half-martial ancestors and counterattacked. Dermic arts tore through the air and the power of half-martial ancestors descended. They surged and struck the creation Green Lotus. The attacks rained down like a violent storm and the creation Green Lotus bent from the wind several times and was almost crushed. However, the creation Green Lotus straightened its body before long and stood proudly. The storm was intensifying. Finally, this creation Green Lotus of the universe could not hold on any longer. The lotus leaves on the Green Lotus were riddled with holes and wounds appeared on its stem as well. Su Zimo could not withstand it and his human figure reappeared. Desolate Marshal, you're finished, Heavenly Secrets said coldly. Not necessarily. As Su Zimo's blood chi surged, the wounds on his body healed rapidly. His gaze inadvertently landed on the exquisite killing formation beneath. At that moment, two figures walked out slowly from the exquisite killing formation. Heavenly Secrets' expression changed. As though he realized something, his figure swayed and he suddenly dodged into the distance. Right then, a pitch-black saber beam descended from the skies, slashing in the direction of Heavenly Secrets with endless hatred and torrential killing intent. Heavenly Secrets had sensed it long ago and avoided it first. Another half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace who was standing there as well did not have the same luck. When the half-martial ancestor saw that he could not dodge, he raised the saber in his hands instinctively, wanting to defend and find another chance to escape. Clang! The pitch-black saber beam struck his saber. The saber beam shuddered and revealed its true form. It was the Azura, Yen Beichen's hatred fiend saber. The fiend chi intensified. The saber of the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace shattered instantly. The saber beam expanded and cut the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace into two. Fresh blood gushed out. The half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace channeled his dermic powers fanatically and wanted to reconstruct the lower half of his body. However, the pitch-black fiend chi on the hatred fiend saber had already surged into his body through the wound. Not only did that fiend chi contain the hatred fiend chi, there was also the Azura fiend chi. The power of hatred and killing dominated the body of the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace and destroyed all life. If this half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace were to abandon his body and escape from the battlefield with his essence spirit, he could still survive. By the time he realized, it was already too late. Fiend Chi surged into his spirit platform and tore through his consciousness, devouring his essence spirit. In the blink of an eye, his essence spirit was destroyed and he died. A half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace was dead. Heavenly secrets. Pay with your life. A roar filled with hatred and killing intent sounded in the world. Anyone who heard it could sense the grief and indignation in it. Up till this point of the battle, Su Zimo had finally won some time. The Azura had reappeared. In the depths of the heaven-expanding mountain range, in a long tunnel, two furtive figures were advancing carefully. Little Fatty walked at the front with a map in his left hand and a geomantic compass in his right. From time to time, he would match the map and continue digging. The commotion of Enigma Palace seems a little too great? Shijian followed behind and muttered softly. At that moment, they were deep underground and the voices of the people above could no longer be heard. However, the sounds of the battle broke out from time to time. The ground shook and mud would splash occasionally. Although they had yet to even catch sight of the tomb, their faces were covered in dirt. Who knows? Logically speaking, the Azura should have been killed by the exquisite killing formation a long time ago. Could something have happened? Shijian shook his head. By the time Su Zimo and the others arrived, Shijian and Little Fatty had already dug underground and did not know what was happening above. They merely heard the endless sounds of battle. Who cares? The more they fight, the better. That way, we won't have any chance of being exposed. Shijian shook his head and said casually before continuing to study the treasure map. Are you sure you can do it? It's been so long but we haven't even caught a glimpse of the tomb. Shijian came over and grumbled. Little Fatty was also sweating profusely as he said embarrassedly, "The location of this tomb is indeed difficult to locate. Furthermore, there are many seals. Along the way, we've already broken dozens of seals. There's truly something strange about this heaven-expanding mountain range. Ever since we entered, my geomantic compass is no longer useful and I can't differentiate directions. Are we lost?" Shijian was shocked. No. Little Fatty shook his head hurriedly. Don't worry. Judging from the location of the map, we're almost there. This tomb is so secluded with many layers of seals. There's definitely great treasures within. Hurry and work harder, Little Fatty urged. Shijian controlled the 5 elements puppets and continued to dig forward according to Little Fatty's instructions. Using the puppets to open up the path would save time and energy. Furthermore, he and Little Fatty won't be implicated even if there were any dangers. A moment later, Little Fatty hollered, "Stop!" Shijian's spirit consciousness moved and the 5 elements puppets stopped. Look at the location. It should be around the left side. I'll do it personally. Rubbing his chubby palms, Little Fatty raised his spatula and started digging to the left. Before long, he lifted the spatula. Little Fatty's eyes lit up as he grinned. Success! I finally dug through it. I'll go and pick my treasures first. Shijian was invigorated and pushed Little Fatty away hurriedly. He dug around the hole a few times before entering through it. He was halfway in when he raised his head and was stunned. Little Fatty was waiting at the back. When he saw Shijian stop halfway through the climb, he could not help but urge, "Hurry and go in. Don't stay here." Unable to wait any longer, Little Fatty pushed Shijian over with both hands before climbing ahead himself. After entering the tomb, Little Fatty looked around excitedly with widened eyes. The chamber was a little strange. It was not big and could be seen at a glance. It was empty with nothing but a person. Stunned, Little Fatty glared at the person before him with widened eyes. Why was there someone here? That person's back was facing them and he exuded a life force. Clearly, he was not a dead man but a living being. Right then, The person turned around slowly and sighed. You guys are finally here. You're killing me. Lin Xuanji, little fatty and Shi Jian exclaimed. The person in the chamber was Lin Xuanji, who had invited the two of them here. How unlucky, Shi Jian remarked indignantly. To think that this lad beat us to it and wasted our efforts again. Something's not right. Little fatty frowned. He looked around and felt that something was amiss. This isn't a tomb chamber. Shi Jian gradually came to his senses as well and mumbled, This looks like a prison. Lin Xuanji coughed gently with an embarrassed expression. Gradually, little fatty realized something and yelled, Lin Xuanji, fuck. You were locked here and actually created a treasure map to trick the two of us here to dig a tomb. Little fatty charged forward with bloodshot eyes and a furious expression. He gripped Lin Xuanji's neck tightly, wanting nothing more than to kill the latter. Fuck. Lin Xuanji, you sure are evil. Shi Jian snapped out of his stupor as well and could not help but curse. All right. That's enough. Lin Xuanji struggled for a moment before heaving a sigh of relief and saying while panting, I'm not lying. There are indeed treasures here. Where? Take them out. Little fatty spread his hands and demanded angrily. From the looks of it, if Lin Xuanji could not produce any treasures, he would have to rush up and kill the latter. Lin Xuanji coughed and pointed to himself, saying self-righteously, I'm the greatest treasure. What treasure is more precious than me? Fuck. Little fatty and Shi Jian felt their stomachs rumble and almost vomited on the spot. The two of them truly had no way of dealing with such a shameless person. Silly Jian, haven't you been pestering me to let you pick a treasure? This great treasure is for you. Little fatty pointed at Lin Xuanji. Shi Jian's face was filled with rejection as he remarked in disdain, I don't want that. This old lad is way too much. He's even more of a scam than you. Brothers, I had no choice either, Lin Xuanji explained. I was plotted against by my fellow sect mates and was locked here with no way out. What about the treasure map you sent out? Little fatty glanced askance. I still have some tricks up my sleeves. It's not difficult for me to send a message, Lin Xuanji said. No matter how much I think about it, only two of you can save me. Brothers, you've been in the tomb robbing business for many years and are experienced. No one can match you. Be it the tomb of a mighty figure or a patriarch, both of you are able to come and go as you please. There are layers of seals beneath here and no one can determine the direction. Brothers, the two of you were the only ones who could go against all odds to locate this place eventually. Brothers, although you're only Dharma characteristic Tao lords, even conjoint body mighty figures and Mahayana patriarchs can't compare to such methods of yours. Given your capabilities, both of you will definitely leave your names in history. Little Fatty had a glib tongue and praised Little Fatty and Shi Jian fervently. Shi Jian was already completely lost and immersed in the fantasy of having his name passed down through history. Little Fatty was the only one who was trying his best to control himself. However, he could not stop the smugness in his eyes. Cough! Finally, Little Fatty coughed gently and waved it off pretentiously. It's better to keep a low profile for something like this. It's enough that you know about it. Don't spread it. We're brothers, not people who value fame and fortune, Shi Jian added. Why yes. Lin Xuanji nodded hurriedly. Brothers, you are the most aloof from worldly affairs among the people I know. Brothers, you have righteous personalities and you're filled with the strongest sense of justice. Little Fatty and Shi Jian were invigorated and beamed brightly. Suddenly, it felt as though this trip was completely worth it. Lin Xuanji rolled his eyes. Even if the two of them could take it, he was almost about to throw up from whatever he was saying. Demoness Ji brought Yan Beichen out of the exquisite killing formation. Yan Beichen had been suppressing a surge of hatred and anger in his heart the entire time. As the hatred was vented with that single slash, a half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace was killed on the spot. Of course, the reason why the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace died was also because he had fought Su Zimo previously. Right now, he was no longer at his peak. Furthermore, his attention was entirely focused on Su Zimo. He had not expected such a terrifying slash to be released from below. The moment the Azura appeared, the situation changed instantly. When Su Zimo was alone, the 10 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace and a monster incarnate like Heavenly Secrets were already in a stalemate with him. Now that there was an additional Azura with torrential hatred and a murderous aura while Enigma Palace was missing a half-martial ancestor, the situation took a turn for the worse. "I'll help Ming Zhen." Demoness Ji knew very well that given her combat strength, even if she helped Su Zimo, it would be difficult for her to pose much of a threat to half-martial ancestor experts. On the other side, Ming Zhen was fighting against 100 mighty figures of Enigma Palace alone and could barely hold on. With light steps, she arrived on the battlefield and smiled at the mighty figures of Enigma Palace, exhaling with a sweet fragrance. "Everyone, do you really want to be enemies with me?" After cultivating the pure Maiden Sutra, Demoness Ji exuded an indescribable and unstoppable charm. Even women would want to get close to her unconsciously, let alone men. This was a true charm that could turn the world upside down. On the other side, Yen Beichen no longer had anyone else in his eyes. He was completely immersed within his own hatred. There was no life and death or reservations in his heart. There was only a single thought: to kill Heavenly Secrets and take revenge for Qin Pian Ran. Yen Beichen's eyes were pitch black and were completely occupied by the hatred fiend Qi. Heavenly Secrets suddenly felt chills run down his spine as he looked at the pitch-black fiend eyes. This was Enigma Palace after all. Even with the Azura and Desolate Marshal, they won't be able to cause any trouble. However, against a lunatic like the Azura, Heavenly Secrets suddenly felt regret. To be precise, he was the one who created this generation's Azura. Yen Beichen was already covered in injuries after taking 209 steps in the exquisite killing formation. However, at that moment he did not feel any pain. He soared into the air and charged towards Heavenly Secrets with the hatred fiend saber. "Die, fiend!" Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove hollered and slapped his storage bag. A golden streak of light flew out and lunged towards Yen Beichen. The golden light was not a dermic weapon, but a living being. Su Zimo could clearly see that it was a bird, a divine turtle dove. The divine turtle dove was a pure-blooded ferocious beast, and it was said that it possessed the bloodline of a three-legged golden crow. When cultivated to its limits, it could even transform into a true three-legged golden crow. This divine turtle dove was extremely fast and had a powerful bloodline. Its body burned with golden flames, and by the looks of it, it was on the verge of transformation. Yen Beichen did not stop in his tracks, as though he had not seen the divine turtle dove at all. The other half-martial ancestors attacked as well. Although Yen Beichen was unable to extricate himself from the depths of his hatred and killing instincts, he had absolute trust in Su Zimo. He knew that Su Zimo would definitely help him stop the others. Su Zimo made a move. A pair of wings grew from Su Zimo's back and lightning flashed on his body. Releasing boundless golden light, his speed was at its limits. His movement technique was even faster than the divine turtle dove, and he stopped it before extending his palm to grab the ladder. The divine turtle dove let out a long cry and its gaze was ferocious. The flames on its body intensified as it reached out with its sharp claws, wanting to tear Su Zimo's palm apart. "Beast! How dare you act so brazenly before me?" Su Zimo hollered. "Notwithstanding the fact that you haven't transformed into a golden crow, I've even killed a true three-legged golden crow. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, this green lotus true body had indeed killed beings of the golden crow race. Against the sharp claws of the divine turtle dove, Su Zimo's palm had no intention of dodging and grabbed over. No matter how sharp the divine turtle dove's claws were, they could not injure the green lotus true body. In a flash, Su Zimo had already gripped the divine turtle dove in his palm and exerted strength. Groar! The divine turtle dove shrieked into the skies. It was too skinny and was not even the size of Su Zimo's palm. How could it withstand his burst power? "Desolate Marshal, how dare you?" Half-martial ancestor divine turtle dove roared. For so many years, that divine turtle dove had been by his side ever since he started cultivating. Even his Tao title was Divine Turtle Dove. This divine turtle dove was more important to him than anything. However, he was facing Desolate Marshall. Desolate Marshall was not afraid of his threat at all. Exerting strength in his palm, Su Zimo crushed the divine turtle dove and fresh blood gushed out. Its essence spirit could not even manage to escape, and it was killed by Su Zimo's palm. Even with the death of the divine turtle dove, the flames on its body did not extinguish and burned on Su Zimo's palm. Desolate Marshall. The flames of the divine turtle dove will never extinguish. The flames of the divine turtle dove will burn you to ashes. Even if you're the green lotus true body, nothing will change. Half-martial ancestor divine turtle dove said coldly. Not necessarily. Su Zimo sneered and swiftly conjured hand seals with his flaming palm. Swoosh. Suddenly, 3 flames burned in Su Zimo's palm. Scarlet Immortal Tao Fire. Golden Buddhist Tao Fire. Black Fiend Tao Fire. The 3 Tao fires burned and suppressed the divine turtle dove's flames in Su Zimo's palm instantly, devouring it without a trace. The attacks of half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others descended. Su Zimo's expression was cold, but his eyes seemed to be burning with 2 flames. He threw out the 3 Tao fires in his hands and hollered, "Kachirati Tao Fire!" Before his sentence was finished, an essence spirit flame burst forth from Su Zimo's essence spirit and fused into the 3 Tao fires. The flames intensified and surged into the air, engulfing towards half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others. The might of the Kachirati Tao fire was extremely strong and could threaten half-martial ancestors. Back on Six Stars Mountain, the reason why the Kachirati Tao fire was suppressed so easily was mainly because it was not condensed enough. The power of the Kachirati Tao fire was spread across the entire Six Stars Mountain and was naturally not a threat to conjoint body mighty figures and half-martial ancestor experts. However, it was different at that moment. The Kachirati Tao fire rained down and only targeted the 9 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace. A half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace wanted to fight it head-on with a dermic art. However, he did not expect his dermic art to be burned into nothingness the moment he released it. Even his destiny dermic weapon dimmed in the sea of flames. The half-martial ancestor realized that something was amiss and wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Sparks flew and landed on his body. In the blink of an eye, it expanded against the wind and he turned into a gigantic human-shaped fireball. Ah! The half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace struggled and howled in pain. No matter how he channeled the dermic powers of his bloodline, the Kachirati Tao fire on his body could not be extinguished. The vitality of a half-martial ancestor was way too exuberant. If it was any ordinary conjoint body mighty figure, they would have been burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The flames on the body of the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace lasted for more than 10 breaths before gradually extinguishing, leaving only ashes that scattered in the void. The Kachirati Tao fire descended and another half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace died. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others were also in the Tao fire and defended with all their might. All of them had ugly expressions and were drenched in sweat. On the other side, Yen Beichen clashed against Heavenly Secrets. Under normal circumstances, after cultivating the Hatred Sutra and Azura Sutra, Yen Beichen's combat strength should be even above Heavenly Secrets. However, he was injured and coupled with the fact that Heavenly Secrets had many methods, the two of them were in a stalemate and it was difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. Su Zimo controlled the Kachirati Tao fire and dermic powers surged endlessly. Burn it! In Su Zimo's consciousness, the creation lotus platform spun slowly and released rays of light that circled around the black-haired essence spirit, nourishing it and replenishing its power. If not for the creation lotus platform, Su Zimo would have collapsed a long time ago. The Kachirati Tao fire burned into the skies and trapped the remaining 8 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace within, causing the flames to burn stronger and more exuberant. Everyone, I don't want to be enemies with Enigma Palace, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. As long as you stay in the Tao fire quietly, you won't be in any danger. He was not Yen Beichen after all. He could still maintain his composure. Nobody knew if this matter was done by heavenly secrets alone or masterminded by Enigma Palace. At the end of the day, Su Zimo was on good terms with Lin Xuanji. Furthermore, he had interacted with an old man from Enigma Palace, and the latter did not seem like a bad person. As long as Lin Xuanji or the old man appeared, today's matter should end. Desolate Marshal. You killed a half-martial ancestor of our sect and you expect to stay out of things? Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian sneered. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove said coldly, "That's right, Desolate Marshal. You killed my spirit beast and barged into my palace. You and the Azura will have to die here today. The two of you had better shut up." Su Zimo's gaze was icy as he said slowly, "Otherwise, I'll send the two of you on your way first." Humph! Right then. A cold harumph sounded from Enigma Palace with immense rage and endless might. "You're Desolate Marshal? You sure are cocky to act so brazenly in front of Enigma Palace." Accompanied by that shout, a figure rose slowly from Enigma Palace, emitting an endless might as his burning gaze landed on Su Zimo. Palace Lord. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others were delighted and exclaimed when they saw that figure. This was the current Palace Lord of Enigma Palace, half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe. "Desolate Marshal, you're finished." Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove turned to look at Su Zimo with a mocking expression and smiled. The Palace Lord was initially in seclusion. Now that you've alarmed him, even immortals won't be able to save you. I'll burn you first. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and the Kachurati Dao fire intensified, surging towards half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others hurriedly attacked and helped half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove defend against Su Zimo's attack. Right then, the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace, half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe, took out a gigantic bow from his storage bag. It was green all over and resembled jade. When the jade bow was taken out, the dermic powers in the void seemed to be drawn towards it. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. It was an extremely special bow that he seemed to have seen in an ancient book. Suddenly, half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe picked up the jade bow and drew the bowstring. The bow was like a full moon. However, there was no arrow on the bow. In Su Zimo's confusion, the dermic powers around half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe surged towards his fingertip as though they had gone mad. In the blink of an eye, a dermic power arrow was condensed on the bowstring. As for the dermic powers around half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe, they were sucked dry by the jade bow. The moment that dermic power arrow was formed, Su Zimo's hairs stood on end. Swoosh! Half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe released his hand and the arrow tore through the air. It was not aimed at Su Zimo, but the ancient unique treasure, the mystic magnet mountain, that was in midair. Boom! There was a loud bang. It was deafening. The mystic magnet mountain that was 1,000 feet tall was shot down from midair by the dermic power arrow. It shrank continuously and its glow dimmed as it fell to the ground. The many dermic weapons that were initially sucked on the mystic magnet mountain broke free and returned to the control of many mighty figures of Enigma Palace. The mighty figures of Enigma Palace were invigorated. Without the restriction of the mystic magnet mountain, Ming Zhen and Demoness Ji's situation began to turn grim. Zimo, watch out. That's one of the unique treasures, the dermic breaking bow. Right then, Demoness Ji's voice sounded. Su Zimo let out a look of realization as he finally recalled the origin of that bow. The dermic breaking bow was one of the unique treasures and was ranked alongside the mystic magnet mountain. However, among the 7 unique treasures, the dermic breaking bow was the number 1 in offense. More importantly, a single arrow from the dermic breaking bow could break all dermic arts. No dermic art could withstand a single blow from the dermic breaking bow. After shooting the mystic magnet mountain, half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe's gaze turned towards Su Zimo. "You're next." Although his voice was calm, it possessed a supreme might that was unquestionable. Suddenly, half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe drew his bow. Another dermic power arrow condensed on his bow and absorbed all the dermic powers in the surroundings. Swoosh! The arrow tore through the air and passed through the Kacharati Dao fire. A terrifying scene unfolded. Everywhere the arrow passed, it absorbed the surrounding dermic powers fanatically. Even the Kacharati Dao fire could not defend against it. The arrow was extremely fast and passed through the Kacharati Dao fire. Instead of diminishing, its power climbed to its limits. However, the Kacharati Dao fire was already extinguished. The dermic power of the Dao fire was completely absorbed by the arrow and naturally could not burn the latter. An arrow was enough to destroy the Kacharati Dao fire. Furthermore, the power of the arrow became even more terrifying after absorbing the dermic power of the Kacharati Dao fire. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Su Zimo. It was too fast. Even with his spirit perception, Su Zimo could not react in time. The creation lotus platform was in his consciousness, nourishing his essence spirit and could not be taken out in time. Su Zimo could only raise his hands and try to grab the arrow. Fufu, you overestimate yourself, half-martial ancestor Xianxia sneered when he saw that. Bang! In a flash, Su Zimo closed his palm and grabbed the dermic power arrow. However, the power of that arrow was way too strong. Even Su Zimo could not grab it at all and could only try his best to negate some of the power of the arrow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through his hands. Su Zimo's palm was torn by the arrow and was dripping with blood. The arrow pierced right into Su Zimo's chest. It flew out of his back. The grade 7 green lotus true body was almost indestructible. However, it was pierced by the dermic breaking bow with a single arrow. Normally speaking, the power of the dermic breaking bow would not have reached this level. However, the reason why the dermic breaking bow could become an ancient unique treasure was because the arrow could absorb dermic powers to strengthen itself. This arrow could only possess such terrifying might after absorbing the dermic powers of the Kacharati Dao fire. A bloody hole appeared on Su Zimo's chest and blood gushed out like a fountain. Zimo! Demoness G exclaimed with deep worry in her beautiful eyes. Su Zimo stood in midair with a cold expression, as though he could not feel any pain at all. He merely looked at the palace lord of Enigma Palace, half-martial ancestor Xianxia, who was not far away. The green lotus true body had never suffered such a serious injury after transforming into a grade 7 creation green lotus. If it was anyone else, that arrow that pierced their chest would have destroyed all life in their body. However, Su Zimo's green lotus true body was equivalent to a grade 7 creation green lotus with exuberant vitality. Even after receiving such a serious injury, his vitality surged and healed his wounds wildly. This dermic breaking bow was troublesome to deal with. Any dermic art released would be absorbed by the dermic breaking bow and turned into its power. However, Su Zimo believed that no matter how strong a dermic weapon was, it would definitely have flaws. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely realized something. Lapse. Time lapse. As an ancient unique treasure, the bow that was shot out was not a true arrow, but a dermic power arrow. In other words, activating the dermic breaking bow was equivalent to activating a dermic art. For the same dermic art to be activated again, there had to be a time lapse for the essence spirit to catch a breather. The logic was the same as how one had to retract their fist before making a second punch after punching. In fact, some of the more terrifying dermic arts required a longer lapse. After half-martial ancestor Xianxia shot the mystic magnet mountain, he did not shoot a second arrow immediately. Instead, he waited for a moment before shooting a second arrow at Su Zimo. At that moment, half-martial ancestor Xianxia did not attack immediately as well after shooting the second arrow. Although the lapse was short, Su Zimo noticed it still. Desolate martial, you're quite capable to defend against an arrow from the dermic breaking bow. Half-martial ancestor Xianxia said indifferently. However, I'll take your life with this second arrow. I don't think you have a chance anymore. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he touched his glabella gently with his fingers. Closing his sword finger, he pointed towards half-martial ancestor Xianxia and shouted, "Green lotus sword." Slash. Beams of green light spewed out. The 63 green lotus seeds rapidly formed a sword in midair and slashed towards half-martial ancestor Xianxia. This was a killing technique targeted at the essence spirit and was one of Su Zimo's strongest trump cards. Among his peers, Monk Daming was the only one who could defend against that killing move unscathed. Half-martial ancestor Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He could naturally sense the terrifying sharpness of the green lotus sword. Before it arrived, his essence spirit already felt a vague pain. Mystic firmament slash. Half-martial ancestor Xianxia did not dare to be careless and hurriedly condensed his spirit consciousness to release an essence spirit secret skill to defend against it. Lunatic. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian cursed. This desolate martial is truly a lunatic. Usually, essence spirit secret skills were not used casually at their cultivation realm. Fights between essence spirits were the most dangerous. Once their essence spirits suffered any damage, they might never be able to advance to the Mahayana realm in their lifetime. There was an insurmountable chasm between the conjoint body and Mahayana realm. Even with the cultivation realm of a half-martial ancestor as a buffer, it was still extremely difficult for one to truly advance to the Mahayana realm. Typically, after cultivating to the half-martial ancestor realm, they would enter seclusion in the sect and work hard to comprehend heaven and earth, divine powers, and attempt to break through to the Mahayana realm. Therefore, there were very few traces of half-martial ancestors in the cultivation world. If Su Zimo had not appeared out of nowhere and was invincible against his peers such that conjoint body mighty figures could not do anything to him, these half-martial ancestors would not have appeared. To think that Su Zimo would have used an essence spirit secret skill at this point of the battle. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and the others cursed angrily. However, they could not stand by idly and hurriedly condensed their spirit consciousnesses to release their essence spirit secret skills. Essence spirit secret skills burst forth one after another and attacked Su Zimo. In a flash, Su Zimo charged towards half-martial ancestor Xianxia. At the same time, he conjured a secret skill once more and tapped his glabella to withdraw a spirit consciousness whip that shone with electric arcs. Spirit vanquishing whip. Piak. Su Zimo swung the whip and whipped an essence spirit secret skill, causing it to dissipate on the spot into emptiness. Ugh! The expression of the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace changed as he grunted. His essence spirit endured quite a shock in his consciousness. The Thunder Emperor's essence spirit secret skill. Half-martial ancestor Li Heng had a grim expression and recognized it quickly. Piak, piak, piak. Su Zimo swung the spirit vanquishing whip and it only dispersed after crushing 4 essence spirit secret skills. He had just entered the conjoint body realm and it was already his limit to release such an attack with the Thunder Emperor's secret skill. There were 4 other essence spirit secret skills from the half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace. Normally, it should be enough to kill Su Zimo. However, half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and the others glared at Su Zimo nervously. Unless they saw Su Zimo die with their own eyes, they did not know what would happen next. True enough, the moment Su Zimo's spirit vanquishing whip shattered, a blinding golden light burst forth from his glabella and formed a mysterious symbol in midair. That single word possessed an incomparably divine power that seemed like it could suppress and cleanse all evil. It was another essence spirit secret skill, the Rulai Dermic Seal. The symbol collided with the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 Enigma Palace half-martial ancestors. It was silent but emanated an extremely terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuation that spread in all directions like ripples. The void distorted as though it wanted to tear everything apart. The remaining 8 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace retreated with wary expressions. However, Su Zimo relied on the Creation Lotus platform to protect his essence spirit and passed through the ripples, arriving before half-martial ancestor Xianxia. At the same time, half-martial ancestor Xianxia's mystic firmament slash collided with the green lotus sword as well. The collision of the 2 powers seemed to have frozen the world. There was a momentary pause. The mystic firmament slash dissipated. The green lotus sword scattered down as well, turning into dark green lotus seeds that returned to Su Zimo's consciousness. After dissipating, The green lotus seeds could recover their vitality after returning to the creation lotus platform to be nourished for a short period of time. However, the essence spirit of half-martial ancestor Xianxia received an immense shock in this essence spirit fight. In fact, a faint scar appeared on his essence spirit. His essence spirit was injured. Although the wounds on the essence spirit were thin, it was extremely difficult to recover, and there was a high chance it would require years of recuperation. If he could not recover completely, he would be stuck at the half-martial ancestor realm forever and would never be able to advance to the ancestor realm. Desolate martial. Half-martial ancestor Xianxia was enraged and raised the dermic-breaking bow in his hands, wanting to shoot a third arrow. Right then, his vision blurred and a figure descended before him. The figure attacked right away and released an extremely tragic aura. You! Half-martial ancestor Xianxia had not expected Su Zimo to close in after the essence spirit fight. He did not even have time to release his dermic-breaking bow. That was also a weakness of the dermic bow. If he was closed in, the ancient unique treasure would become a burden. Half-martial ancestor Xianxia channeled his blood qi and punched in reverse towards Su Zimo's fist as well. Bang! The two fists collided. In fact, both he and Su Zimo could hear the jarring sound of their bones grinding against flesh. It was an even split. A tremendous recoil burst forth. A look of mockery flashed through half-martial ancestor Xianxia's eyes. Using the recoil, he retreated rapidly, wanting to distance himself from Su Zimo. All of a sudden, his expression changed. After the two fists collided, Su Zimo's fist suddenly turned into a palm and became soft. He went from extreme toughness to extreme gentleness without any sluggishness. The soft palm landed on half-martial ancestor Xianxia's fist and coiled and trembled. An extremely terrifying power burst forth. Half-martial ancestor Xianxia could clearly sense that his arm was being torn apart by a distortion and felt a piercing pain. Ah! He shrieked. The flesh on his arm exploded and his entire arm turned into a blood mist. Su Zimo strode forward and extended both hands. In a flash, he grabbed the two arms of half-martial ancestor Xianxia and thrust his knees forward like a sprinting stallion, charging forward viciously. Although the green lotus true body was not as strong as the dragon phoenix body, the killing techniques of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness were still unusually terrifying when used. Snap! Half-martial ancestor Xianxia's chest caved in deeply. Under the impact of the two different powers, his arms were torn off by Su Zimo and blood gushed out in an extremely tragic manner. Ah! Half-martial ancestor Xianxia cried out in pain once more with a pale expression. His body that lost his arms trembled slightly in midair, almost convulsing. This sudden change stunned many experts present. The moment half-martial ancestor Xianxia appeared, he suppressed the situation in a domineering manner and almost shot Su Zimo to death. Nobody expected the tides to reverse in the blink of an eye. Half-martial ancestor Xianxia was closed in by Su Zimo and was nearly killed. Despite being severely injured, half-martial ancestor Xianxia could still stand in midair and channel his dermic powers fanatically. His two arms regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones in his chest were healing rapidly as well. The sound of a tsunami echoed from within the body of half-martial ancestor Xianxia. Tsunami blood. Combat strength was definitely not the most important factor for someone to oversee Enigma Palace and become its lord. That was because the palace lord had to manage a massive sect and deal with many complicated matters. It would definitely take a lot of energy for him to manage the disciples. It was the same for the major sects and factions. However, anyone who could become the palace lord of Enigma Palace was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Although he was severely injured, half-martial ancestor Xianxia was able to calm down rapidly and heal his body with his powerful bloodline. It was clear how strong his mind was. Unfortunately, the situation was no longer in his control. Initially, it was nothing much for half-martial ancestor Xianxia's arms to be snapped. However, his severed arm was gripping the ancient unique treasure, the dermic-breaking bow. Right now, the dermic-breaking bow was in Su Zimo's hands. You shot me once? Su Zimo looked at half-martial ancestor Xianxia and said coldly, I'll return you the shot. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo pulled the dermic breaking bow and a mysterious feeling appeared. Dermic powers gathered wildly at his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a dermic power arrow appeared. Half-martial ancestor Qing Zai's expression changed starkly. Swoosh! His bow was like a full moon and the arrows were like shooting stars. The dermic power arrow tore through the air at an astonishing speed and tore through the void, absorbing all the dermic powers in the surroundings. The speed of the arrow increased exponentially and was almost upon him. He could not use dermic arts to defend against the dermic breaking bow's arrow. Otherwise, the power of the dermic breaking bow would only increase tremendously. Half-martial ancestor Qing Zai's reaction was extremely fast. A gigantic ancient mirror floated out from his glabella and grew rapidly, blocking in front of him. Boom! The dermic power arrow collided with the ancient mirror and let out a loud bang. Crack! 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 The ancient mirror shattered instantly. Countless shards flew back and entered half-martial ancestor Qing Zai's body, almost riddling him with holes as blood gushed out. This time round, half-martial ancestor Qing Zai could no longer hold on and fell from midair. His face was pale and his eyes were dim. The cultivators were shocked. When they saw that, the cultivators of Enigma Palace were in an uproar. Some of the low-level cultivators of Enigma Palace could not leave the palace due to their cultivation realms and could only watch the battle from within. However, the scene of their palace lord shot down by a single arrow from Desolate Marshal had a way too huge impact on them. A mighty figure of Enigma Palace hurriedly moved and helped half-martial ancestor Qing Zai up from midair. Attack! Right then, Heavenly Secrets, who was fighting against the Azura, suddenly shouted, "The dermic breaking bow requires a lapse, and you can't shoot consecutively." Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and the others reacted and attacked. Bang! 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 Powerful dermic arts descended once more. That's good as well. I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of this dermic breaking bow, Su Zimo said coldly. Under countless gazes, he pulled the bowstring once more and dermic powers gathered rapidly as another dermic power arrow appeared. Impossible! Even half-martial ancestor Qing Zai exclaimed when he saw that. The dermic breaking bow had just fired an arrow. However, the second arrow was condensed in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! The dermic power arrow tore through the air and pierced the dermic art of a half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace instantly. The dermic art dissipated on the spot and all the dermic powers were absorbed by the dermic power arrow. It was even faster and more ferocious. The dermic power arrow pierced the chest of the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace burst forth from his body. The terrifying power did not only destroy the life force in the body of the half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace, it even charged towards his consciousness. The half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace reacted extremely quickly and escaped with his essence spirit right away. Su Zimo ignored that person and turned around. With a lightning gaze, he faced another half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace and drew the dermic breaking bow once more. In the blink of an eye, a third dermic power arrow was formed. How could this be? That's impossible. Pest! Everyone from Enigma Palace gasped in shock as a look of panic finally flashed across their faces. In Su Zimo's hands, that ancient unique treasure could be drawn repeatedly to condense dermic power arrows. This meant that their dermic arts were completely vulnerable in front of Su Zimo. Swoosh! A third arrow tore through the air and two dermic arts dissipated on the spot. An arrow could break all dermic arts. Poof! Another half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace was pierced by the dermic power arrow. With a dark expression, he fell from midair and an essence spirit escaped from the top of his head. Boom! Before his body even landed on the ground, it could not withstand the power contained in the dermic power arrow and exploded with his flesh flying everywhere. Thankfully, this person noticed that the situation was bad and escaped first. Otherwise, his body and spirit would have been destroyed together. Who else is there? Su Zimo stood in midair and roared. Under the fearful gazes of everyone from Enigma Palace, he drew his dermic breaking bow once more and condensed a fourth dermic power arrow. Swoosh! He released his hand and the arrow tore through the air. Another half-martial ancestor of Enigma Palace was shot down. He was invincible. That was the only thought in the minds of everyone from Enigma Palace. On the other side, the fight between Heavenly Secrets and Yen Beichen had already reached its climax. Every single attack was lethal and both wanted to take the other's life. Yen Beichen's injuries were even more serious. However, there was no emotion on his face or in his eyes, as though he could not feel any pain at all. His heart was already filled with hatred. He only wanted Heavenly Secrets to die. He wanted Heavenly Secrets to pay with his life. Heavenly Secrets was in a bitter battle and the smile on his face had vanished completely. In such a massive battle, all his scheming was useless. Yen Beichen did not care about his life at all, and he fought with his life on the line with every attack. He was not afraid of death. In fact, in his heart, death was a form of relief for him as long as he could kill Heavenly Secrets. However, Heavenly Secrets did not wish to die. Given that psychological disparity, Heavenly Secrets was suppressed by Yen Beichen once more. On the other side, Su Zimo had complete control of the situation with the dermic-breaking bow. A strange blood glint flashed through Heavenly Secrets' eyes from time to time and nobody noticed it. He could no longer control himself and wanted to activate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. If he summoned the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, his combat strength would recover rapidly and he would definitely be able to kill Yen Beichen here. However, if he were to use the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he would not be able to hide his identity. Even in the hands of a half-martial ancestor, it would take a while before a second arrow could be released from the unique treasure, the dermic-breaking bow. The reason why Su Zimo could continuously draw the dermic-breaking bow and condensed dermic power arrows was because of the Creation Lotus platform in his consciousness. After the Creation Green Lotus grew to grade 7, it gave birth to extremely mysterious abilities. The Creation Lotus platform presided over his consciousness, and the 63 lotus holes spewed rays of light continuously, nourishing the black-haired essence spirit. As long as his black-haired essence spirit was strong enough, he could release dermic arts continuously. This was the reason why Su Zimo could release more than 30 powerful dermic arts in one go previously. Although the dermic-breaking bow was an ancient unique treasure, the arrow that he condensed was a form of dermic art. With the help of the Grade 7 Creation Lotus platform, the power of the dermic-breaking bow was pushed to its limits in Su Zimo's hands. There were 5 more half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace with combat strength present. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian, half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove, and the others were among them. However, the 5 half-martial ancestors did not dare to release any dermic arts. An arrow from the dermic-breaking bow could break all dermic arts. Any dermic art would not be able to withstand a single blow from the dermic-breaking bow and would even turn into the power of the bow to injure themselves. Let's fight him in close combat. Half-martial ancestor Chen Tian hollered and exchanged glances with half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove. In a flash, he released an extremely strange movement technique and his figure flickered indeterminately. As long as he could get close, the dermic-breaking bow posed no threat. If one wanted to shoot an arrow, they would have to use both arms. Once a person was closed in, the dermic-breaking bow would definitely become a burden. The movement technique they were releasing right now was extremely particular as well. It was an inheritance secret skill of Enigma Palace, the Mystic Firmament Steps. Its powerful and mysterious aspect was second only to the exquisite steps. Back in the Dao inheritance ground, Dean hunted Lin Xuanji for a long time but could not do anything to the latter. The Mystic Firmament Steps was the reason why. The Mystic Firmament Steps were random and did not have a fixed set of steps, making it impossible for opponents to determine the direction of the steps, and their movement techniques were unpredictable. The 5 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace used the Mystic Firmament Steps and charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not put away the dermic-breaking bow. Instead, he closed his eyes and captured the location of the 5 half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace with his unfathomable spirit perception. Although the footsteps of the 5 half-martial ancestors were unpredictable, the killing intent they exuded never changed. Suddenly, without even opening his eyes, Su Zimo drew his dermic-breaking bow and released the fifth dermic power arrow without hesitation. Swoosh! The dermic power arrow tore through the air. That arrow was shot towards half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove was shocked. The arrow was fired at the same time as his footsteps. By the time he wanted to change directions, it was already too late. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove hurriedly twisted the horsetail whip in his hands and whipped the dermic power arrow. Bang! There was a loud bang. The silver threads on half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove's horsetail whip exploded instantly. The power of the arrow did not diminish and it pierced through the silver threads of the horsetail whip, piercing towards the chest of half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove. In his fluster, half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove raised his arms. Both arms were ruptured on the spot and flesh splattered everywhere. Arg! Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove cried in pain and retreated. Before half-martial ancestor Xianxia and the other three could close in to Su Zimo, their expressions turned extremely terrible and they froze on the spot. Su Zimo turned around and fired another arrow, the sixth arrow. By controlling his dermic weapon, half-martial ancestor Xianxia barely managed to block the arrow. Even then, he spat out a huge mouthful of blood with a dispirited expression. Retreat! There was no way half-martial ancestor Li Hong and the remaining two half-martial ancestors dared to advance as they retreated one after another. We can't win him. We can't win him at all. Half-martial ancestor Li Hong shouted as he retreated. The palace lord of Enigma Palace, half-martial ancestor Qingzhe, had consumed a lot of elixirs. With the support of a mighty figure of Enigma Palace, he rested for a while and had already recovered slightly. When he saw the scene on the battlefield, the palace lord of Enigma Palace looked a little angry, helpless, and dejected. No matter the outcome of this battle, Enigma Palace's reputation and status would be far inferior compared to before. Enigma Palace had a long history and had never been challenged by any sect or faction since the ancient era. Who would have thought that they would be cornered to this extent by four conjoint body mighty figures that came knocking? In truth, it was not Enigma Palace's fault. Right now, the four of them could be considered as the four strongest monster incarnates of the conjoint body realm. Be it Mingzhen, Demoness Ji, or the Azura Yen Beichin, all of them were existences that could overwhelm anyone of the same level. Furthermore, the exquisite killing formation that could kill patriarchs outside Enigma Palace was broken by Demoness Ji, and that was the reason why Enigma Palace was in such a passive position. Enigma Palace was not the only one. Even for other super sects, if the patriarch did not make a move, the four of them would be able to kill their way through any of them with their combat strength. Palace Lord, send the order. The mighty figure of Enigma Palace said in a deep voice. The sect will suffer immense losses if this continues. That's right. Half-martial ancestor Qingzhe nodded as well and lamented. Desolate Martial's momentum has been established. Without a patriarch, there's no one who can suppress him anymore. Elder Qingzhe took a deep breath of air and turned around. Bowing deeply in the direction of Enigma Palace, he said in a deep voice, Divine Dragon, please attack and suppress the enemy. There was a long silence. Suddenly, a deafening bang sounded around Enigma Palace. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the earth shattered. Under countless gazes, the terrain around Enigma Palace rose slowly and a terrifying aura spread out. A divine dragon that was thousands of feet long revealed its true body and coiled around Enigma Palace before spiraling up. Its gigantic dragon eyes resembled two ancient stars. The scales on its body were larger than the city gates and shone with a cold glint. Its towering dragon head swayed slightly and dust fell endlessly. Opening its mouth slightly, it spat out a dragon breath and bared its menacing fangs. The aura of that divine dragon was way too strong. Even from Long Ran and the others, Su Zimo did not feel such pressure. Of course, the main reason was because Long Ran had not transformed into his dragon true body in front of Su Zimo before. However, the divine dragon before him was in its complete dragon form. Su Zimo could not tell the cultivation of the divine dragon. However, he guessed that the divine dragon was at least at the ancestor realm. He did not know how long the divine dragon had lived. 50,000 years? 100,000 years? Perhaps it was even longer. The dragon race had a long lifespan that far exceeded the human race. It was only normal for an ancestor realm divine dragon to live for hundreds of thousands of years. The divine dragon exuded an ancient aura and had an extremely long beard. When it hung down from its chin, it resembled a galactic river that looked a little old. However, the moment this old dragon appeared, the entire world went silent. The old dragon's body that was thousands of feet tall broke free from the mud and spiraled upwards, watching the cultivators in front of Enigma Palace with a burning gaze. The gaze seemed like it was looking at a group of ants. Or rather, if this old dragon were to take a breath of air, all the cultivators in front of Enigma Palace might turn into ashes. Everything went silent. Even the Azura, Yen Beichin, had no choice but to stop under the pressure of the old dragon. His body trembled slightly as he resisted the immense might of the old dragon. Who would have thought that there was an ancestor realm divine dragon sleeping around Enigma Palace? It was Enigma Palace's mystical guardian beast. This was the foundation of Enigma Palace. The exquisite killing formation was only the first line of defense. The second line of defense was this old dragon at the ancestor realm. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled his encounter with Lin Xuanji in the Dragon Bone Valley of the North region. Now that he thought about it, it was not a coincidence that Lin Xuanji came to the Dragon Bone Valley. One of Su Zimo's true bodies was among the dragon race. He knew the temperament of the dragon race the best. The dragon race was prideful. He did not know what sort of an incredible figure Enigma Palace produced in the past to be able to make an ancestor realm divine dragon guard this place wholeheartedly. If the dragon phoenix true body was here, the current situation would not be a big deal. Even if this old dragon belonged to Enigma Palace, it was a dragon after all and would not harm the taboo dragon phoenix no matter what. However, it was different for the Green Lotus true body. In the eyes of the old dragon at the ancestor realm, the Green Lotus true body was no different from other ants. "Why did you wake me up?" The old dragon's voice sounded and spread to every corner of the heaven, expanding mountain range, shocking everyone with its endless might. "Senior Divine Dragon, our sect has encountered a great enemy. Please kill the 4 of them." Half-Martial Ancestor Qingzhe was extremely respectful and polite to the Divine Dragon as well. After bowing, he said in a deep voice, "Humph." The old dragon harumphed coldly and the entire world shuddered. Enigma Palace is truly getting worse. To think that you would be rendered completely helpless by 4 conjoint body realm brats that came knocking. As the old dragon spoke, it extended its dragon claws and grabbed towards Su Zimo's group of 4. The dragon claw covered the skies and its sharp claws were aimed at the heads of Su Zimo's group of 4 without any mistake. The most frightening thing was that Su Zimo's group of 4 could not move at all under the envelopment of the dragon claw, as though they were restrained by an invisible force. This old dragon was way too strong. At his age, he had witnessed countless changes and bloodshed in Tianhuang mainland. Killing Su Zimo's group of 4 was as simple as crushing 4 ants. In midair, Yen Beichin's eyes were filled with endless hatred. He was indignant. A smile reappeared on Heavenly Secrets' face. The more furious Yen Beichin was, the more amused he was. "Azura, you've lost." Heavenly Secrets smiled gently and made a beheading gesture. Heavenly Secrets. Yen Beichin had an enraged expression and his body trembled. The hatred fiend saber buzzed and trembled, but he could not break free from the shackles on his body. Suddenly, the dragon claw paused in midair and did not descend. A look of confusion flashed through the old dragon's eyes as he frowned slightly and hesitated. Thereafter, under the gazes of half-martial ancestor Qingzhe and the others, the old dragon retracted its dragon claw slowly. The shackles on Su Zimo's group of 4 gradually dispersed as well. Su Zimo muttered internally as well. He did not know what happened in that short period of time either to cause this old dragon to change its mind. "Divine Dragon, what's wrong?" Half-Martial Ancestor Qingzhe said hurriedly. The 4 of them barged into Enigma Palace and shattered the mountain gate steel, killing a few mighty figures of Enigma Palace and severely injuring many half-martial ancestors. Divine Dragon, please kill the 4 of them. I won't be interfering in this matter anymore, the old dragon said inexplicably and returned to the ground. It closed its dragon eyes and lay dormant without moving. Divine Dragon? How can you do that? Half-martial ancestor Xianxia was anxious and grumbled. Without even opening its eyes, the old dragon said indifferently, "If you continue to talk to me, I'll devour you first." Half-martial ancestor Xianxia was shocked. Although this old dragon was Enigma Palace's mystic guardian divine beast, it was not restricted by the sect rules. If he was truly devoured alive, there was nothing he could do. Even the palace lord of Enigma Palace could not understand what was going on, let alone the others. Only Heavenly Secrets frowned slightly in deep thought. The old dragon sprawled on the ground and suddenly shook its head. 2 long streams of air spewed from its nostrils and dust billowed. Nobody noticed that 3 sleazy figures were hiding in the hair on the old dragon's neck and were almost flung off. The 3 figures were not even as thick as the old dragon's beard and were hidden among them without anyone noticing. The 3 of them were Lin Xuanji, Little Fatty, and Shi Jian, who had escaped from underground. "Thank you, Senior Divine Dragon," Lin Xuanji whispered. The old dragon harumphed as a response. The reason why the old dragon stopped in time earlier on was because of Lin Xuanji's persuasion. There were less than 10 cultivators in Enigma Palace who knew this old dragon, and Lin Xuanji was one of them. "Lin Xuanji, you're quite something." Little Fatty hid in the old dragon's beard and was almost scared out of his wits. Now that he snapped out of his stupor, he could not help but say, "Get this divine dragon to attack and kill that bullshit Heavenly Secrets. This Heavenly Secrets is always smiling. I can tell that he's not a good person. Kill your head." Lin Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Senior Divine Dragon is already giving me face by not interfering. How can he attack someone from Enigma Palace? It's fine if it's just Heavenly Secrets. I suspect that there are others involved." Lin Xuanji's gaze landed on half-martial ancestor Divine Turtle Dove and half-martial ancestor Chen Tian as he murmured, "I've got to get the old man back given the situation. Otherwise, Brother Su and the others are going to die here," he muttered again. What's going on? Could Desolate Marshal truly be someone blessed with great fortune? That's right. He fought and injured so many experts beneath Enigma Palace, and yet, the mystical guardian beast refuses to kill him. When the cultivators of Enigma Palace saw that, they started discussing excitedly. "Palace Lord, let's invite the patriarch back." Half-martial ancestor Li Heng had a grim expression as he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. "That's the only way." Half-martial ancestor Xianxia nodded. Clang, clang. On the other side, the moment Yen Beichen broke free, he charged towards Heavenly Secrets with the Hatred Fiend saber. Heavenly Secrets was the only one in his eyes. Heavenly Secrets had a calm expression and did not fight Yen Beichen head-on. He retreated with the mystic firmament steps. Swoosh! At the same time, Su Zimo opened his dermic-breaking bow once more and condensed a dermic power arrow. It tore through the air and sealed Heavenly Secrets' escape path instantly. Heavenly Secrets' expression finally changed. Desolate Marshal and the Azura were the 2 strongest monster incarnates in the current era. Even if he had heaven-defying methods, he could not defend against them. Poof! Although Heavenly Secrets' footsteps were mysterious, his shoulder was still pierced by the dermic power arrow, and his entire arm exploded into a blood mist. The Azura slashed down head-on. Heavenly Secrets dodged with all his might, but a bloodied wound appeared on his chest by the Hatred Fiend saber. His flesh was overturned and his bones could be seen. Ugh! He grit his teeth and grunted dully, breaking out in cold sweat from the pain. Heavenly Secrets channeled his dermic powers, and in the blink of an eye, his severed arm grew once more. However, the wound on his chest was still bleeding endlessly. The Hatred Fiend saber contained an extremely terrifying fiend chi of hatred, and even the smallest wound was extremely difficult to heal. Heavenly Secrets' blood chi was severely depleted. He retreated continuously with a scarlet glint in his eyes. He could barely hold it in any longer. Kill! Right then, Half-Martial Ancestor Chen Tian and Half-Martial Ancestor Divine Turtledove charged forward once more. One of them blocked the Azura while the other charged towards Su Zimo. Humph! The Azura slashed in reverse. The Hatred Fiend Chi and Azura Fiend Chi burst forth instantly and sent Half-Martial Ancestor Divine Turtledove flying. Half-Martial Ancestor Divine Turtledove spat out blood with a dispirited expression. A blood glint shone in the depths of his eyes as well. Clang! Su Zimo drew his dermic-breaking bow and fired another arrow. Although that arrow was blocked by the dermic weapon of Half-Martial Ancestor Chen Tian, it could not defend against the terrifying power contained in the arrow. As though he was struck by lightning, the dermic weapon left his hands and the flesh on his arms exploded. His body swayed and he nearly fell from midair. The two half-martial ancestors could not defend against Su Zimo and Yen Beichen's killing power at all. In the blink of an eye, Heavenly Secrets was exposed before Su Zimo and Yen Beichen once more. The blood glint in Heavenly Secrets' eyes gradually appeared and could no longer be concealed. If he did not use the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he might die here. When he saw that, Su Zimo's expression was cold as he drew the dermic-breaking bow once more. He was forcing Heavenly Secrets to use the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra because he wanted all the cultivators of Enigma Palace to witness his true colors. Buzz! The bow quivered. A dermic power arrow tore through the air and arrived before Heavenly Secrets instantly. Heavenly Secrets' eyes shone brightly with a blood glint. Suddenly, as though he sensed something, the blood glint in his eyes retracted rapidly. "How dare you!" An authoritative roar sounded. Immediately after, a gigantic crack appeared in the void beside Heavenly Secrets. It was dark and cold as a palm extended from within and gripped the dermic power arrow. Bang! That indestructible dermic power arrow was crushed by a bare-handed palm. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Right then, a figure walked out slowly from the gigantic crack. With a scrawny face and a slender figure, he wore a Taoist robe and strode out with hands behind his back. It was only when that person walked out from the crack that the pitch-black crack gradually closed. This method definitely surpassed the strength of a conjoint body or even a half-martial ancestor. A Mahayana patriarch. For example, the reason why the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries were called super sects was not only because they had ancient inheritances and strong foundations. More than that, it was because those sects had Mahayana patriarchs backing them. Furthermore, they had more than one. In fact, some of the super sects even had emperors. However, these Mahayana patriarchs almost never revealed themselves and rarely appeared in the cultivation world. Even if anything major happened in the sect, Mahayana patriarchs would not appear. In the eyes of a Mahayana patriarch, there was only one thing that was important: to become an emperor. Everything else was insignificant. Furthermore, now that they were at the Mahayana realm, they were no longer bothered about most secular things in the cultivation world. The birth of a paragon and monster incarnate was nothing in the eyes of a Mahayana patriarch. Throughout history, there had been way too many cultivators who became paragons and monster incarnates. However, there were extremely few who could truly advance to the Mahayana realm. One would only be qualified to converse with them side by side after advancing to the Mahayana realm. Therefore, Mahayana patriarchs would only come out of seclusion if their sects met with a calamity or danger of annihilation. Initially, half-martial ancestor Xianxia thought that he could suppress Su Zimo and the others completely with his methods. To think that the situation would develop to such an extent. Left with no other choice, he could only send a message to invite the patriarch of the sect back. "Greetings, Patriarch Qing Cheng." When half-martial ancestor Xianxia, half-martial ancestor Li Heng and the others saw the skinny cultivator, they bowed and shouted. Half-martial ancestor Xianxia was the descendant of Patriarch Qing Cheng. Although the difference between them was only a single cultivation realm, Patriarch Qing Cheng was countless years older than half-martial ancestor Xianxia. "The patriarch has appeared. That's a Mahayana patriarch. I've never seen one ever since I joined Enigma Palace." The cultivators of Enigma Palace were shocked. What's going on? Patriarch Xianxia surveyed his surroundings and swept his gaze across the battlefield, asking slowly with a cold glint in his eyes. Patriarch, half-martial ancestor Xianxia said hurriedly. Desolate Marshal and the others charged into Enigma Palace and declared that they wanted to kill our young master. Furthermore, they destroyed the steel of the mountain gate and killed a few mighty figures of Enigma Palace while injuring many half-martial ancestors. This desolate marshal is lawless and even snatched my dermic-breaking bow. The gaze of the half-martial ancestor of Xianxia shifted slowly, pausing on Demoness Ji, Mingzhen and Yen Beichen for a moment before landing on Su Zimo. Su Zimo's hairs stood on end instantly. It was as though a calamity was about to descend upon him the next moment. This was a Mahayana patriarch who had comprehended divine powers. There was a world of a difference between him and a half-martial ancestor who had only comprehended a trace of divine powers. If Patriarch Xianxia wanted to kill him, even his green lotus true body would not be able to defend against it. You sure are bold to kill cultivators of Enigma Palace, Patriarch Xianxia said slowly expressionlessly. There's another reason for this? Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and withstood the might of the patriarch, saying in a deep voice, We're not here because we want to be enemies with Enigma Palace. I don't want to hear you explain. Patriarch Xianxia shook his head and said indifferently, You guys, kill yourselves. The words of a Mahayana patriarch exuded an unquestionable power. It was as though asking Su Zimo and the others to commit suicide was giving them a dignified death. To be fair, Patriarch Xianxia was not bothered to attack. Although these people were monster incarnates of history, in his eyes, they were nothing but ants. Kill myself. Su Zimo smiled. To think that even a Mahayana patriarch of Enigma Palace would be so biased and oblivious to the truth. Even against a Mahayana patriarch, Su Zimo did not retreat at all and revealed his sharpness. Su Zimo's gaze was dark as he said slowly, If I kill myself here today, I'll definitely make a comeback in the future. At that time, I'll see who from Enigma Palace can stop me. This was not a threat. Even if his green lotus true body died here, he still had two true bodies. The dragon true body had the backing of the dragon race and divine Phoenix Island. By the time Su Zimo made a comeback, even Enigma Palace might not be able to stop him. Patriarch, Desolate Marshal has another clone in the dragon race and his status is extremely high. He should be the young master of the dragon race. Half-Marshal Ancestor Xianxia said hurriedly. Oh, Patriarch Xianxia frowned. That was a little troublesome. Even if Su Zimo was backed by the other supersects, Patriarch Xianxia would kill him without any qualms. However, if it was the dragon race, one of the primordial races, he would have to reconsider. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Xianxia said indifferently, I can let you leave, but the three of them still have to die. I don't care what supersects you guys are from. Since you guys fought in front of Enigma Palace, you have to accept punishment. Patriarch Xianxia had long seen through the cultivation techniques of Yen Beichen, Mingzhen and Demoness Ji and naturally knew where they came from. But today he had to kill to establish his dominance. Otherwise, the might of Enigma Palace would be gone. You can't kill the three of them either. Su Zimo did not yield at all and glared at Patriarch Xianxia still, saying in a deep voice. In that short period of time, Half-Marshal Ancestor Xianxia had already sent a lot of information about Desolate Marshal to Patriarch Xianxia secretly. Desolate Marshal, don't push your luck? Patriarch Xianxia sneered. Even if I don't kill you, you won't be able to live for long either. You'll suffer from the killing badges of the primordial races. The three of you, aren't you going to kill yourselves? Are you waiting for me to make a move personally? Patriarch Xianxia ignored Su Zimo and looked at Yen Beichen and the other two, asking indifferently. Yen Beichen's expression was cold as he channeled all the strength in his body and held the hatred fiend saber horizontally across his chest. He looked at Patriarch Xianxia and released a torrential fiend chi from head to toe. Anyone who stopped him from killing heavenly secrets would be his enemy. Even against a Mahayana patriarch, Yen Beichen dared to raise his saber. However, under the power of a Mahayana patriarch, Even the simple act of raising the hatred fiend's saber seemed to have exhausted all his strength. There was no way he could fight against Patriarch Qing Cheng. Fu! Patriarch Qing Cheng smiled indifferently. The monster incarnate of this generation sure has some guts. To think that he would dare to raise his saber in front of me. That's good as well. I'll send you to hell so that you can meet that fiend Emperor Hatred. The gaze of Patriarch Qing Cheng intensified as he suddenly reached out and grabbed towards Yan Beichen. Ah! When he saw that, Su Zimo reared his head and howled into the skies. Circulating his blood chi to its limits, he broke free from the might of a Mahayana patriarch and drew his dermic-breaking bow once more, condensing a dermic power arrow that was aimed at Patriarch Qing Cheng. Yan Beichen was extremely important to Su Zimo. He had once watched Su Hong leave him helplessly. He would definitely not let that scene happen before him again. Swoosh! The dermic power arrow tore through the air and shot towards Patriarch Qing Cheng. Arriving instantly, the cultivators were shocked. Wasn't Desolate Martial way too bold? Yan Beichen cultivated the Hatred Sutra and was unable to extricate himself from the hatred. Even though he lost his rationality completely, he merely raised his saber horizontally in front of Patriarch Qing Cheng. However, Desolate Martial actually dared to attack a Mahayana patriarch. The dermic power arrow was extremely fast. Even Patriarch Qing Cheng did not seem to be able to react and did not dodge or defend. He merely turned around slowly and glanced at the dermic power arrow. Boom! The dermic power arrow exploded instantly and dissipated into emptiness, vanishing. With a single glance, that indestructible dermic power arrow exploded. This was the means of a Mahayana patriarch. This was the power of the Mahayana realm. It was a complete suppression. Patriarch Qing Cheng had a dark expression as he looked at Su Zimo with a chilling gaze. Desolate Martial, you must be tired of living. You're disrespecting me? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The enmity and attention of Patriarch Qing Cheng was shifted towards Su Zimo completely after that arrow as a tremendous might enveloped the latter. Against that might, the green lotus true body creaked and his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Brother Yen, all of you run. Although Su Zimo was expressionless, he sent a voice transmission secretly with his spirit consciousness in a hurried tone. Don't worry about me. I have true bodies elsewhere and I won't die. Fufu. Patriarch Qing Cheng laughed mockingly. None of you will be able to leave today. He glared at Su Zimo with a cruel expression. Patriarch Qing Cheng could even hear Su Zimo's spirit consciousness transmission. I can spare your life since you're backed by the dragon race. However, I have to teach you a lesson. He looked at Su Zimo and said indifferently, your cultivation will be crippled today. Before his sentence was finished, Patriarch Qing Cheng patted Su Zimo gently through the void. Swoosh! Although that action was casual, a terrifying gigantic palm appeared in midair and crushed down towards Su Zimo. Before the gigantic palm descended, Su Zimo's body trembled continuously and his 7 orifices bled under the immense pressure. If the cultivation of the green lotus true body was crippled, it would be no different from killing him. Suddenly, without any warning, a figure appeared in front of Su Zimo. It was an old man with a Confucian crown on his head and long robes. He had 3 long whiskers on his face and did not have any immortal aura. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person that roamed around the mortal world. Who wants to cripple his cultivation? The old man with the Confucian crown harumphed gently and asked. That single harumph caused the terrifying palm in midair to dissipate and vanish instantly. Storyteller. When Su Zimo saw the old man, his heart skipped a beat. Although it was only a back view, he recognized him right away. This old man was the storyteller on the streets of the marketplace and forced back a divine dragon outside the capital of Great Zhou. The moment the storyteller appeared, 3 figures leaped out from the divine dragon laying dormant at the side and shouted as well. Old man, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. After a long time, Lin Xuanji dashed over with reddened eyes and tears streaming down his face. Little Fatty and Shi Jian followed behind and stumbled over. Lin Xuanji's tears were earth-shaking, and those who did not know better would have thought that something bad had happened. The storyteller's face darkened. The moment Lin Xuanji arrived, he raised his leg and kicked the ladder back. This action did not have the slightest bit of the demeanor of an expert, and it was like a fight between mortals in the marketplace. No matter what, there was nothing strange about the storyteller. That kick gave little Fatty and Shijian a shock. Fuck! Lin Xuanji staggered from the kick and nearly fell from midair. He could not help but grumble. Old man? Why did you kick me? Stop pretending. The storyteller pouted his lips. He had completely seen through Lin Xuanji's poor acting skills. With an embarrassed expression, Lin Xuanji wiped away the tear droplets on his face and coughed gently. Although those tears were fake, my longing for you truly extends to the depths of heaven and earth. Humph! The storyteller sneered and glanced askance at Lin Xuanji, saying in disdain, without even having to divine, I can tell from your sorry state that you were set up by others just by thinking with my bum. Little Fatty and Shijian were dumbfounded at the sight. This old man truly has no boundaries with his words, and he's even more incredible than Lin Xuanji. He compared his brains to his bum. That's the help that Lin Xuanji sought for? No matter how I look at it, he doesn't seem like an expert. The two of them exchanged glances and muttered internally. Look at you. The storyteller did not seem like he was going to let things go as he scolded. You must have forgotten everything I taught you. The only thing you know to do when you're bullied is to ask me to come back and clean up your mess. I even feel ashamed for you, no matter how thick Lin Xuanji's skin was. He could not withstand the lecture of the storyteller, and his face flushed red. Old man, stop it. The veins on Lin Xuanji's neck popped out as he could not help but argue. I've been locked up for many years and had no intention of asking you for help. If this matter wasn't so serious, I wouldn't have called you back. How dare you talk back? As though he had not heard Lin Xuanji mention that something serious was going on, the storyteller mocked instead. You sure are a fucking embarrassment to be locked up by others for many years. Fuck! Lin Xuanji was at a loss and his face turned purple, wanting nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. None of the cultivators present dared to interrupt. This old man did not look decent at all. However, everyone could clearly see that when the old man appeared, he merely harumphed casually and blocked the attack of Patriarch Qing Cheng. Furthermore, although the old man was spouting nonsense, Patriarch Qing Cheng did not express anything. Naturally, nobody would jump out foolishly instead. Initially, there was a tense situation in front of Enigma Palace. After the storyteller appeared, the tension in the air eased significantly as he scolded Lin Xuanji continuously with a spectrum of terms. Lin Xuanji frowned and shivered in anger. He did not even dare to retort now. Every single sentence he refuted was met by 10 replies from the storyteller. At the side, Demoness G covered her mouth and chuckled. She could not take it anymore and smiled. Senior, there's so many people watching. Give him some face. Demoness G's words were also a reminder for the storyteller to settle the situation before him. Humph! The storyteller harumphed and said reluctantly, since founder Master Ling Long's successor is pleading for mercy, I'll let you off temporarily this time round. Oh, my dear benefactor! Lin Xuanji felt as though he had been pardoned. This time round, he was truly moved to tears as tears streamed down his face. He wanted nothing more than to run to Demoness G and kowtow to her. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief as well. In that short period of time, his head throbbed in pain. Greetings, Senior. I'm Desolate Marshal. Su Zimo hurried before the storyteller and bowed. Fufu, we meet again. Earlier on, the storyteller had a disdainful expression towards Lin Xuanji. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression changed as he nodded towards Su Zimo with a pleasant expression. Creak, creak. Lin Xuanji clenched his fists and ground his teeth in anger. The attitude of the storyteller towards Su Zimo caused the hearts of everyone from Enigma Palace to skip a beat. Half-Martial Ancestor Chen Tian and Half-Martial Ancestor Divine Turtledove had ugly expressions and looked at Heavenly Secrets instinctively. Heavenly Secrets was expressionless. Right then, Patriarch Qing Cheng advanced and bowed to the storyteller, causing an uproar. Not many cultivators of Enigma Palace knew of the storyteller's identity, let alone outsiders. But now that even Patriarch Qing Cheng had to bow down, just who was this storyteller? Or rather, what was his cultivation realm? Could he be an emperor? Su Zimo was secretly alarmed as well. He had met the storyteller twice, but he did not expect the latter to have such a powerful background. Greetings! The moment Patriarch Qing Cheng spoke, the storyteller waved it off and interrupted. Rise! The old storyteller had a disdainful expression towards Lin Xuanji and was delighted towards Su Zimo. Now that he turned to face Patriarch Qing Cheng, he had a new expression again. You were the one who wanted to cripple his cultivation earlier on? The storyteller asked indifferently with a calm tone, and no one could guess his emotions. Yes. In front of the storyteller, Patriarch Qing Cheng clearly became a little cautious and no longer had his dominance from earlier on. This desolate marshal fought in front of Enigma Palace? You know that he's desolate marshal? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the storyteller's question. Although Patriarch Qing Cheng was interrupted twice in a row, there was no displeasure on his face. I know, Patriarch Qing Cheng replied honestly. I don't care what desolate marshal did in front of Enigma Palace, the storyteller said slowly. He once established the martial Dao and imparted martial arts to all living beings, allowing everyone in the world to cultivate and bring blessings to the world. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution for crippling someone with such merit? The storyteller's tone turned increasingly stern, and towards the end, he was already lecturing. Patriarch Qing Cheng lowered his head slightly with a terrible expression. He was different from Lin Xuanji. He was a Mahayana patriarch after all. It was truly embarrassing for him to be scolded like this in public. Actually, it's not Patriarch Qing Cheng's fault. The Palace Lord of Enigma Palace could not help but say, Desolate Marshal and the others have truly gone too far. They arrived at the entrance of Enigma Palace and destroyed the stele with the human emperor's handwriting, killing a few mighty figures and injuring many half-martial ancestors. They even declared that they wanted to kill our young master of Enigma Palace. If Patriarch Qing Cheng did not attack and allowed Desolate Marshal and the others to charge into Enigma Palace, they would probably start a massacre given their natures. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian added hurriedly. The Palace Lord is right. Patriarch Qing Cheng already gave Desolate Marshal a chance for him to retreat, but he still pushed his luck. The Patriarch had no choice but to cripple his cultivation. Nonsense, we're not here to make Enigma Palace our enemy. We're only here to settle scores with Heavenly Secrets. Demoness Ji hollered. Humph. Heavenly Secrets is our young master of Enigma Palace. He's not someone you can provoke casually. Half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe sneered. The young master of Enigma Palace? The storyteller raised his brow and shifted his gaze slowly towards Heavenly Secrets, asking faintly, When did you become the young master of Enigma Palace? Heavenly Secrets had a calm expression as he bowed respectfully and said in a deep voice, Master, a few years ago, the god, Witch and other primordial races sought me out and asked me to divine the location of the primordial taboo. Su Zimo frowned slightly. To think that Heavenly Secrets was the disciple of the storyteller. Heavenly Secrets and Xuanji. From that perspective, the two of them should be fellow disciples. Heavenly Secrets continued, I was worried that the taboo would grow and wreak havoc in Tianhuang mainland, so I agreed to help and divine the location of the taboo. However, this matter was stopped by Junior Brother Xuanji. Junior Brother Xuanji is on good terms with Desolate Marshal, and the primordial taboo is the latter's spirit beast. I can understand why Junior Brother Xuanji would object to it. However, Enigma Palace is concerned about the masses and can't prioritize personal relationships. As such, I reported this to the Palace Lord and the other elders for them to make a decision. When he heard that, Lin Xuanji could not help but stifle a chuckle and mock. The primordial races were the ones who wreaked havoc in Tianhuang mainland back then. Why are you still working with them? Why don't you go and kill them instead? Junior brother, I know that you harbor resentment, but I'm not to blame for imprisoning you. Heavenly Secrets said indifferently with a calm expression. At that moment, half-martial ancestor Xianxia coughed gently. At that time I discussed with the elders, and indeed, the threat of the taboo was greater. Therefore, I asked heavenly secrets to join forces with the primordial races to eliminate that hoe for the time being. Since Lin Xuanji was insistent on objecting, we imprisoned him temporarily and allowed heavenly secrets to become the young master so that he can interact with the primordial races and plan this matter. The establishment of the young master is in line with the palace rules and was decided through a discussion between the elders of the palace. Yes. The storyteller nodded, still expressionless. Very well, there doesn't seem to be any problem. After a brief pause, he shifted his gaze towards heavenly secrets and asked indifferently, however, what's up with the blood refinement fiend sutra that you're cultivating? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many gazes landed on heavenly secrets instantly. Many cultivators were shocked. Earlier on, they did not take Su Zimo's words seriously at all. But now that the storyteller said that there could be no mistake, the young master of Enigma Palace had cultivated the blood refinement fiend sutra. Even half-martial ancestor Xianxia, half-martial ancestor Li Hang, and the others looked at heavenly secrets in disbelief and frowned. Among everyone, half-martial ancestor Chen Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove did not have much of a reaction. Instead, there was a hint of panic in their eyes. Heavenly secrets? Did you really cultivate that fiend technique? Half-martial ancestor Xianxia asked. Heavenly secrets had a calm expression. He had expected that he could not hide it from the storyteller. He said frankly, I did cultivate the blood refinement fiend sutra, but I don't think there's anything wrong with this cultivation technique. Desolate Martial cultivated this fiend technique as well, but he still established the martial Tao to impart martial arts to all living beings all the same. That's right. The storyteller nodded. There's indeed nothing wrong with a fiend technique. The key lies in the people who cultivated it. When Desolate Martial cultivated it, he saved countless humans in Myriad Phenomenon City. What is your purpose for cultivating it? Master, I didn't use it to do anything outrageous. Heavenly Secrets displayed a strong mental fortitude against the storyteller's question and explained in a deep voice without any panic. You're involved in Qin Pianran's death, right? The storyteller asked indifferently. At the mention of that, the hatred fiend Qi around Yan Beichen intensified and his eyes shone with endless killing intent. Master Ming Jian, Tao Lord Immortal Sword has some personal ties with me. I couldn't reject his request to help. Heavenly Secrets replied. Furthermore, I only divined Qin Pianran's location. I did not lay my hands on her the entire time, let alone know that Tao Lord Immortal Sword would kill her. Of course you knew, the storyteller said. Moreover, you knew in your heart that with Qin Pianran's death, Yan Beichen will definitely turn into a fiend and become this generation's fiend emperor hatred. Your target was not Qin Pianran the entire time, but Yan Beichen. You wanted the birth of a true Azura, so that he could be the first blade in your hands. Yan Beichen was stunned and his expression changed indeterminately. From time to time, he would frown and his features would contort, as though he was in immense pain. So, right from the beginning he was someone else's chess piece. Pianran's death was entirely because of him. His fate was not in his control at all. Heavenly Secrets was silent. The storyteller continued. The so-called worry of the taboo wreaking havoc in Tianhuang mainland was merely an excuse. After all, the taboo would become the second blade in your hands. You merely had a single motive for capturing Night Spirit instead of killing it. You wanted to lure out your third blade, Desolate Martial. Your fourth blade was the major sects and factions of the cultivation world. Your fifth blade was the primordial races, the storyteller said slowly. And you, Heavenly Secrets, are the blade wielder behind this. All you had to do was gather the 5 blades at Heaven and Earth Valley to create a wanton massacre. At that time, Heaven and Earth Valley would be filled with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. No matter which blade was snapped, it won't affect you at all. That's because you'll already be the biggest winner, and Heaven and Earth Valley would become the best place for you to cultivate the blood refinement fiend sutra. Those words were earth-shaking. The cultivators were dumbfounded in shock. Even Demoness Ji, Ming Zhen, and Lin Xuanji were astounded with widened eyes. Although they had heard about the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, they did not know that there was a blade wielder manipulating everyone's fates behind the scenes. Even Desolate Marshal was his chess piece. Su Zimo sighed internally. Initially, he had the same speculation, but he was still unsure about many things. Now that the storyteller had explained it so clearly, he truly understood the entire situation. Heavenly Secrets was indeed terrifying. If not for monk daming, Su Zimo would have been a chess piece abandoned and sacrificed by Heavenly Secrets. What great expense you went through! The storyteller nodded as well and sighed. Even though the storyteller explained everything, Heavenly Secrets still smiled indifferently without any panic in his eyes. He was frighteningly calm. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. Master, you're wrong. I didn't refine a single drop of Heaven and Earth Valley's bloodline. That's right. At the mention of this, the storyteller shook his head as well and lamented. Man proposes but God disposes. You've planned everything, but you never expected that you would become the sixth blade in the hands of others. Those words pierced into Heavenly Secrets' chest like a thorn. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had planned flawlessly and had never made such a huge mistake. The smile on Heavenly Secrets' face gradually vanished. It was only at that moment that a hint of anger and indignance flashed through his eyes. However, they vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Heavenly Secrets smiled. Master, at the end of the day, all of this is just your speculation. You can't possibly want to punish me just because of some guesses, right? Very good. As expected of my disciple. The storyteller nodded with a mocking expression. Su Zimo frowned slightly as well. Heavenly Secrets was not wrong. Although what the storyteller said was the truth, it was only his speculation after all. If he wanted to punish Heavenly Secrets in front of everyone just because of some guesses, it would truly be unconvincing. Heavenly Secrets smiled gently. I didn't kill anyone during the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. My hands were clean. Although Heavenly Secrets was defeated, it was not to the extent of a complete defeat. As he had said, even if he set up such a huge scheme and plotted against everyone, his hands were not tainted by a single drop of blood. Master, I have nothing to say if you want to punish me. However, I'm indignant if it's just based on your speculation. Heavenly Secrets bowed deeply to the storyteller and said nothing more. I did not harm anyone. If I'm punished, I'm sure the cultivators of the sect will be disheartened by this outcome as well. That's right. It's not entirely Heavenly Secrets' fault for joining forces with the primordial races as well. It was also an outcome decided after a discussion between us elders. Elder Qian Tian and Elder Divine Turtledove stood out to plead for mercy for Heavenly Secrets. Su Zimo sighed internally. This was indeed a problem for the storyteller. After all, there was a master-disciple relationship between the two of them. Even the storyteller would not be able to bear the thought of punishing him with some mere guesses. The storyteller gazed into the distance and remained silent for a long time before saying slowly, Naturally, I'm not going to punish you for your crimes. Heavenly Secrets smirked, as though he had expected this outcome. He knew his master way too well. The fact that he dared to do such a thing meant that he had predicted everything. Even the storyteller was part of his plans. After a brief pause, the storyteller changed the topic. However, I've once told you guys that as disciples of Enigma Palace, you should not get embroiled in the strife of the cultivation world. If you get into trouble, settle it yourself. I won't help you. I wouldn't dare to forget your teachings. Master, Heavenly Secrets replied respectfully in a deep voice. Since you've caused trouble today, go and settle it yourself. No one from Enigma Palace is to interfere, the storyteller said indifferently. Su Zimo was stunned. Although the storyteller took into account their relationship as master and disciple, he did not express favoritism. Instead, he gave Heavenly Secrets a chance. Of course, it was also a chance for Yen Beichen. Azura, what do you think? The storyteller asked. Thank you for granting my wish, senior. Yen Beichen's voice was cold and his eyes shone fiercely. On the other hand, Heavenly Secrets was extremely calm as he said in a deep voice, "Master, I seek a fair opportunity. This will be a one-on-one fight. Whether or not it is to the death, no one is allowed to interfere." Heavenly Secrets' words were also a reminder for Su Zimo and the others to not help. "Don't worry, I won't punish you if you can survive the Azura's saber. However, I won't save you if you encounter danger either," the storyteller said. "This battle will end the grudges. It doesn't matter who the victor is, you will fight to the death. All right?" Heavenly Secrets smiled gently and agreed readily without any fear in his eyes. As though he recalled something, Su Zimo frowned slightly and hesitated to speak. However, on second thought, even if he said it, Yan Beichen would not care given his personality. After all, he had waited for this moment for far too long. Although Su Zimo looked worried, he still retreated with Mingzhen and Demoness Ji. Everyone from Enigma Palace retreated as well. In the blink of an eye, an empty space appeared in midair where Yan Beichen and Heavenly Secrets stood facing each other. "Azura, I know that Qin Pianran's death is heartbreaking for you and you can't let go," Heavenly Secrets said. "Right now, every single day you live is a torture for you. You can't wait to commit suicide to reunite with Qin Pianran. Right?" Heavenly Secrets' eyes shone with a strange glint. Even his tone turned gentle, causing one to trust him from the depths of their hearts and lower their guard. Yan Beichen frowned and lowered his head slightly, as though he was reminiscing about the past and was in pain and self-blame. "What a brilliant, bewitching technique." Demoness Ji frowned slightly and murmured. She knew that dermic art the best. However, to think that Heavenly Secrets' attainments in bewitchment were not weaker than hers. There were all sorts of things in the mystic firmament record. As the disciple of the storyteller, Heavenly Secrets had shocking talent and a wide knowledge of things. Nobody knew how strong Heavenly Secrets was because he rarely attacked. Up till this point of his cultivation, if Heavenly Secrets wanted to do something, he did not even have to do it personally. All he had to do was set up a trap with ease and everything would naturally be resolved. Both parties looked to be facing one another motionlessly. However, Heavenly Secrets had already attacked. "Since you're in so much pain, how about letting me send you off?" Heavenly Secrets continued to bewitch Yan Beichen and said gently, "Give up. I'm helping you. As long as you die, you can reunite with Qin Pianran. Qin Pianran is waiting for you down there. Can't you feel her?" Yan Beichen's body trembled even more violently and his features were contorted. "What should we do? The Azura can't hold on for much longer." Demoness Ji had a worried expression. "If he can't break free from Heavenly Secrets' bewitchment, the Azura will probably commit suicide on the spot without Heavenly Secrets even making a move." "No." Su Zimo shook his head slowly. Brother Yen cultivated the Hatred Sutra, and the hatred in his heart has already surpassed everything. If he thinks that he can bewitch Brother Yen with that bewitchment technique, Heavenly Secrets is underestimating both Brother Yen and the Hatred Sutra. Right then, Yan Beichen's body gradually stopped trembling and calmed down. "What's wrong? Have you made a decision?" Heavenly Secrets walked slowly towards Yan Beichen and asked carefully and gently. Suddenly, Yan Beichen raised his head. His eyes were pitch black like ink, resembling two gigantic black holes that could devour everything. Heavenly Secrets was alarmed when he saw the pair of eyes. "I am indeed in pain and I've let Pianran down," Yan Beichen said slowly. "However, even if I commit suicide, I have to kill you first. Without you, Pianran wouldn't have died at all. Heavenly Secrets, you deserve to die." Buzz. Before his sentence was finished, Yan Beichen swung the Hatred Fiend's saber in his hands and slashed towards Heavenly Secrets through the void. That slash did not only contain the endless hatred of the Hatred Sutra, but also the torrential killing intent of the Azura Sutra. The saber intent of the two fiend techniques fused together against that slash. This was the strongest slash that Yan Beichen had released since he started cultivating. Even Su Zimo, who was watching from afar, felt his scalp tingle and was secretly speechless when he saw the burst of that slash. The Hatred Fiend's saber streaked through the air. A black streak of light descended on Heavenly Secrets' head with hatred and killing intent, as though it wanted to destroy everything. That slash was so terrifying that even Su Zimo might not be able to withstand it. Heavenly Secrets retracted his smile with a grim expression. He had not expected that his bewitchment would force out the most terrifying Azura. Slapping his storage bag with his left hand, Heavenly Secrets took out a protection talisman and tore it apart instantly, forming a defensive barrier around him. At the same time, he changed his hand seals repeatedly. Mystic Firmament Dermic Robe. Mystic Firmament Mirror. Suddenly, a set of clothes that flowed with dermic powers appeared on Heavenly Secrets' body and shone with a mysterious glow. An ancient mirror appeared in his right hand and blocked the black light that descended from midair. In the blink of an eye, Heavenly Secrets released 3 defensive methods. Snap! The Mystic Firmament Mirror was the first to shatter. Under normal circumstances, this Mystic Firmament Mirror could reflect attacks. However, the power of Yanbeichen's slash was way too terrifying. The saber intent that was fused with the 2 fiend techniques of the Hatred Sutra and Azura Sutra was something that even the Mystic Firmament Mirror could not defend against and shattered instantly. Right after was the defensive barrier formed by the protection talisman. The true form of the Hatred Fiend saber did not even manage to slash the barrier. The black light that burst forth was enough to slice the barrier into 2. Boom! Thereafter, a loud bang sounded when the black light struck the Mystic Firmament Dermic Robe heavily. The Mystic Firmament Dermic powers shattered and the true form of the Hatred Fiend saber appeared. However, that slash did not slice Heavenly Secrets into 2. Instead, it met with immense resistance. Bang! Heavenly Secrets smashed heavily onto the ground, but he struggled to stand up before long. He was covered in dust and his face was pale as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Heavenly Secrets' robes were already torn by the Hatred Fiend saber and his inner armor was exposed. This was a defensive Khanate mighty figure dermic weapon and was extremely precious. Previously, Heavenly Secrets suffered a loss at Heaven and Earth Valley. Ever since he returned, he wore this inner armor. Today, it saved his life. In order to defend against the Azura slash, Heavenly Secrets had to use 4 defensive methods. Crack, crack, crack. Right then, a jarring sound echoed from the inner armor. Heavenly Secrets lowered his head. A crack appeared on the inner armor and split it into 2. The light of the inner armor dimmed rapidly. Swoosh! The inner armor fell off from Heavenly Secrets and was completely crippled. The crowd fell into an uproar. That slash destroyed a Khanate mighty figure dermic weapon. Well. Heavenly Secrets nodded slowly, as expected of the weapon of the Fiend Emperor Hatred. To think that it would possess such sharpness even after being sealed for so many years. However, Azura, can you still release a saber intent as such? Heavenly Secrets sneered. The combination of the 2 saber intents was not inferior to the thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi that Su Zimo released instantly. It took a huge toll on his essence spirit. It was impossible for him to release a second slash within a short period of time. Heavenly Secrets had long seen through Yanbeichen's facade and smiled. Azura, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. That slash had already expended everything you have. When Yanbeichen arrived before Enigma Palace, he was trapped in the exquisite killing formation and nearly died. By the time he came out, he was already covered in injuries. However, he did not recuperate at all and fought against Heavenly Secrets with his injured body. Up till this point of the battle, his injuries had worsened. The only thing that kept him on was a strong determination and hatred. Of course, Heavenly Secrets' situation was also terrible. Yanbeichen pursed his lips without saying anything and continued charging over. His footsteps were already staggered, but his gaze was fixed on Heavenly Secrets without shifting at all. Heavenly Secrets held his folding fan. The 2 of them fought once more. Blood splattered everywhere as the figures intertwined. Yanbeichen was fighting with his life and wanted to kill Heavenly Secrets even at the risk of being severely injured. This method of fighting restricted Heavenly Secrets. His folding fan smashed towards Yanbeichen's head. However, Yanbeichen did not even look or defend. Instead, he slashed in reverse towards Heavenly Secrets' glabella. In less than a dozen breaths, Yen Beichen gained the advantage once more. However, the two of them had expended too much of their stamina, dermic powers and blood chi up till this point of the battle and were left with almost nothing. This battle was no longer just about technique and strength. Instead, it was a competition of psychology and willpower. Nobody knew who the eventual victor would be until the final moment. The two figures crossed once more. Heavenly Secrets' folding fan smashed Yen Beichen's arm. Yen Beichen's hatred fiend saber sliced a gigantic wound on Heavenly Secrets' chest with fresh blood. Heavenly Secrets' expression was already extremely terrible. The wound caused by the hatred fiend saber was extremely difficult to heal. Furthermore, it possessed the hatred fiend chi and was destroying his body continuously. If this continued, there was a high chance he would fall first. Gripping the hatred fiend saber in his right hand, Yen Beichen used it as a walking stick and limped towards Heavenly Secrets. His other arm was slumped at his side, his bones broken. He no longer had any dermic powers in his body. It was impossible to repair that broken arm. Even so, the hatred and killing intent in Yen Beichen's eyes did not change at all right from the beginning. That gaze made Heavenly Secrets panic. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. This was also his final trump card. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Before the battle, he had specially requested from the storyteller a fair fight without anyone interfering. The moment he made that request, he was already prepared to use the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Even if he channeled that fiend technique, no one could interfere. Although not many people died before Enigma Palace, the refinement of that bloodline was enough for him to recover to his peak condition within a short period of time. Azura! It's over. Heavenly Secrets looked at the Azura that walked over with a mocking expression. Channeling a mental cultivation technique, his eyes shone with a strange blood glint as he said slowly, "Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Not good." Su Zimo was alarmed. This was the worry he had before the battle. He knew the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra the best. If Heavenly Secrets were to release the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he could recover rapidly, and there would be no doubt about the outcome of this battle. When he saw that, the storyteller suddenly sighed and shook his head. His eyes filled with disappointment. Yen Beichen did not seem to have heard what Heavenly Secrets said. Or rather, he did not care at all. No matter the cultivation technique Heavenly Secrets released, there was only a single obsession in his heart: to kill the latter. Yen Beichen continued advancing and arrived before Heavenly Secrets before long. He raised the hatred fiend saber and slashed forward. That slash was weak without any saber technique, let alone saber intent. The fact that Yen Beichen could raise the hatred fiend saber and slash down with his arm was already his limit. At that moment, Heavenly Secrets' expression changed starkly, as though he was rooted on the spot. His eyes were widened as though he had seen a ghost. Poof! Under countless gazes, the hatred fiend saber slashed at Heavenly Secrets' head, and its blade dug into his bones, almost splitting his head into two. That slash even tore through Heavenly Secrets' consciousness. Naturally, even his essence spirit wouldn't be spared. What was going on? Heavenly Secrets was dead? The cultivators present were not the only ones. Even Su Zimo was dumbfounded and looked at everything in disbelief. Yen Beichen was stunned as well. Even he had not expected that his slash could kill Heavenly Secrets. The hatred fiend saber tore through Heavenly Secrets' consciousness, and the hatred fiend chi on the saber had already surged in. Before long, Heavenly Secrets' essence spirit would be devoured by the hatred fiend chi. How could this be? Heavenly Secrets' face was covered in blood as his eyes widened in shock and anger. He muttered repeatedly, "How could this be? Sigh." The storyteller sighed deeply with a look of sadness and disappointment in his eyes. "Master, how could this be? How did I lose?" Heavenly Secrets turned slightly and looked at the storyteller in disbelief. Heavenly Secrets, if you hadn't used the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra for this battle, it would mean that you still had a conscience. You lost the moment you released that fiend technique. The storyteller sighed once more with a rueful expression. This time round, You've lost completely and utterly. This time round. Heavenly Secrets asked with widened eyes, as though he had thought of something. Su Zimo frowned slightly in deep thought as well. Right then, the storyteller added, someone came and refined the bloodline of this place in advance. Su Zimo was shocked. Instantly, he was enlightened. Monk Daming. Earlier on, Monk Daming was here. However, nobody noticed him at all when the cultivators fought in front of Enigma Palace. Monk Daming secretly absorbed all the bloodlines that were scattered here. That was the reason why Heavenly Secrets was stunned the moment he released the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. That was because all the bloodlines here had been refined. There was no reaction when he released the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Heavenly Secrets' blood chi was exhausted to begin with. Coupled with the unforeseen event, he was slightly slower and his head was sliced by Yen Beichen. The storyteller had long known about this. Therefore, he knew the outcome the moment Heavenly Secrets used the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. The fact that the storyteller did not capture Monk Daming meant that the latter had already left silently before the storyteller descended. Nobody discovered him throughout the entire process. If the storyteller had not pointed it out, even Su Zimo would not have noticed it. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of something. Back on Six Stars Mountain, Monk Daming once told him that Enigma Palace might be able to dispel his killing badge. Su Zimo was wary towards Monk Daming. When Monk Daming said that, Su Zimo had this feeling that Monk Daming had another motive. Later on, Monk Daming said that Yen Beichen wanted to come to Enigma Palace to take revenge on Heavenly Secrets. Without much thought, Su Zimo headed straight for Enigma Palace. To think that, in the end, he would still become a chess piece of Monk Daming. Most importantly, even if Su Zimo knew that Monk Daming was making use of him, he had to come to Enigma Palace. Be it for Lin Xuanji or Yen Beichen, he had to make the trip to Enigma Palace. However, once he arrived at Enigma Palace, he would be made use of by Monk Daming. Such methods were truly many times more brilliant than Heavenly Secrets. However, Su Zimo was still puzzled. If Monk Daming merely wanted to refine bloodlines, was there a need to take the risk to refine it at Enigma Palace? A Mahayana patriarch was alarmed this time round. There was also the storyteller who was highly likely an emperor. Once Monk Daming's tracks were exposed, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Furthermore, there were not many cultivators who truly died in this battle. Most of them were merely severely injured. As such, there were not many bloodlines. Monk Daming was so cautious. Could he have set up such a trap just to refine that bit of bloodline? It's him. Right then, Heavenly Secrets suddenly roared in a hysterical manner. Blood was still flowing down Heavenly Secrets' face. When he heard that, his features were contorted with a menacing expression that was extremely terrifying. Su Zimo sighed internally as he looked at Heavenly Secrets. As the disciple of the storyteller, Heavenly Secrets planned everything and devised strategies almost flawlessly. Unfortunately, by some freak accident, Su Zimo and the others released Monk Daming in this generation. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, Heavenly Secrets paved the path for Monk Daming and the latter benefited immensely. This time round, Heavenly Secrets was defeated once more. He lost his life in this defeat. Come out! Heavenly Secrets surveyed his surroundings and roared, completely losing his mind. Come out! I want to see who you are! At that moment, Heavenly Secrets looked a little pitiful and tragic. He had already lost before Monk Daming even appeared. He lost twice. He had lost completely and tragically. Most importantly, right from the beginning, Heavenly Secrets did not know who he had lost to. In fact, he did not even know if the person who schemed against him twice in a row was a man or woman, what sect or faction he or she was from, or what he or she looked like. For someone who thought that he was extremely smart and was in control of everything, how much of a blow was that? He left a long time ago. The storyteller shook his head and sighed in disappointment. Left. Left. Heavenly Secrets grinned and fresh blood continued flowing down his cheeks. He murmured twice and suddenly laughed in a deranged manner with a tragic expression. Foo-foo. Ha 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 ha. Heavenly Secrets' gaze landed on Su Zimo and the others as he smiled sinisterly. Chess pieces. You're all chess pieces. Even though he's so powerful, he's nothing but a chess piece for someone else as well. Him. You. All of you. He pointed at Su Zimo, Yen Beichin, and even the storyteller and grinned. None of you can escape. Your fates have long been decided. Ha ha ha. Yen Beichin could not listen to it any longer. After resting for a while, he recovered some strength and slashed once more, splitting Heavenly Secrets' head into two. Heavenly Secrets' laughter stopped abruptly. His essence spirit was also shattered by the hatred fiend saber and was destroyed on the spot. Thump! Heavenly Secrets' corpse fell heavily in a pool of blood. However, his laughter seemed to echo in everyone's ears for a long time without dissipating. It was unsettling and sent shivers down their spines. The storyteller closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear it. No matter what, Heavenly Secrets was his disciple after all. He was filled with guilt and self-blame for the state the latter was in today. Lin Xuanji no longer had his usual cheeky attitude and had a grim expression. He could not help but recall the scenes when he was young and often pestered Heavenly Secrets to play with him. At that time, everything was carefree and warm. No matter what they played, Heavenly Secrets could beat him with ease. Even in terms of cultivation realm, Heavenly Secrets was far superior to him and had entered the conjoint body realm long ago. The storyteller had a total of 4 disciples, and Heavenly Secrets was the most outstanding no matter which aspect he compared them from. To think that he would die in front of Enigma Palace today. Pian Ran, did you see that? The indignance in Yen Beichin's heart was instantly relieved after Heavenly Secrets was killed. He knelt down and looked up into the skies, saying in a daze, I've killed all the enemies who murdered you. I didn't let any of them off. Pian Ran, don't worry. I'll accompany you very soon, very soon. After saying that, Yen Beichin could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. He was already exhausted and covered in injuries. The reason why he could last till now was all because of Heavenly Secrets. Now that Heavenly Secrets was executed, he could not hold on either and fainted. Brother Yen. Worried, Su Zimo arrived beside Yen Beichin in a flash and took out a few elixirs from his storage bag, stuffing them into Yen Beichin's mouth forcefully. The storyteller tapped his finger gently, and a divine light entered Yen Beichin's body. Yen Beichin's injuries stabilized rapidly. He's fine, merely severely injured. Now that he got his revenge, the tension in his mind was released and thus he was temporarily knocked out. The storyteller said, given his bloodline, he only needs to recuperate for a few days and will recover mostly. Unless he commits suicide, it's difficult for the successor of the Fiend Emperor Hatred to die. His injuries are not external, but internal, the storyteller said meaningfully. Su Zimo understood. Yen Beichin's true injury was in his heart. Initially, he felt extremely guilty and remorseful. Living in pain every day, the only thing that supported him to survive was revenge. Now that Yen Beichin had taken his revenge and lost his obsession, there was a high chance that he would commit suicide like the Fiend Emperor Hatred. In a while, stay in Enigma Palace for a few days with him, the storyteller said. You can try and talk sense into him when he's awake. Thank you, Senior. Su Zimo expressed his thanks hurriedly. Today, Yen Beichin charged into Enigma Palace and even killed half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace. However, instead of blaming Yen Beichin, the storyteller retained him. His bearing and magnanimity was something that the other cultivators of Enigma Palace could not compare to. Half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe frowned and took a step forward, as though he wanted to say something. Patriarch Qing Cheng glared at him and shook his head gently. Half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe was alarmed and retreated hurriedly. Su Zimo supported Yen Beichin up first and handed him to Mingzhen to take care of. He then came before the storyteller and bowed deeply. I was rude today and barged into Enigma Palace, fighting all the cultivators here. Please forgive me, Senior. It's nothing much. There's a reason for it, so you're not to blame. The storyteller did not have any intention of blaming him. Instead, he smiled and said, furthermore, you've already been very restrained compared to the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley. Actually, not many people had truly died up till this point of the battle. Even for some half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace who were severely injured, only their physical bodies were destroyed. Their essence spirits managed to escape. Given Su Zimo's capabilities, it would be extremely easy for him to kill their essence spirits. Although the storyteller was not present, he seemed to have seen through everything. He knew in his heart that if Su Zimo were to truly start a massacre, there would be rivers of blood in front of Enigma Palace. Su Zimo handed the dermic-breaking bow over. This is a treasure of Enigma Palace. Since today's matter has been resolved, I'll return it to its owner. The storyteller glanced at it indifferently and said, "Since you snatched this bow, take it." Ah? Su Zimo froze for a moment. This dermic bow was one of the unique treasures, and its terrifying might was revealed earlier on. In his hands, the power was even more shocking. The storyteller had given him such a great treasure casually. How can that do? Finally, half-martial ancestor Xianxia could not help but say, "This dermic-breaking bow is an ancient unique treasure, and one of the great treasures of Enigma Palace. How can we give it to outsiders casually?" "You still have the cheek to say that?" The storyteller sneered. "Since you can't even protect the dermic-breaking bow and let someone snatch it away, it proves that the bow is nothing in your hands. You might as well give it to someone else. Even if it's given to others, it can't be desolate martial." Half-martial ancestor Xianxia's face flushed red as he argued, "Desolate martial just killed a conjoint body mighty figure of our palace and severely injured several half-martial ancestor experts. If we give him the dermic-breaking bow, wouldn't the cultivators of the palace be disheartened?" "Disheartened?" The storyteller sneered once more. "What's more disheartening than having an incapable palace lord who can't differentiate between right and wrong?" Half-martial ancestor Xianxia shuddered. The storyteller's gaze landed on half-martial ancestor Xianxia and the others as he said coldly, "You guys are truly promising. The outcome of a group of you discussing was to join forces with the primordial races. That's akin to asking a tiger for its skin. A primordial taboo is a reason for you guys to join forces with the primordial races? You guys have truly forgotten about your roots. Damn it." The storyteller's tone was extremely stern, and his gaze eventually landed on half-martial ancestor Xianxia. "Xianxia, you're useless and can't tell between right from wrong, twisting the facts. From this day forth, you shall relinquish your position as the palace lord and reflect on your mistakes on your own. Without my orders, you're not to come out of seclusion." The crowd fell into an uproar. Nobody expected that the position of the palace lord of Enigma Palace of half-martial ancestor Xianxia would be removed because of this battle. That punishment was extremely severe. "Isn't this punishment a little overboard?" Patriarch Qingcheng frowned slightly and whispered, "How can we blame this on fellow Taoist Xianxia?" Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian stood out and looked at the storyteller. "Although you're this generation's storyteller of Enigma Palace and have an extraordinary status, you can't be so unreasonable, right?" Su Zimo's heart stirred. From the tone of half-martial ancestor Qian Tian, it seemed like the status of being a storyteller was far from simple. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove nodded as well. "Desolate Martial and the others attacked our sect today and demanded for one of ours. We had no choice but to fight. No matter what, for today's matter, Desolate Martial and the others were the ones who were rude first." "Foo-foo," the storyteller sneered. "I've been playing with the mortal world and haven't returned to the palace for a long time. I've got to thank Desolate Martial this time round. If not for their antics, I wouldn't have known that Enigma Palace would have been reduced to such a state. Enigma Palace sure is a motley place right now. All sorts of troublemakers have popped out for this battle." There was a cold, killing intent in the storyteller's tone. Both half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove felt guilty, and their gazes flickered. They no longer argued and remained silent. "That's not all." The storyteller's expression was cold, and he no longer had the cheeky attitude from earlier on as he said slowly, "That girl is the successor of founder Master Ling Long. Even I won't hurt her. Yet you guys tried to kill her." Half-martial ancestor Xianxia, half-martial ancestor Li Heng and the others lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. Indeed, they were in the wrong for this matter. After obtaining Fairy Linglong's inheritance, Demoness G's status was even nobler than the Palace Lord of Enigma Palace. Nobody from Enigma Palace could hurt her. Their attack was equivalent to the greatest disrespect to founder Master Linglong. Demoness G had a ball of pent-up anger in her heart. Now that she heard the storyteller's words, her anger vanished instantly as she could not help but laugh. Bowing to the storyteller, she said, "Senior, thank you for helping me vent my anger." "It's nothing." The storyteller waved it off. "Senior, I'm fine. Let's forget about today's matter." Demoness G did not want to sow grudges with most of the experts of Enigma Palace over such a small matter either. "No worries." The storyteller shook his head. "Today's matter isn't over yet." The old storyteller's gaze landed on half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove as he asked coldly, "When did you guys learn the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra?" "Ha!" The expressions of half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove changed starkly. The expressions of half-martial ancestor Qingzhe, half-martial ancestor Li Heng, and the others changed slightly as well. All of them turned to look at the two half-martial ancestors in disbelief. The expressions of the two half-martial ancestors, Qian Tian and Divine Turtledove, were terrible and unpredictable. In front of the storyteller, they did not even have the courage to lie. "We did cultivate this fiend technique, but that's nothing much, right?" Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian forced a smile and explained, "Enigma Palace covers a wide spectrum of knowledge and we don't belong to any immortal, Buddhist, or fiend sects. There's no lack of cultivation technique from the fiend sects in our sect as well. Other fiend techniques are nothing much, but don't you guys know what sort of a cultivation technique the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra is?" The storyteller's gaze was sharp as he said coldly, "Don't you guys know how much of a catastrophe that fiend caused in Tianhuang, mainland 40,000 years ago? Once you're tainted by this fiend technique, you'll sink into it. Given your natures, can you control it?" Under the pressure of the storyteller, half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove were already drenched in cold sweat and did not dare to say anything. "Speak. Who imparted this fiend technique to you guys?" The storyteller asked slowly. "Heavenly Secrets." Heavenly Secrets was the one. Half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove could not withstand it and was the first to speak. "We've already lived for more than 15,000 years and started entering our later years. However, we haven't been able to advance to the Mahayana realm for a long time. Heavenly Secrets was the one who came looking for us. He told us that there's a cultivation technique that can help us advance to the Mahayana realm. We only cultivated it to become Mahayana patriarchs and strengthen our sect's power." No wonder. A look of realization flashed through Lin Xuanji's eyes. In the past 2 years, as long as Heavenly Secrets made a decision, the two half-martial ancestors, Qian Tian and Divine Turtledove, would support him with all their might. Even when they joined forces with the primordial races to imprison Lin Xuanji, these two half-martial ancestors were the first to stand on the side of Heavenly Secrets. However, although the source of how these two learned their fiend cultivation technique was discovered, they would never know how Heavenly Secrets learned it. The storyteller closed his eyes for a long time before opening them slowly. He looked at the two half-martial ancestors, Qian Tian and Divine Turtledove, and said in a deep voice, "The two of you have already committed a grave mistake cultivating this fiend technique. On account of your many years in Enigma Palace, I can spare you this once. However, you'll return everything you've learned in this lifetime to Enigma Palace today. From now on, you can be mortals and stop cultivating." Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove were shocked. To be mortals. The storyteller meant that he was going to cripple their cultivations. Both of them lowered their heads slightly and a strange blood glint flashed through the depths of their eyes. All of a sudden, a gigantic blood mist burst forth from the two of them, and they turned into two blood lights that fled in two different directions. The speed of the blood lights was way too fast. Almost instantly, they were 500 kilometers away. This was blood escape from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Patriarch Qing Chung frowned and extended his palm, grabbing towards half-martial ancestor Qian Tian. Swoosh! His palm brushed past the blood light. Even when a patriarch attacked, he was a tad slower. The speed of the blood escape technique released by half-martial ancestors after burning their bloodlines was indeed terrifying. By the time Patriarch Qing Chung reacted, the two of them had already fled to the horizons. Ha 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 ha! Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian's laughter sounded. Storyteller old dog, we've worked in Enigma Palace for many years. Even if we didn't contribute, we did our best. Yet, you want to cripple our cultivations with just a few words. Once the two of us escape today, the world will be vast. Old dog, you'll regret this sooner or later. The day we become patriarchs will be the day we make a comeback. Ha 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 ha. Both of them laughed wantonly. The storyteller was expressionless and did not move. Suddenly, he reached out with both palms and yanked in the direction where the two of them were escaping. The feeling was as though he was trying to pull the two half-martial ancestors back from 500 kilometers away. A strange power spread. Although there was no deafening commotion, the two figures that were about to disappear into the horizon gradually became clearer in front of the crowd. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove were still releasing blood escape without slowing down at all. However, the distance between the two of them and the storyteller was shrinking continuously. Although it was clearly in the opposite direction, the more they fled, the closer they were to the storyteller. Pest! The cultivators gasped. That method had already surpassed everyone's understanding. Is that a divine power? Su Zimo murmured softly. Before long, half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove were dragged back by the storyteller who was 500 kilometers away. Under the gaze of the storyteller, the two half-martial ancestors were horrified and were still escaping frantically. However, no matter how much strength they exerted, they were only getting closer to the storyteller and they returned to Enigma Palace before long. This time round, both of them were truly scared out of their wits. Please, spare our lives. Half-martial ancestor Qian Tian and half-martial ancestor Divine Turtledove knelt with a thud and said incoherently with pale faces. I could have spared your lives earlier on. The storyteller shook his head slowly. But I can't do it now. The moment he said that, the storyteller did not give the two half-martial ancestors a chance to explain and extended his palm, slashing in front of them like a saber. The heads of the two half-martial ancestors seemed to have been sliced into two by some divine weapon as blood gushed out and their essence spirits were destroyed on the spot. Two half-martial ancestors of Enigma Palace were dead. All the cultivators in the world were silent. A half-martial ancestor expert was almost a peak existence in the cultivation world. However, in the hands of the storyteller, two of them were killed casually as though ants were being crushed. Every cultivator of Enigma Palace looked at the storyteller with reverence in their eyes. Su Zimo sighed internally. For the matter of heavenly secrets, the storyteller was slightly hesitant and even gave the former a chance in the end. This gave everyone the illusion that the storyteller was benevolent. However, in reality, the reason why the storyteller was so hesitant was because Heavenly Secrets was his disciple. How could he sever the many years of relationship between master and disciple within a short period of time? However, later on, the storyteller completely displayed his decisiveness to kill. With a few words, he removed the palace lord of Enigma Palace. He killed two half-martial ancestors with a thunderous might. He did not hesitate at all. His attack had stunned everyone in Enigma Palace. Bury the two of them. The storyteller waved it off and turned to Su Zimo and the others. It's all thanks to you guys that Enigma Palace is able to get rid of this huge problem today. You're making things sound too serious, Senior, Su Zimo said hurriedly. If you're free, why don't you rest for a few days at Enigma Palace? The storyteller said. At the same time, Xuanji can take you guys around. All right, thank you, Senior. Su Zimo cupped his fists. Yan Beichen was unconscious and could recuperate in Enigma Palace for a few days. At the same time, he could find an opportunity to ask about the killing badge of the Bloodvine race. Let's go. Follow me into the palace. The storyteller nodded to Su Zimo and the others and said, I'll take my leave now that this is over. Patriarch Qing Cheng bowed slightly to the storyteller and said respectfully, Yes, you can head back. The storyteller waved it off. Patriarch Qing Cheng raised his head and glanced at Su Zimo in a seemingly casual manner before turning around. He swiped his palm in the void and created a gigantic crack. In a flash, Patriarch Qing Cheng leaped into the crack and vanished. In the blink of an eye, the crack healed gradually and returned to normal. Tearing the void casually, that's the power of the Mahayana realm, the storyteller explained. If one can advance to the Mahayana realm and become a patriarch, they can tear through the void at any moment and cross 5,000 kilometers. Su Zimo nodded, still thinking about the way Patriarch Qing Cheng looked at him before departing. There was hostility in that gaze. Because of Su Zimo, half-martial ancestor Qing Zhe's status as the palace lord was relinquished. Even Patriarch Qing Cheng was lectured by the storyteller and lost his dignity. Although he said nothing, he definitely felt resentment in his heart. Su Zimo glanced at the storyteller again. Back in the capital of Great Zhou, he had already met this old man. However, who would have thought that this secular old man would possess such a powerful identity and status? Even Mahayana patriarchs had to bow down before him. Senior, are you an emperor? Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Zimo could not help but ask. The storyteller smiled. Yes, that simple word caused Su Zimo and the others' hearts to skip a beat. Even though they had a hunch, when the storyteller actually admitted it, the feeling was entirely different. A legendary emperor was standing right in front of them. Demoness Ji blinked and asked, Senior, what's your title? Typically, emperors had specific titles. For example, the Human Emperor, Saber Emperor, and Thunder Emperor. My title is Mystic, the storyteller said indifferently. Mystic Emperor. Su Zimo thought for a moment and asked again, What's the significance of being a storyteller? The storyteller is a special existence in Enigma Palace that is free from the restrictions of Enigma Palace. The storyteller said, The creation of this existence can be traced back to the ancient era. Founder Master Ling Long's disciple was the first generation storyteller. In every generation, there's only one storyteller. The responsibility of a storyteller is to roam the mortal world and spread stories everywhere. Su Zimo had witnessed the storyteller's storytelling process before. Indeed, he was extremely good in his narration and spoke mostly of strange tales of fiends and demons. Previously, he heard a short passage from the side and it was truly interesting. The storyteller spoke as though everything had truly happened. When he said it, it was as though he was right in the midst of everything and everyone was immersed in it. However, given the high status of the storyteller in Enigma Palace, the fact that his actual responsibility was to roam the mortal world and spread stories was truly incredulous. Why would Enigma Palace set up such an existence? Demoness Ji asked in confusion. Do you guys know the reason why Fairy Ling Long established Enigma Palace? The storyteller did not reply and asked instead. Su Zimo and the others shook their heads. The storyteller said, From the ancient sages, there is the saying of the three everlasting values. One can establish their worth in the order of virtues, meritorious accomplishments, and teachings. Virtues, meritorious accomplishments, and teachings? Su Zimo murmured softly in deep thought. The old storyteller continued, The establishment of Enigma Palace was for the sake of establishing teachings. By that, it means for us to record history, continue creating merits, pass down civilization, and inherit the Tao. There are many things that people will gradually forget as time passes. However, Enigma Palace will not forget and will record them down and pass them down. I roamed the human world for tens of thousands of years and recounted the tragic era of the human race in the primordial era. I recounted the ancient war and the legacy of the emperors. Everything that happened was real and was recorded in Enigma Palace. That's the culture of our human race. Su Zimo and the others were dumbfounded in shock. Su Zimo had not expected that the stories told by the storyteller around the world were not fiction. They were all a real part of history. Less than that, He had not expected that the establishment of Enigma Palace was not for the sake of imparting dermic arts and secret skills, but the soul and civilization of the entire human race. That was the true intention of Fairy Ling Long when she established Enigma Palace. The storyteller stopped in his tracks and gazed into the distance, lamenting, "The world has changed. No race will prosper forever." Founder Master Ling Long had long expected that the fortune of the human race would one day decline as well. Perhaps the human race might encounter great calamities and sufferings. However, as long as Enigma Palace is around, the civilization of the human race will continue forever. As long as civilization is not destroyed, humans will rise once more one day. One day, humans will welcome the glorious era of the ancient era where multiple emperors rose. At that point, be it Su Zimo, Demoness Ji, or Mingzhen, all of them looked in the direction of Enigma Palace with reverence. Instantly, everyone seemed to have gone against the flow of time and saw that peerless woman from the ancient era who stood on this land. Although Fairy Ling Long was not an emperor, she was worthy of eternal praise. A moment later, Demoness Ji asked again, "Senior, doesn't that mean that Enigma Palace records many things about Tianhuang mainland?" "That's right," the storyteller nodded with a smile. "Senior, what did you mean by the legacy of the emperors?" The storyteller smiled. "For anybody that's conferred an emperor, Enigma Palace would establish a personal legacy for him and retain a record of his legend." "Wow!" Demoness Ji exclaimed and said enviously, "This can truly be considered as leaving one's mark in history. This was an immense honor." In the cultivation world, the reason why the legends of emperors were widespread was mostly because of Enigma Palace. At that point, the storyteller suddenly turned and looked at Su Zimo with deep anticipation in his eyes. "Desolate Marshal, Enigma Palace has decided to establish a personal legacy for you." "Ah!" Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he asked instinctively, "Didn't you say that only emperors are qualified for personal legacies? Establishing a legacy for you has nothing to do with the status of an emperor. It's because you're Desolate Marshal. You established the martial Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings." The storyteller said, "Even the ancient emperors did not establish such merit. That alone is worthy of a personal legacy to be passed down through history." Throughout history, Su Zimo was the only one who had a personal legacy, although he was not an emperor. The storyteller continued, "I didn't mention the name of this personal legacy because I don't know what your future accomplishments will be. Perhaps, being an emperor might not even be your endpoint. I hope that I'll have the fortune of completing this legacy in my lifetime. If I can't, I'll have to rely on the next generation storyteller." With that said, the storyteller glanced at Lin Xuanji beside him. Everyone turned to Lin Xuanji. Judging from the meaning of the old man, there was a high chance that the position of the next generation storyteller would be passed down to Lin Xuanji. "Old man, you're in such a good condition. You don't have to rush to tell me these things," Lin Xuanji mumbled. "I'm still young right now and can't take on such a huge responsibility." The storyteller said, "Every man has his troubles. Although I can divine everything, I can't divine how long I can live. Some things are better said beforehand." "Old man, stop it. That sounds ominous." Lin Xuanji frowned again. Although he was always cheeky and impolite towards the storyteller, the latter was his kin in his heart. The storyteller smiled and reminisced. "I've taken in 4 disciples in my life and arranged you guys in the order of Tian, Di, Shen, Huang. Heavenly Secrets was your eldest senior brother. Among the 4 of you, Heavenly Secrets was the most talented and cultivated the fastest. Be it in combat strength or intelligence, he was far superior to you guys." Lin Xuanji nodded. "Senior brother is indeed stronger than me. The 4 of you have different personalities. Heavenly Secrets has a calm personality and was the most mature. DG is a little rigid and orderly, not understanding how to adapt. Huang Ji is honest and kind-hearted. As for you," the old storyteller looked at Lin Xuanji and paused for a moment. "Your personality is the most similar to mine, wild and cynical. Normally speaking, the most suitable successor to inherit the position of storyteller should be Heavenly Secrets. Unfortunately, a moment of neglect from me and he veered onto the wrong path, resulting in a state of no return. At the mention of heavenly secrets, the storyteller's eyes still revealed a hint of sadness. No matter what, Heavenly Secrets was his eldest disciple, and his intelligence, personality, talent, and combat strength far surpassed Lin Xuanji and the other two. The storyteller had high hopes for Heavenly Secrets as well. To think that in order to cultivate the blood refinement fiend sutra, Heavenly Secrets schemed against all the experts in the world and created rivers of blood in the battle of Heaven and Earth Valley. Senior, traces of the primordial races have appeared on Tianhuang mainland all these years, and they are restless. It's best for the cultivation world to make preparations beforehand. Su Zimo could not help but say. The storyteller did not reply and glanced sideways. I'm sure you must be very disappointed with the various major sects and factions of the cultivation world, right? Su Zimo did not say anything, but it was a silent acknowledgement. He had experienced many things all these years. The current cultivators no longer had the same tough stance towards the primordial races. Instead, they were filled with fear. Southern Dual Sect of the South region was destroyed by the Bloodvine race, but none of the super sects appeared. Nobody was willing to get involved unless they were personally injured. However, if the major sects and factions maintained the same attitude, the primordial races would leave the Forbidden Grounds sooner or later to invade and kill everywhere in Tianhuang mainland. At that time, who could avoid them? No egg could remain whole if the nest was overturned. Actually, it's not their fault, the storyteller said. Firstly, humans have never been threatened for a long time in history. Given such an environment, they will naturally shy from battle. Secondly, the fortune of the human race has indeed fallen in this generation. Be it Mahayana patriarchs or emperors, the number of them is far less than in the ancient era. Some super sects don't even have emperors backing them. There's no way they can fight against the primordial races head-on. Su Zimo nodded. Depamkara Monastery was one of them. The storyteller continued. Thirdly, and most importantly, the current cultivation world lacks a supreme expert that can lead the human race. In the ancient era, there was a supreme expert like the human emperor. When he called upon the other emperors to gather, none of them would dare to disobey someone like him. But now, the human race lacks an expert as such. Su Zimo gradually understood. The only way of battling the primordial races was by gathering the emperors of the world together. However, what sort of people were the emperors? All of them were top existences in Tianhuang mainland. Without a supreme expert who could suppress and call upon the entire world, who would be willing to bow down? Senior, even you can't do it? Su Zimo asked. No. The storyteller shook his head. Be it in terms of reputation or combat strength, I'm far from that. As the storyteller of Enigma Palace, I might be able to gather some emperors. However, we'll most likely be doomed if we go against the primordial races. Su Zimo frowned deeply with a heavy heart. In that case, there was a high chance that the human race would be suppressed completely if the primordial races joined forces and launched an unprecedented war against the human race. At that time, the primordial races would regain control of Tianhuang mainland. Similar to the primordial era, humans would be enslaved and treated as food without freedom. The storyteller thought for a moment and continued, Of course, you guys don't have to be overly pessimistic. There are still some variables in this generation after all. With that said, he smiled and looked at Su Zimo. Me? Su Zimo froze for a moment. The storyteller nodded. Firstly, you have a clone that cultivates in the dragon race and has a noble status as the young master of the dragon race. I believe that with your temperament, if the human race is in trouble, your dragon phoenix true body will definitely not sit by idly. Su Zimo nodded. If the human race was truly in trouble, the dragon phoenix true body would do his best to persuade the dragon race to help the human race. The storyteller continued. Secondly, the birth of the taboos. 2 out of 3 of the great taboos of the primordial era have appeared. Furthermore, right now, both of them are on the side of the human race. Actually, there was a high chance this generation would be an unprecedented situation where 3 primordial taboos were gathered. If they had enough time and the 3 primordial taboos grew, the primordial races would definitely have no chance of winning. Unfortunately, the primordial races would not give them much time. There's a third variable. The storyteller looked at Su Zimo and paused for a moment. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Could the storyteller have divined the existence of the martial Tao prime body? Actually, the martial Tao prime body was the greatest variable. After a brief pause, he continued, "The third variable is you. In this generation, the human race lacks a supreme expert that can command the world. Your body has fused perfectly with the creation Green Lotus, and your future accomplishments are unpredictable." At that point, Su Zimo was certain that the storyteller still did not know of the existence of the martial Tao prime body despite his divine powers. "Senior, that's too much to hope for." Su Zimo laughed bitterly. "I've only just entered the conjoint body realm and I'm not even a half-martial ancestor, let alone someone who can command the world and make emperors submit to my orders. That's why it's a variable," the storyteller said. "The battle between the primordial races and humans is inevitable in this generation. If you can grow into a peerless expert before that, the fate of the human race will change because of that. You once altered the fate of all living beings. I hope that you can do the same for humans. Heaven, earth, black and yellow in meaning. Unlike heavenly secrets, some of the names don't have special." There was still a long way for Su Zimo to grow to the point where all the emperors in the world would submit to him. But now, the situation on Tianhuang mainland was changing rapidly. Su Zimo did not have much time left. As the storyteller spoke, he led everyone and entered Enigma Palace. From the outside, they could not see the full view of Enigma Palace yet. One could only truly experience the vicissitudes of time after entering the territory of Enigma Palace. The magnitude of emotions was not something that other sects and factions could compare to. Suddenly, the storyteller frowned and exclaimed softly. His gaze shifted and landed on an area of Enigma Palace. Su Zimo looked over as well. A gigantic palace stood in that area. It was 1,000 feet tall and soared into the skies with 9 levels. Each level could accommodate more than 100,000 people. A gigantic word was written on the plaque of the palace. "Library." "What's wrong, old man?" Lin Xuanji asked casually when he saw the odd expression on the storyteller's face. "An outsider has been here." The storyteller's expression darkened slightly and his words were shocking. "Ah?" "Shocked?" Lin Xuanji asked. "What do you mean?" "An outsider came to the library. There were many secret manuals and ancient books in the library. The cultivation techniques and secret manuals were not the most important. It was the history books. The library was an important place for Enigma Palace, and even the palace master of Enigma Palace could not enter casually. What would happen if outsiders entered the library? "I'll go take a look," Lin Xuanji moved and said before running over. "He left a long time ago," the storyteller harumphed coldly. "The people in the palace are truly a bunch of useless fools. They were played like idiots and did not even know that an outsider came to the library." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he murmured, "Could it be him?" The storyteller nodded slightly. "If I'm not wrong, the bloodlines outside Enigma Palace were also refined by this person. Monk Daming." The final doubt in Su Zimo's heart was finally resolved. Initially, he had his doubts as to why Monk Daming would set up such a trap if he merely wanted to refine bloodlines. Firstly, there were not many bloodlines left behind in this battle. Secondly, it was truly not worth it for Monk Daming to come here and refine the bloodlines given the immense threat of Enigma Palace. It was only now that Su Zimo understood. Monk Daming set this trap for him to run in front of Enigma Palace and fight against the cultivators of Enigma Palace. His true goal was not to refine the bloodlines. It was to get to Enigma Palace's library. Now that he thought about it, Monk Daming should have refined the bloodlines in front of Enigma Palace casually after he came to the library. If Heavenly Secrets did not use the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, he might have had a chance of surviving. However, in the intense battle with Yen Beichen, an accident would definitely happen the moment he activated the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra. Heavenly Secrets viewed Monk Daming as his greatest opponent. However, right from the beginning, Monk Daming did not take heavenly secrets seriously at all. A casual action of his cost the life of the most outstanding successor of Enigma Palace. Senior, do you know who he is? Su Zimo asked in a testing manner. I've divined it. The storyteller paused for a moment before shaking his head. However, I couldn't divine him. He is extremely powerful. Ever since the storyteller appeared, he gave Su Zimo the feeling that he was omniscient, omnipotent, and knew everything in the world. However, even the storyteller could not divine Monk Daming's identity. Right now, Su Zimo was probably the only one who truly knew about Monk Daming. He hesitated for a moment and did not reveal Monk Daming's identity to the storyteller, no matter what Monk Daming had saved his life before. Furthermore, even Su Zimo was not certain whether Monk Daming was truly evil right now. Let's go to the library to check out what's missing, the storyteller said indifferently and led Su Zimo and the others to the front of the library. He flicked his sleeves gently and the door to the hall opened. On the ground at the entrance laid two figures that were tied up tightly and could not move at all. The two of them seemed to have been cursed and could not speak. They could only stare at the storyteller with widened eyes. Senior brother, junior brother, you guys. Lin Xuanji froze for a moment. The two of them were the other two disciples of the storyteller, DG and Huangji. Although I know that it's not great, for some reason, I just want to laugh. Ha ha ha. Lin Xuanji burst into laughter. The two cultivators blushed in shame. The storyteller extended his finger and swiped across their bodies through the void. The ropes on both of them snapped instantly. Both of them were at the conjoint body realm, and a rope that could bind them was definitely an extraordinary item. But now it was crippled by the storyteller. The two of them stood up and ran to the storyteller before kneeling down. Master, I deserve to die for failing to protect the library. Please punish me, Master. DG kowtowed repeatedly. With an ashamed expression, Huangji whispered, Master, I've embarrassed you. Su Zimo lamented internally. The storyteller's evaluation is truly not wrong. DG has a stiff personality and obeys rules rigidly, while Huangji looks to be kind and honest. Get up. It's not your fault. The storyteller did not have any intention of blaming them and continued asking, Do you guys know what he did in the library? I don't know, Huangji replied honestly. However, that person did not stay in the library for long before leaving. He said that the reason why he came this time round was because he wanted to borrow the Mystic Firmament record to take a look. Once he was done reading it, he would definitely return it and not spread it outside. The Mystic Firmament record. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. That was the establishment foundation of Enigma Palace. It was created by Fairy Ling Long and was all-encompassing, only completed after the Eternal Human Emperor perfected it. To think that Monk Daming would steal it away today, that was a huge fortune. The storyteller did not enter the hall and merely closed his eyes to sense before nodding. Indeed, he took away the Mystic Firmament record. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. DG knelt down once more and kowtowed furiously. Although his forehead was filled with blood, he had no intention of stopping. Senior brother, hurry and get up. Don't damage your brains. Lin Xuanji hurried forward and pulled DG up forcefully. Foo-foo. The storyteller suddenly laughed. Both DG and Huangji were confused and even wanted to die. They did not know how the storyteller could still smile. That's incredible, the storyteller praised. To think that he could come to Enigma Palace and steal the Mystic Firmament record. Impressive, impressive. Master, why are you still praising him? The loss of the Mystic Firmament record is a huge matter. Huangji could not help but ask. Forget it. Let him be. The storyteller smiled suavely. That person is rather interesting. He merely said that he's borrowing the book to read. Furthermore, he even promised that he would return it without spreading it. Standing in front of the library, Su Zimo suddenly recalled something. This matter pertained to a guess he had regarding Monk Daming's identity. If the library truly contained many books that recorded history and many other things as the storyteller had said, there was a high chance he could get the verification he wanted within one of the ancient books in the library. Senior, can I enter the library to take a look? Su Zimo said, I'm not going to look at the cultivation techniques and secret skills of Enigma Palace. I just want to look through the records of history from tens of thousands of years ago and verify some things. How can that do? Before the storyteller could reply, DG glared and said in a deep voice, What's your identity? The library is an important place. It's not a place that an outsider like you can enter casually. Lin Xuanji pouted. Senior brother, stop talking. Didn't an outsider just enter and even steal the Mystic Firmament record? If anyone else in Enigma Palace knows about this, it'll definitely cause a huge uproar. Although DG was flushed red from the rebuttal, he straightened his neck and argued, It's different. Since we already made a mistake, we can't continue making more mistakes. That's enough. The storyteller waved it off and nodded to Su Zimo. Of course you're qualified to take a look. However, there are many books in the library and there are countless records of history. Which year do you want to take a look at? Why don't you say it and we'll have Xuanji bring you there directly, so that you don't have to spend your energy searching. Around 30,000 to 40,000 years ago. Su Zimo replied ambiguously. All right. The storyteller looked at Lin Xuanji. Take Desolate Martial Inn. He glanced sideways and smiled when he saw Demoness G's curious expression. If you're curious, you can follow along and take a look. Master, that can't do. Unable to hold it in, DG stood out once more and said in a deep voice, It's fine if you make an exception once, but how can you do it repeatedly? Where are the rules of the sect? She's the successor of founder Master Linglong. Do you think she's qualified? The storyteller glared at DG and blew his beard as he asked. With a stunned expression, DG murmured, That means she's qualified. Kid, you're trying to ascend to the heavens, huh? The storyteller pointed at DG's nose and scolded as he smacked the latter's head. You even dare to boss me around now when I'm trying to do something? You even want to talk to me about sect rules? On the other side, Lin Xuanji waved to Su Zimo and Demoness G. Let's go, I'll take you guys in. After being scolded by the storyteller, DG wilted completely and did not even dare to breathe heavily. As for the storyteller, he looked at the backs of Su Zimo and the other two and stroked his long beard, murmuring, Something major that happened 30,000 to 40,000 years ago. The battle between the Blood Fiend and Monk Daming? In the library, there was a heavenly piercing stone pillar that required dozens of people to wrap around. It stood in the middle of the hall and connected to the entire library. Around the stone pillar were many ancient books. There were even more ancient books and bamboo scrolls on the walls around the hall. Lin Xuanji was rather familiar with this place and brought Su Zimo and Demoness G inside. They only stopped after dozens of steps. Everything that happened around 30,000 to 40,000 years ago is recorded in these ancient books. Take a look. Lin Xuanji pointed to a row of books on the wall. Thank you. Su Zimo expressed his thanks and walked forward, casually picking up an ancient book to browse through. Demoness G closed in as well and picked one up to read. After a long time, Demoness G was getting impatient. Initially, she came in to take a look out of curiosity. To her surprise, the contents of the report were extremely boring and she lost interest after a casual glance. However, Su Zimo continued browsing, as though he was searching for something. Demoness G did not leave either and accompanied him quietly at the side, casually picking up an ancient book to pass time. On the other side, Su Zimo flipped through another ancient book and suddenly stopped after flipping a few pages. This ancient book recorded the battle between Dao Lord Bloodfiend and Monk Daming 40,000 years ago. The records of that battle were similar to what Monk Yuanbei had said. The two of them fought 3 times, but there was no clear victor. After the final battle, both of them went missing and their fates were unknown. They had never appeared till now and should have died. What Su Zimo wanted to know about was not this battle. He wanted to know about the origin of Monk Daming. There was a sentence recorded in the ancient book. Monk Daming was not human and was a remnant of the Heavenly Eye race. He was abandoned by the Heavenly Eye race and taken in by Daming Monastery later on. True enough. That statement verified Su Zimo's speculation on Six Stars Mountain. Monk Daming was not a human. He was from the Heavenly Eye race. Back when he first met monk Daming in the Grand Primordium ancient temple, Su Zimo caught a vague glimpse of a blood scar on his glabella. However, the scar was covered by Daming Monastery's long hair and was not obvious. It was only until this time round on Six Stars Mountain when he witnessed monk Daming fight against the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor with his own eyes that he saw everything clearly. The scar was way too similar to the Heavenly Eye race's Heavenly Eye. That was also the reason why the scar could defend against the Green Lotus Sword and the Essence Spirit secret skill of the Bloodvine half-martial ancestor. That was because Heavenly Eye was the strongest technique of the Heavenly Eye race to begin with. In that case, monk Daming had yet to truly use his Heavenly Eye trump card. He merely used his Heavenly Eye to defend. It was hard to imagine how devastating and apocalyptic the scene would be if he had attacked with his Heavenly Eye. At the same time, another doubt in Su Zimo's mind was resolved. The skeleton in the stone coffin deep underground was monk Daming. However, monk Daming was someone from 40,000 years ago. He was trapped in the stone coffin underground for 40,000 years. Even conjoint body mighty figures with 20,000 years of lifespan would have long died, let alone Dharma characteristic Tao lords. However, monk Daming did not die. Instead, he appeared in this generation. Although it was partly because of the Mingwang prayer beads, there was no way monk Daming could have lived for more than 40,000 years. Today, Su Zimo finally understood. That was because monk Daming was not human to begin with, he was from the Heavenly Eye race. Even though he was a remnant of the Heavenly Eye race, his lifespan at the Dharma characteristic realm was far longer than humans, and that was why he could last 40,000 years in the stone coffin. After resolving that doubt, Su Zimo was prepared to leave. Right then, he swept his gaze across and looked at the ancient book in Demonist G's hands. With a thought, he asked, "What's in this ancient book of yours?" "It's nothing much. Just an unforeseen event of the fiend sex 20,000 years ago." Demonist G shrugged her shoulders casually. 20,000 years ago? Su Zimo's eyes lit up. "Let me take a look. Based on time, there was 1,000 demon tribulation 30,000 years ago. There was the Great Qian Empire War 10,000 years ago. In that case, something major might have happened 20,000 years ago." Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo told monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost about the bloodface in the 1,000-year blood sea of Thousand Demon Valley. Thereafter, the red-headed ghost mentioned the 1,000 demon tribulation. It was said that the battle 30,000 years ago was extremely tragic, and not only were the demons of Thousand Demon Valley involved, even the demons of the other 7 demon regions were implicated. In that battle, countless fiend demons and even demon emperors died. After that battle, the 8 demon regions took huge losses. That was the reason why this battle was known as the 1,000 Demon Tribulation. If the appearance of the bloodface in the ruins of the Great Qian Empire and the 1,000 Demon Tribulation was not a coincidence, in that case, something major might have happened in Tianhuang mainland 20,000 years ago. Su Zimo took the ancient book Demonist G handed him and read it. 6 fiend sects. Su Zimo murmured softly. Demonist G nodded. Actually, 20,000 years ago, the situation in Tianhuang mainland was divided between the 9 immortal sects, 8 Buddhist monasteries, and 6 fiend sections. Su Zimo knew about the 8 Buddhist monasteries. The 2 super sects of the Buddhist monasteries, Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, were destroyed in the battle of the Great Qian Empire 10,000 years ago and turned into the current 6 Buddhist monasteries. He truly did not know about the 6 fiend sects. Demonist G said, 20,000 years ago, there was no Heavenly Dipper sect among the 9 immortal sections. Instead, there was another major sect, the Astral sect. Also, Malevolent Earth sect was not among the fiend sections. Later on, Astral Emperor of Astral sect failed his tribulation and was electrocuted into ashes by the Heavenly Tribulation, leading to a crisis for Astral sect. The terror of tribulation transcendence was such that even emperors would die with their essence spirits destroyed if they were careless. Demonist G continued. At that critical juncture, Patriarch Astral was ambushed by a patriarch of the fiend sects and nearly died. Enraged, he triggered a massive battle against the fiend sects. In that battle, 5 of the 9 immortal sects were embroiled in it. As for the 6 fiend sects, they took part and fought till the end, even escalating to a fight between emperors. As he listened to Demoness G's description, Su Zimo browsed through the ancient books and matched them. The ancient books recorded that more than 30 Mahayana patriarchs of the immortal and fiend sects died in this battle, and even Patriarch Astral died. Even 3 emperors were dead. At that point, Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The foundation of a super sect was truly terrifying. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo rarely saw Mahayana patriarchs because he had not cultivated to that level. After all, Mahayana patriarchs had a lifespan of 100,000 years. Even if the super sects could only produce one every 10,000 years, after 100,000 years they would have 10. Demoness G sighed. In the end, the Dharma emperor of the Buddhist monasteries and the others mediated and managed to calm the battle down. Even so, that battle caused great damage to the fiend sects. As for the 9 immortal sects, Astral sect was destroyed and split into 2 major sects. One of them is the current Heavenly Dipper sect of the 9 immortal sects, and the other is Malevolent Earth sect of the 7 fiend sections. At that point, Su Zimo was enlightened. Back when he first met Demoness G, she had already looked down on Malevolent Earth sect and said that Malevolent Earth sect was not a true fiend sect. But now, he finally understood, Malevolent Earth sect was formerly Astral sect of the immortal sects. That battle could be considered as a catastrophe for the immortal and fiend sections. Astral sect was even split into 2 and everything was referred to by the later generations as the Astral Tribulation. After a while, Demoness G saw that Su Zimo was still buried in the ancient book, reading it repeatedly as though he was searching for something. Zimo, what are you looking for? Demoness G asked. Su Zimo replied, I'm looking for the problem behind this battle. What do you mean? Demoness G was puzzled. Su Zimo did not reply. After flipping through the ancient book a few times, he asked, who was the patriarch of the fiend sects who attacked Patriarch Astral? I'm not sure. Demoness G shook her head. Su Zimo pointed to the ancient book in his hands. That's the problem. Even the ancient books of Enigma Palace have no record of this patriarch of the fiend sects. This matter was the reason for the Astral Tribulation, but nobody knew who this patriarch of the fiend sects was. Demoness G frowned. What can that prove? This must be absolutely true. Otherwise, Patriarch Astral wouldn't have been enraged and launched a massive battle against the fiend sects. Su Zimo did not argue. In truth, it was the same as the Great Qian catastrophe. Be it the 1,000 demon or astral tribulations, the 2 calamities carried the same strangeness. For the Great Qian catastrophe, Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost, 2 people who witnessed it personally, speculated with one another and Dai Yu intervened. Later on, they uncovered the strangeness behind the Great Qian catastrophe. As for the 1,000 demon and astral tribulations, they broke out 20,000 to 30,000 years ago. Anyone who had experienced both calamities personally would have died a long time ago. Even if Su Zimo could sense that something was amiss with the 2 calamities, he could not discover the true problem. The truth of the past might be buried with time. However, this matter confirmed his guess. The 1,000 demon tribulation, astral tribulation, and Great Qian catastrophe were no coincidences. Now that I think about it, another 10,000 years have passed since the Great Qian catastrophe. Su Zimo murmured softly with a grim expression. The dangers of Tianhuang mainland did not merely come from the primordial races. There was also a pair of invisible blood hands that were stirring the clouds and manipulating all living beings. Let's leave this place. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo buried those thoughts in his heart and left the library with Demoness G. The storyteller did not leave and stood at the entrance of the hall, gazing into the distance in deep thought. Ming Zhen, Little Fatty, Shi Jian, and Yen Beichen were gone. It was likely that the cultivators of Enigma Palace had already arranged for them to rest. You found the answer you wanted? The storyteller glanced sideways and asked with a smile. Su Zimo nodded. Initially, the reason why he entered the library was because he wanted to find out the secret behind monk daming. To think that he even found out about the catastrophe 20,000 years ago by accident. You were the one who destroyed the Bloodvine race on Six Stars Mountain, right? The storyteller asked. Yes. Suzimo hesitated for a moment before nodding. Half of it was done by Monk Daming. However, since Monk Daming did not want to reveal himself, Suzimo did not take the initiative to mention him. Why did you come directly to Enigma Palace after Six Stars Mountain? The storyteller asked again. Suzimo was just about to talk about this matter as he spoke in a deep voice. The Bloodvine race set a killing badge on me. Someone told me that Enigma Palace might be able to help me resolve it. MMM? The storyteller's expression changed starkly as he spun around. A gray fog appeared in the storyteller's eyes, as though he could see through all the secrets on Suzimo. Indeed, the mist in the storyteller's eyes gradually dispersed as he frowned. Extending his palm, he divined with his fingers, and a divine light flashed through his eyes as he hollered, "Not good! Senior, what's wrong?" Suzimo asked hurriedly. The feelings that the storyteller gave off were always that he was either teasing, scolding, being calm and composed, or decisive to kill. However, he had never had such an expression. The Bloodvine race is here. After saying that, the storyteller waved both hands in front of him. Instantly, a mysterious and powerful might filled the void, blanketing the skies and enveloping the entire Enigma Palace. That power did not have a strong killing intent. Instead, it seemed mysterious and ethereal. However, against that power, Suzimo felt as insignificant as a speck of dust that could be drowned at any moment. All of you, head to the library and don't come out. Waving his sleeves, the storyteller pushed Suzimo and Demoness G back into the library, and with a boom, the door to the library closed. In the library, Suzimo held his breath and looked nervous. Judging from the storyteller's stance, the people from the Bloodvine race this time round were definitely not easy to deal with. There was at least an Ancestor Realm expert. Some Ancestor Realm experts of the primordial races could even fight against emperors of the human race. Swoosh! Right then, a large blood-colored cloud floated over from the distant horizon and surged over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Enigma Palace. Mahayana Realm. Even though they were hiding in the library, Suzimo and Demoness G could still sense the terrifying blood stench outside. It was far beyond the conjoint body realm. In the Battle of Six Stars Mountain, Tung Lingzi and more than 10,000 Bloodvine race beings died without a single survivor. Monk Daming said that it was highly likely a patriarch of the Bloodvine race would be alarmed over this matter. He was right again. In order to kill a conjoint body mighty figure like Suzimo, the Bloodvine race sent out a Mahayana patriarch. Suzimo listened intently with a sense of nervousness. After all, he was the one who attracted the Bloodvine race. If a huge battle that resulted in the death of many cultivators were to break out in front of Enigma Palace, he would definitely feel extremely guilty. Right then, a small hand took the initiative to tug at his palm. It was warm and soft, calming his mind gradually. Glancing sideways, Suzimo caught sight of Demoness G's bright eyes. Those eyes that could bewitch the masses revealed a hint of comfort and gentleness at the moment. "It's fine, Senior Storyteller is around." Demoness G sent a voice transmission secretly. Suzimo nodded and smiled. In the skies in front of Enigma Palace, a crack appeared on the blood-colored clouds, and an ancient blood-colored vine extended from within. At the top of the blood vines, a human face without eyes and nose opened its mouth, revealing menacing fangs that shone with a cold glint. The blood vine seemed to be surveying something within Enigma Palace, scanning it over and over again. However, the blood vine seemed to know something and hovered outside the exquisite killing formation the entire time, not daring to take a single step in. The commotion here had already attracted many Enigma Palace cultivators. Humph! The storyteller's figure suddenly appeared in midair. "What are you doing here at Enigma Palace, Patriarch Bloodfortune?" He glared coldly at the blood vine in midair and barked, "What are you waiting for? Scram!" The storyteller was extremely domineering and did not stand on courtesy. With a holler from the storyteller, the blood-colored clouds dispersed and the blood vine retracted, turning into a figure that stood in midair in the blink of an eye. Patriarch Blood Fortune did not look big and was merely middle-aged. However, his eyes were filled with a strong blood lust and killing intent, and his lips were bloodshot. Hee. Patriarch Blood Fortune let out a strange laughter. So, the Mystic Emperor is the one guarding this place. How unfortunate. Let's not beat around the bush. Desolate Marshal is in Enigma Palace, right? Can't you see for yourself whether he's in Enigma Palace? The storyteller was expressionless as he sneered. Since you guys released the killing badge on him, even with your capabilities, you're unable to find him. Patriarch Blood Fortune. Hee. Patriarch Blood Fortune glared at the storyteller coldly and smiled. Earlier on, I even caught sight of the killing badge's aura around here. However, for some unknown reason, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Go and look for it then. Don't stay at Enigma Palace Scram. The storyteller cursed once more with a chilling killing intent in his eyes. It was as though he was prepared to attack the next moment. Sensing something, Patriarch Blood Fortune retreated a few steps and sneered. Mystic Emperor, let me advise you not to get involved in this mess. That lad, Desolate Marshal, is already hunted by our primordial 6 races. Although I'm unable to detect Desolate Marshal's aura here today, if an emperor of our Bloodvine race comes, he'll definitely be able to locate Desolate Marshal. If we discover Desolate Marshal's location in Enigma Palace at that time, you'll be prepared to endure the wrath of the primordial 6 races. How noisy! Suddenly, the storyteller extended his palm and swiped viciously in the direction of Patriarch Blood Fortune, shouting softly, Great ripping technique! Swoosh! Although the storyteller merely waved his hand simply, an extremely terrifying power burst forth from his palm, and the entire void was torn into 2. It's a great divine power. Patriarch Blood Fortune's expression changed starkly as he turned to flee. Even so, he was still a step slower. He had not expected the storyteller to be so domineering that the latter wanted to suppress him without a second word. The great divine power descended on him instantly. Instantly, his body was shredded into countless pieces and blood spewed everywhere. Under the power of that great divine power, the shattered flesh continued to explode and turned into blood mists. This could already be considered as tearing his corpse apart. Even conjoint body mighty figures who could regrow severed limbs wouldn't be able to heal from this. However, right then, a blood beam surged into the skies from the blood mist and escaped into the distance. The blood mist in midair surged towards the blood beam at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Patriarch Blood Fortune's body recovered completely. The cultivators of Enigma Palace exclaimed when they saw that. This must be a divine power that can only be comprehended at the Mahayana realm. Blood rebirth. How terrifying! It's too difficult to kill a Mahayana patriarch. Conjoint body mighty figures had boundless dermic powers and could regrow severed limbs. At the Mahayana realm, one would possess divine powers. As long as their essence spirits were not destroyed, they could be reborn even with a single drop of blood, let alone a severed arm. Earlier on, Patriarch Blood Fortune released the divine power of blood rebirth. Mystic Emperor, don't be smug. The Bloodvine race will return. Although Patriarch Blood Fortune had already fled far away, his voice was filled with hatred and vengefulness. The storyteller had an indifferent expression as he looked at the fleeing blood beam without chasing after it. Everyone, disperse. He returned to Enigma Palace and remarked casually. The group of cultivators from Enigma Palace dispersed one after another, but all of them were still discussing in hushed voices excitedly. Although Su Zimo and Demoness G were hiding in the library, they could still sense the situation outside using their spirit consciousnesses. Both of them exchanged glances and could see the shock in the other's eyes. The power of the Mahayana realm was completely beyond the other realms. For those beneath Golden Core realm, they would mostly fight in melee combat with spirit arts. There were many more techniques above the Golden Core realm such as dermic arts, secret skills, heaven and earth dharma characteristics, and essence spirit fights. For Mahayana patriarchs, divine powers were the strongest. Divine powers were also the biggest difference between ancestor realm experts and conjoint body mighty figures. Although the divine power released by the storyteller did not look like anything much, its might was extremely terrifying. Even a blood-vine patriarch's body was torn into a blood mist. "It's fine now. Come on out." Just as Su Zimo and Demoness G were letting their imaginations run wild, the voice of the storyteller sounded and the door to the library opened. "Thank you for saving me, Senior." Su Zimo came before the storyteller and bowed deeply. "It's nothing." The storyteller shook his head slightly, but there was still a hint of worry on his face. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed something. He probed, "Senior, Enigma Palace won't be able to dispel the killing badge on me either, right?" "Yes." The storyteller did not hide anything and nodded. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled the scene when Patriarch Bloodfortune arrived outside Enigma Palace. The latter did not seem entirely certain that Su Zimo was in Enigma Palace either. Right then, the storyteller explained, "When I saw the killing badge on your body, I used a divine power to seal your aura temporarily, concealing the heavenly secrets." Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. After realizing that something was amiss, the storyteller waved both hands in front of him and released a boundless energy that enveloped the skies of Enigma Palace. So, the storyteller had already released a divine power at that time. The storyteller said, "With this divine power, even Mahayana patriarchs of the primordial races won't be able to discover you." However, after a brief pause, he continued, "If emperors of the Bloodvine or Heavenly Eye race were to arrive, my divine power would probably be exposed." Su Zimo's eyes lit up. In Tianhuang mainland, as an emperor, the storyteller was definitely one of the strongest cultivators he had encountered so far. However, even the storyteller and Enigma Palace could not do anything about it. This meant that other sects like Ethereal Peak and 100 Refinement Sect would be even more helpless. Although Tianhuang mainland was huge, there was nowhere he could hide with the killing badge. "What should we do then?" Demoness G was a little anxious. "Senior, you're divinely powerful. You definitely have a solution." "Senior, since Enigma Palace doesn't have a way either, I'll leave tomorrow." Su Zimo pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice. To be fair, he had no clue where he should go next either. However, he would not benefit from staying in Enigma Palace apart from implicating it. "To think that I would be in such a state after the battle at 6 Stars Mountain," Su Zimo murmured internally. Although he obtained the Ashoka wood, he also had the killing badge planted on him and would eventually be hunted down by the Bloodvine race. There was no time or place for him to refine and cultivate it. The outcome of this Green Lotus true body was probably decided. This was a hopeless situation. The storyteller looked at Su Zimo deeply and suddenly asked, "Do you regret it, MMM?" Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before he understood that the storyteller was asking him if he regretted the battle at 6 Stars Mountain. He burst into laughter and shook his head. "I don't. Even if I have to do it again, I would have killed my way through 6 Stars Mountain." As expected of Desolate Marshal, the storyteller nodded in satisfaction and praised. "Actually, there's still a way for you to dispel the killing badge on your body and get out of this deadly situation." Suddenly, he said. Delighted, Su Zimo asked hurriedly, "Senior, please explain." The storyteller narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "There's an unknown place in Tianhuang mainland that even Mahayana patriarchs and the various emperors don't dare to step foot into." "Ah?" Su Zimo asked. "Even emperors of the primordial races don't dare to step foot in? That's a forbidden ground for the primordial races." The storyteller's words were shocking. In the cultivation world, the 9 forbidden grounds for the human race actually corresponded to the habitat of the primordial 9 races. But now, for the first time, Su Zimo was hearing of a place in Tianhuang mainland that was a forbidden ground for the primordial races such that even their emperors won't dare to step foot in. "Senior, are you referring to that place?" As though she recalled something, Demoness G looked to the west instinctively. "That's right," the storyteller nodded. "Extreme west, Kunlun Ruins." Kunlun Ruins. Su Zimo murmured softly. That was a name that was extremely foreign to him. "What is that place?" He could not help but ask. Nobody knows what's there or what that place even is. The storyteller shook his head. However, one thing is certain. That was the final battlefield of the Primordial War. The Primordial War. Su Zimo was shocked. The storyteller said in a deep voice. To be precise, that place was originally called Kunlun, but because of an apocalyptic battle that turned into a massive ruin, it was later known as the Kunlun Ruins. It's said that, in the Primordial War, the taboo dragon phoenix and Kuan Pong led 8 primordial races and countless races to attack Kunlun, fighting against the 10,000 races led by the taboo Ho. Hold on. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly asked, Senior, shouldn't it be the primordial 9 races? The storyteller shook his head. According to the records of founder Master Ling Long, there were only 8 primordial races at the start of the primordial era. The god race only appeared in the late stage of the primordial era and weren't strong enough at the time of the primordial war. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. For some unknown reason, he had a feeling that something unusual was hidden within. However, he could not figure it out at the moment. The storyteller's description of the primordial war was somewhat different from the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. After all, that was something from the primordial era. Even for the 1,000 demon tribulation and astral tribulation that happened 20,000 to 30,000 years ago, it was difficult to know the truth, let alone a war that happened countless years ago. The only thing they were certain of was that the primordial war was indeed extremely tragic. It was much more tragic than the war between the human race and the primordial 9 races in the ancient era. Countless races were wiped out in the primordial war. Indeed, all 3 taboos died in that battle as well. Because of that, the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses. Because of that, the primordial era came to an end. Thereafter, it entered the ancient era where humans took advantage of the situation to rise and the cultivation civilization flourished, welcoming a glorious era. Finally, an ancient war against the primordial 9 races broke out. The voice of the storyteller continued ringing. There were way too many experts that died in the Kunlun ruins. Countless of them. Countless divine powers were released in that unprecedented battle. Even though the Kunlun mountain range was destroyed, there are still extremely terrifying divine powers remaining in the ruins that last forever. Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. In the primordial war, countless races were destroyed and the primordial 9 races suffered immense losses with all 3 taboos dead. How vast and terrifying were the remaining divine powers in the Kunlun ruins? It was completely unimaginable. The storyteller said, These terrifying divine powers form an extremely unique domain. Any Mahayana patriarch that enters it will easily cause a divine power storm. Divine power storm. Su Zimo and Demoness Ji exchanged glances. Given their cultivation realms, it was difficult for them to imagine what sort of an existence the so-called divine power storm was. In fact, neither of them knew much about divine powers. The storyteller said in a deep voice, A Mahayana patriarch might be able to survive if a lesser divine power storm is triggered. However, if a greater divine power storm is triggered, they'll be doomed. If it's a supreme divine power storm, even emperors would be shredded easily upon entering. Lesser and greater divine powers? Su Zimo was even more puzzled. In the ancient era, when the Kunlun ruins was just formed, more than 10 Mahayana patriarchs and 2 emperors of the primordial races wanted to explore it. The storyteller said, Unfortunately, all of them were annihilated. Pest! Su Zimo gasped. In that case, it was no exaggeration that the Kunlun ruins was a forbidden ground for the primordial races. Thereafter, every tens of thousands of years, there would be experts of the primordial races who were indignant and wanted to step into the Kunlun ruins. After all, there were way too many treasures left in the ruins in the primordial war. It was hard to imagine. Su Zimo nodded. In the primordial war, many races were destroyed and countless experts died. The treasures left behind by those experts became ownerless. If he could take out all the treasures in the ruins, the foundation of the 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects and 6 Buddhist monasteries combined might not even be able to compare to it. The storyteller said, However, among the many experts of the primordial races that entered the Kunlun ruins over the years, Only one of them managed to survive and was scared half to death. From then on, no primordial race dared to step foot into the ruins. What about Mahayana patriarchs of the human race? Su Zimo asked curiously. They can't enter either. The storyteller shook his head and sounded certain. Needless to say, from the ancient era till now, there were definitely countless human patriarchs who entered but failed to return alive. Demonist G thought for a moment and said, since Mahayana patriarchs can't enter, can Dharma characteristic Tao lords or perhaps conjoint body mighty figures enter? Yes. The storyteller nodded. Indeed, for cultivators below the Mahayana realm, they won't trigger a divine power storm upon entering. However, the Kunlun ruins is extremely treacherous with countless dangers. There were indeed cultivators beneath the Mahayana realm that ventured in to explore, and only very few of them returned alive. Furthermore, those people did not even reach the depths of the Kunlun ruins and could not hang on any longer after circling around the outer perimeter. After a moment of silence, the storyteller said, before founder Master Linglong entered the Mahayana realm, she braved immense danger to enter the Kunlun ruins for a primordial divine herb. According to the records of founder Master Linglong, the Kunlun ruins does not only contain treasures left behind by experts of the past. There are even countless spirit herbs and trees from the primordial era. Of course, apart from that, there are also many races that went extinct in the primordial war. Those living beings mingled and reproduced with one another in the Kunlun ruins. They adapted to the environment and became a new race. Founder Master Linglong referred to them as the Kunlun race. Su Zimo gradually understood. The Kunlun race was not a new race, but a race that was fused with various major races. There might be humans, demon beasts, and even vegetation. The Kunlun ruins was like a place isolated from the outside world. The Kunlun race was the master of that world. They would not leave the Kunlun ruins and were extremely resistant towards the outside world as well. If they discovered any outsiders barging in, they would definitely not let the outsiders off. Desolate Marshal, the storyteller said in a deep voice. The Kunlun ruins is a unique domain formed by divine powers left behind from the primordial era. Cultivate there for a long time and the killing badge within your body will definitely dissipate gradually. If you enter the Kunlun ruins, you must be careful and avoid the Kunlun race. Look for a secret and safe place at the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins and cultivate diligently, so that you can advance to the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. Su Zimo nodded and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. The reason why Enigma Palace did not have much of an understanding towards the Kunlun ruins was because founder Master Linglong made a trip there in the past and left behind precious records. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked again, Senior, what were the lesser and greater divine powers that you mentioned earlier on? The storyteller smiled gently. You'll know about these things once you advance to the Mahayana realm. However, it doesn't hurt to let you know beforehand. Divine powers can be divided into 3 types, namely lesser, greater, and supreme divine powers. Naturally, the power of those divine powers increase in succession. Su Zimo nodded to himself and asked, the divine power that Patriarch Bloodfortune released earlier on, the one that could reconstruct his body with a single drop of blood. What is it under? That's one of the lesser divine powers, the storyteller said indifferently. Su Zimo and Demonist G's hearts skipped a beat. Even a powerful method such as blood rebirth was merely a lesser divine power. One could only imagine how frightening the might of a greater or supreme divine power would be. The storyteller said, there are 10,000 known lesser divine powers and thousands of greater divine powers. However, there are only dozens of known supreme divine powers. Under normal circumstances, even the combined power of more than 10 lesser divine powers won't be a match for a single greater divine power. Even 100 greater divine powers combined can't match a single supreme divine power. Although there were only 3 levels of divine powers, the difference in strength was exponential. After a brief pause, the storyteller said hesitantly, of course, founder Master Linglong once mentioned that there might perhaps be a type of divine power that was even above supreme divine powers. It's the peerless divine powers. Peerless meant that no divine powers could compare to it. Not even supreme divine powers. Of course, founder Master Ling Long merely heard of that as well. After all, from the primordial era till now, there had never been any peerless divine powers that appeared. The storyteller smiled. If there was truly such a divine power, even Tianhuang mainland would be turned into ruins if it was released. The saying of peerless divine powers is truly way too illusory. Throughout history, there have been millions of human cultivators and countless conjoint body mighty figures. However, only a rare few managed to advance to the Mahayana realm and comprehend divine powers to become a patriarch. Do you know why? The storyteller asked. Divine power tribulation? Su Zimo made an attempt to reply. He had once heard someone mention that in order to advance to the Mahayana realm from the conjoint body realm, one had to undergo a tribulation, the divine power tribulation. Throughout history, this divine power tribulation had buried countless paragons and monster incarnates. The owners of the 30-odd stone statues in the Dao inheritance ground were all the most famous paragons and monster incarnates of Tianhuang mainland in the past. However, these people were still unable to take the final step and were stuck before the Mahayana realm, dying with regrets. The storyteller had a slightly emotional expression as he nodded. Cultivation is something that defies the heavens to begin with. In this period of time, one will experience countless dangers. These dangers either originate from their own mental demons or from the killing intent of the outside world. However, there has never been any danger that can be called a tribulation. Previously, be it in terms of breaking through from golden core, nascent soul, or void reversion realm, one would encounter danger, but it could not be considered as a tribulation. For something to be called a tribulation, it must mean that it was extremely difficult to survive and one would most likely die. The storyteller said slowly, the divine power tribulation refers to the three calamities of Taoism: wind, fire, and thunder. Eh? Su Zimo's heart stirred, it felt familiar. The storyteller smiled. Seems like you've thought of the Dao inheritance ground as well. Su Zimo nodded. There was a three tribulations domain in the Dao inheritance ground, and there were three tribulations: the Yin Wind tribulation, the karmic flame tribulation, and the thunder tribulation. The storyteller said, back then, there were many paragons and monster incarnates who left their legacies there. Since three tribulations were created, how could they have been set casually? There was a deeper meaning to it. A look of realization flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. However, the storyteller changed the topic. The three calamities of the divine power tribulation are sent down by heaven and earth, and are even more terrifying than the three tribulations domain. That wind is no ordinary wind. It's the heavenly dipper wind, sharp as an awl and lethal as a blade. It enters through the head and spreads through the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, 9 orifices, flesh and hair, destroying everything along its way. The heavenly dipper wind penetrates everything, and if the essence spirit isn't refined enough, it will be dispersed as well. Su Zimo and Demoness Ji were secretly alarmed. The fire is no ordinary fire either. It's the earth malevolent fire, born from beneath one's feet. It surges right through their glabella. If one's body isn't strong or their bloodline isn't robust enough, their organs would turn into ashes while their limbs would rot instantly. 10,000 years of cultivation would turn into ashes completely. The storyteller continued, that thunder isn't the ordinary thunder of the mortal realm either. It's the 5 elements divine thunder. The Gung metal, Yi wood, Gui water, Bing fire, and Wu earth divine thunders would crash upon one. Any single mistake and their soul would be dispersed. If they can't pass through the 3 calamities, their bodies and essence spirits will be destroyed without any corpse remaining. Of course, if they manage to survive the tribulation of the 3 calamities, they would comprehend a divine power, blood rebirth. Su Zimo finally understood. The reason why every Mahayana patriarch knew blood rebirth was because they could comprehend that divine power through the baptism of the 3 calamities. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled a doubt he had in the past and could not help but ask, senior Mahayana patriarchs of the cultivation world rarely appear. Are they all in seclusion in the various major sects? Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had encountered too few Mahayana patriarchs, which was a little strange. It was as though all the Mahayana patriarchs were hiding in a place and would not come out unless something major happened. When something happened to Enigma Palace this time round, Patriarch Qingchang seemed like he returned from another place as well. The storyteller said, typically, after entering the Mahayana realm, one would no longer bother about dharmic treasures or secret skills. All Mahayana patriarchs only have a single goal, and that is to comprehend divine powers as much as possible. Once you advance to the Mahayana realm, if you want to raise your cultivation and combat strength, you have to comprehend divine powers. With every divine power comprehended, one's essence spirit, body and bloodline will be baptized by the power of divine powers, and their combat strength will increase significantly. In the cultivation world, the best place to comprehend divine powers is not in Tianhuang mainland, but at that point, the storyteller suddenly paused and looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile, clearly testing the latter. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. From the tone of the storyteller, this was definitely a place he knew. Furthermore, there was a high chance it was a familiar place. However, why would a place he was familiar with become a place for patriarchs to comprehend divine powers? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he blurted, "The ancient battlefield." The ancient battlefield was a dimension of its own and was a broken world. Su Zimo had been to the elementary and intermediate ancient battlefields, but he had never heard any rumors about the advanced ancient battlefield. Now that he thought about it, the place where these patriarchs had the highest chance of comprehending divine powers was the advanced ancient battlefield. Su Zimo replied, "If I'm not wrong, the final ranking of the 3 Enigma rankings, the divine powers ranking, should also be in this advanced ancient battlefield. That's right?" A look of admiration flashed through the storyteller's eyes as he nodded slightly. There were many divine powers left behind in this final ancient battlefield. Those divine powers could be in some ruins, at some mountain peak or among the trees and grass. Actually, there are even more divine powers remaining in the Kunlun ruins, and they're even more terrifying. However, because the primordial war was way too intense and the environment there was extremely sensitive, Mahayana patriarchs would trigger a divine power storm the moment they stepped in. They won't even be able to survive the divine power storm, let alone comprehend the divine powers. Compared to that, the environment of the ancient battlefield is relatively mild. As long as one can discover the remnant of any divine powers, they can comprehend it. Su Zimo understood. In order to increase their cultivation and combat strength, Mahayana patriarchs of the cultivation world searched and comprehended divine powers in the ancient battlefield. During this process, they would naturally not bother about the strifes of the cultivation world. After all, it was not easy to find a divine power. The process of comprehending a divine power was even harder. That was the reason why patriarchs rarely appeared and cultivators of the sect would not alarm them unless a major calamity befell the sect. Only Mahayana patriarchs can enter that ancient battlefield? Suddenly, Su Zimo asked. The storyteller shook his head. That's not a hard rule. However, given your current physical body and essence spirit, you won't be able to withstand a divine power if you forcefully comprehend it. The storyteller saw through Su Zimo's intentions and knew that the latter wanted to comprehend divine powers as soon as possible and advance to the ancestor realm. However, there were no shortcuts to cultivation. The storyteller said, "If you want to comprehend divine powers, your body and essence spirit have to reach a certain level. A grade 7 creation green lotus is definitely not enough." In other words, the old man was implying that Su Zimo's green lotus true body had to grow to grade 8 if he wanted to enter the advanced ancient battlefield. A grade 8 creation green lotus was extremely difficult to nurture, and in the ancient era, only the Buddha Emperor had it. Even if Su Zimo were to absorb the large chunk of Ashoka wood completely, it would be difficult for his green lotus true body to transform to grade 8. However, there was still a chance. The creation green lotus had already fused with his body and bloodline. As long as his cultivation increased, the green lotus true body would grow. Although the Kunlun ruins were filled with danger, there were countless treasures. Furthermore, experts of the primordial races did not dare to enter the ruins. As long as he could avoid the danger of the Kunlun ruins, he could cultivate there forever. This was a rare opportunity and cultivation ground for Su Zimo. You guys can rest here for a few days. The storyteller smiled gently. That divine power of mine can still conceal everything for a few more days. At the very least, you'll be safe in Enigma Palace during this period of time. Senior, what's the name of your divine power? Su Zimo asked curiously. Deceive the world, the storyteller said slowly. It's a supreme divine power. Ah! Su Zimo and Demoness G exclaimed. The two of them were fortunate enough to witness a supreme divine power personally and were both shocked and delighted. The storyteller said, there are many types of supreme divine powers and all of them focus on different aspects. Some of them focus on movement techniques while others on killing. For Deceive the World, it's the #1 method of concealing the heavenly secrets. For example, Everlasting Vitality focuses on healing. Sleeve Universe focuses on encompassing and shifting space. For supreme divine powers such as Incinerating Firmament Boiling Sea, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Firmament Slash, and Divine Punishment, they lean towards killing. Incinerating Firmament Boiling Sea, Sleeve Universe, 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Su Zimo's gaze intensified when he heard that. He was getting closer to these legendary powers. Do you know what's the difference between Mahayana patriarchs and emperors? The storyteller asked again. What sort of patriarchs are able to become emperors? Su Zimo exchanged glances with Demoness G and both of them shook their heads. The comprehension of a supreme divine power, the storyteller said. One can only be conferred the title and become a true emperor upon comprehension of a supreme divine power. Su Zimo's eyes revealed a look of realization. It was no wonder why Hermit once said that even emperors were at the Mahayana realm. The reason why a patriarch was referred to as an emperor was because they had comprehended a supreme divine power. The storyteller continued, the reason why there's a difference in strength between emperors is because the focus of the supreme divine powers they comprehend is different. For example, back then, the supreme divine power comprehended by the Dharma Emperor was everlasting vitality and it was focused on healing. Eventually, he could not defeat the Ancestor Realm Illumination Dragon still. At that point, Su Zimo sighed internally. Even the storyteller did not know the truth about what happened at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley back then. The reason why the Dharma Emperor sacrificed his remaining lifespan to save the red-headed ghost was because he did not want a huge battle between the dragon race and the human race to repeat the massacre. Of course, if the difference is merely in the focus of the comprehended divine power, the variation in combat strength won't be too great, the storyteller said. If anyone could comprehend a second, third, or even more supreme divine powers, their combat strength would increase in folds. That's way too difficult. Demoness G shook her head. It was already extremely rare for someone to comprehend a single supreme divine power and become an emperor, let alone 2, 3, or more. There would always be a time when one was exhausted. Even emperors did not have that much time and energy. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, how many supreme divine powers did the eternal human emperor comprehend in the past? Demoness G let out a curious expression as well. 6 of them, the storyteller said slowly. Su Zimo and Demoness G were shocked. The storyteller said, ever since the ancient era, there have been many paragons and monster incarnates. Their achievements may even surpass the human emperor. Su Zimo nodded. For people like him and the fallen Diin, their accomplishments at the Golden Core realm had already surpassed the human emperor. However, among those monster incarnates, few could become emperors. None of them could even compare to him, let alone surpass him in the end. Suddenly, Demoness G asked, how many supreme divine powers did Fiend Emperor Hatred comprehend in the past? 5. The storyteller said. However, given the Fiend Emperor Hatred's talent, he should have been able to comprehend a 6th one and stand shoulder to shoulder with the human emperor if he hadn't committed suicide. As for the remaining Buddha, Sword, Saber, and Thunder Emperors, they merely comprehended 3 supreme divine powers. Most of the ancient emperors merely comprehended a single supreme divine power. What a stark difference! Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Even for renowned emperors such as the Buddha and Sword Emperors, they were two supreme divine powers apart from fiend emperor hatred. The difference between them and the human emperor was even greater. The storyteller said, "Therefore, without the eternal human emperor, the human race would have definitely lost the ancient war. Legend has it that in the ancient war, the human emperor overturned the entire situation single-handedly. But now, Su Zimo knew that the legend was not exaggerated at all. He thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "What's the max number of supreme divine powers comprehended by the emperors of the human race in this generation?" "Probably 3. The storyteller sighed gently. Su Zimo finally understood the pessimism of the storyteller. The strength of the human race in this generation was truly way too inferior compared to the ancient era. In the ancient war, even with the human emperor, the human race merely secured a tragic victory, let alone this generation. "Don't think about such things first." The storyteller looked at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, "Right now, the most important thing for you is to cultivate as soon as possible and grow further." "I understand." Su Zimo nodded. The storyteller left after a few more reminders, and Su Zimo stayed in Enigma Palace temporarily alongside Demoness Ji. Yen Beichen's injuries gradually healed. In a few days he had mostly recovered. However, the wound in his heart could no longer be healed. His eyes were still dead without any luster. Su Zimo sighed internally. As he had expected, after Yen Beichen killed Heavenly Secrets, he lost the obsession in his heart and could no longer find any hope of surviving. Once he left, Yen Beichen would most probably commit suicide. Su Zimo wanted to console him but realized that he did not know where to start. At that moment, any consolation seemed powerless. After a long silence, Su Zimo said, "Brother Yen, have you ever considered the fact that although it's not present in Tianhuang mainland, there might be a mysterious power in the upper world that could revive fellow Taoist Qin? The reason why I'm in my current state is because of a woman from the upper world who changed my fate for me. Brother Yen, I believe that the power of the upper world can also control life and death. Everyone has to have a goal to survive. My goal is to ascend to the upper world and follow in her footsteps so that I can stand shoulder to shoulder with her." At the mention of that, Su Zimo's gaze was resolute and he seemed to shine. At the side, Demoness Ji pursed her lips and her eyes dimmed momentarily at the sight of that. "Everyone has to have a goal to survive?" Suddenly, Yen Beichen murmured softly and his eyes flickered. Right then, Lin Xuanji pushed the door open and entered. "Brother Su, you have visitors." "Visitors?" Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Given how relaxed Lin Xuanji was, it was clear they were not enemies. Right now, he was in an extremely dangerous situation and was hunted down by the primordial 6 races. Unless they were old friends, who would dare to look for him at a time like this? Right then, 2 people appeared at the entrance. When he saw the 2 of them, Su Zimo could not help but laugh. He hurried forward and bowed to one of them with cupped fists. "Greetings, Master." That person was none other than mighty figure Extreme Fire of 100 Refinement Sect. The other person was a young lady in her prime. Her waves-shaped hair fell to her shoulders and was a little withered, but it could not conceal her peerlessly beautiful face. The girl's skin was fair and her features were exquisite without any flaws. Although she was slightly inferior to Demoness Ji in terms of bewitchment, her appearance was already comparable. Furthermore, her eyes were not ordinary black or white. Instead, they were clear and green, resembling clear water that shimmered with a unique beauty. "What a beautiful little girl. She seems to have grown up a little." Even Demoness Ji could not help but exclaim when she saw the girl. "Young master." The girl came to Su Zimo's side and called out with joy in her eyes. This girl was none other than Yen Qi, who possessed half of the god race's bloodline. Su Zimo took her in at the capital of Great Zhou, and she was accepted by Ethereal Peak later on. Su Zimo swept his gaze and nodded slightly. "Not bad. You've already entered the conjoint body realm." Although Yen Qi was a remnant of the god race, her talent was frighteningly shocking. Her cultivation speed followed closely behind Su Zimo without being left behind. Although the bloodlines of remnants were impure, their accomplishments might not be inferior to others. Monk Daming and the Blood Fiend from 40,000 years ago were both remnant bloodlines. However, even pure-blooded experts of the primordial races would be suppressed by the two of them at the same cultivation realm. Master, why are you guys here together? Su Zimo asked. Extreme Fire smiled. When I heard that you were killed by the primordial 6 races, I left 100 Refinement Sect and became a free man. I was prepared to look for you in the South region. However, before I reached the South region, I heard that a huge battle broke out at Enigma Palace. As such, I rushed here right away. Thankfully, you're still here. Although Extreme Fire said it indifferently, Su Zimo's heart was moved. When the primordial 6 races set their killing badges on him, everyone wanted nothing more than to avoid him. Even Depamkra Monastery did not dare to let him into their monastery for fear of being implicated. However, Extreme Fire came to look for him right away. Furthermore, Extreme Fire had already prepared for the worst-case scenario. He was afraid of implicating 100 Refinement Sect, and that was why he left 100 Refinement Sect in advance to regain his freedom. Not long after I arrived here, I encountered this girl. Extreme Fire pointed at Xianxia and continued. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. I also heard of the news of you being hunted by the primordial 6 races, young master. I wanted to stay by your side and help you. Now that I'm already at the conjoint body realm, Master Crane agreed to let me come over. Master Xianxia, you guys sigh. Su Zimo sighed gently, but a warm feeling flowed through his heart. Up till this point of his cultivation, he roamed Tianhuang mainland and made countless enemies. However, he also made many hot-blooded friends and siblings who could stick together. These people were loyal and did not leave him even though they knew he was in a dangerous place. It was the case for Extreme Fire and Xianxia. It was the case for Yan Beichen and Demoness Ji. It was the same for Little Fatty and Shi Jian as well. Extreme Fire said in a deep voice, Zimo, it's difficult for you to survive in Tianhuang mainland now that you're hunted by the primordial 6 races. However, there is a place that might offer a chance of survival. Oh, out of curiosity, Su Zimo asked. Where? Extreme Fire replied, the place where I nearly died and obtained Night Spirit as well as the Illumination Sword formation. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Extreme Fire continued, that's the extreme west of Tianhuang mainland, the Kunlun ruins. Indeed, the divine Ho egg was brought out by Extreme Fire from the Kunlun ruins. That was also a speculation that Su Zimo had just thought of. Extreme Fire had once told him that he was exploring a primordial ruin and nearly died. The Kunlun ruins was probably the most famous and largest primordial ruin in Tianhuang mainland. Most importantly, the Kunlun ruins was the battlefield of the primordial war. This was also closely related to Night Spirit. Ever since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley, Night Spirit had been separated from him and his whereabouts were unknown. However, Su Zimo believed that Night Spirit would not die that easily. If Night Spirit was still alive, could he be in the Kunlun ruins? Extreme Fire said, I've been to the primordial ruin before after all and have a slight understanding of it. If we go together, we might have a higher chance of surviving. Su Zimo nodded thoughtfully. To begin with, the Kunlun ruins was a cultivation ground for him. But now that he thought about the high chance that Night Spirit was in the Kunlun ruins, a sense of anticipation grew in his heart. Right then, Yan Beichen suddenly sat up on the couch. Brother Yan, how are you? Su Zimo hurried forward and asked softly. At that moment, Yan Beichen looked a little better. He looked at Su Zimo fixedly and asked once more, Zimo, will the upper world truly have the power to save Pianran? I believe there is. Su Zimo nodded. In truth, the dead could not be resurrected. This involved the great Tao of reincarnation, and even he could not be certain. However, at that moment he could not care less. Right then, the storyteller appeared out of thin air in front of Yan Beichen's couch and said in a deep voice, there are endless secrets in the world. Tianhuang mainland might just be a well. The only way you can see a wider world is if you jump out of this well. Perhaps you might be able to understand the obscurities of life and death in that world. However, if you commit suicide now, you'll never get the chance ever again. The weight of the storyteller's words was much heavier and more trustworthy than Su Zimo's. True enough. Gradually, some life force recovered from Yen Beichen's eyes and shone brightly. Su Zimo knew that the storyteller's words had finally reignited Yen Beichen's hope. In the past, revenge was the hope that allowed Yen Beichen to continue surviving. Now, saving Qin Pianran would be the hope for Yen Beichen's future. This is the first time I'm seeing the old man persuade others personally. At the side, Lin Xuanji sent a voice transmission secretly to Su Zimo using his spirit consciousness. The storyteller was the current mystic emperor. An emperor was willing to lower his status to persuade Yen Beichen. It was clear how highly the storyteller regarded the latter. The storyteller continued, Azura, you obtained the inheritance of the fiend emperor hatred. However, I believe that you're not another hatred. Leave your own Tao and break free from the effect of the hatred sutra on you, putting down your obsession. I believe that even though he passed down his legacy, the fiend emperor hatred would not want you to become a second him. You're the Azura, the one and only peerless Azura in this world. Yen Beichen caressed the hatred fiend saber beside him and murmured softly, If I'm not hatred, would you still be willing to follow me? Clang, clang. The hatred fiend saber seemed to be able to understand Yen Beichen's words and buzzed and trembled. It had already decided that Yen Beichen was its master. Be it hatred or the Azura, it would follow Yen Beichen through life and death. All right. Yen Beichen's eyes shone brightly as he said proudly, I, the Azura, will bring you to the upper world to take a look in this generation. I will also defy the heavens and change fate, altering life and death. With that said, he bowed deeply to the storyteller. Thank you, Senior. The storyteller nodded slightly with a delighted expression. Indeed, he thought highly of Yen Beichen. In his heart, Yen Beichen's accomplishments might even be higher than fiend emperor hatred's. Yen Beichen turned to Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, Zimo, I won't be accompanying you on the trip to the Kunlun ruins. You have to be careful. Don't worry, brother. Su Zimo nodded. Yen Beichen had his own Tao. If he followed Su Zimo to the Kunlun ruins, he might feel restricted instead. Now that Yen Beichen was fine, Su Zimo was completely relieved and no longer had to stay in Enigma Palace. Zimo, The moment Demoness Ji spoke, Su Zimo understood her intentions. He smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. You're the pure maiden of this generation. How can you follow me to the Kunlun ruins casually? If Pure Maiden Sect finds out about this, I'll probably be hunted down by your experts. Extreme Fire nodded as well. Don't worry. With me and Nian Qi accompanying Zimo, we can look after one another. Master, Nian Qi, don't follow me either, Su Zimo said deeply. The Kunlun ruins is not a good place. There's no need for you guys to accompany me in taking the risk. What are you talking about? Extreme Fire's eyes widened as he patted his storage bag. Don't get ahead of yourself, lad. I've got a treasure map here. I'm heading to the Kunlun ruins for it. Young master, I'm already here. You can't chase me away. Nian Qi pursed her lips and smiled. Su Zimo did not say anything more. The three of them exchanged glances and smiled. There was no longer a need for words. Since he had already decided to leave, Su Zimo did not delay any longer. He bid farewell to Shi Jian and the others one after another and prepared to move. The storyteller said, You still have the killing badge of the Bloodvine race on you. If you leave Enigma Palace, the Bloodvine race will definitely see it. I'll tear through space and lead you guys there directly. As he said that, the storyteller swiped his palm across the void before him. As though it was cut by a sharp blade, a gigantic crack appeared in the void. It was dark and deep within. Wind gusted. With a flick of his sleeves, the storyteller swept Su Zimo, Extreme Fire and Nian Qi up and leaped into the crack. Old man, bring me along. I'll take a look as well. Just as the crack was about to close, Lin Xuanji shouted and tugged at the old storyteller's sleeves. jumping in as well. The world spun. It was a similar sensation as using a major transference talisman. Everything before them was completely dark and even breathing was difficult. In just a few breaths' time, Su Zimo and the rest felt their bodies lighten and their eyes lit up. They were finally seeing light once more. Although they were on the ground, everyone felt a heavy and repressing feeling in their hearts. Everyone looked over instinctively and could not help but freeze on the spot in shock. In front of everyone were mountain ranges that rose and fell continuously. Some of the mountain ranges were sliced into two as though they had suffered a violent collision. Some of the mountain ranges were mostly destroyed. The vast plains of the mountain ranges were strewn with corpses and bones. It was a shocking sight. Some of the corpses were not rotten and retained their original forms. Their bodies were long and more than 10,000 feet long, looking like coiled divine dragons. It was a dragon skeleton. A divine dragon that was more than 10,000 feet long meant that this was a true ancestor realm divine dragon. At the edge of the Kunlun ruins, everyone caught sight of the corpse of an ancestor realm divine dragon. It was truly hard to imagine how tragic the primordial war was back then. Everyone looked around. There were not only corpses of the dragon race among the bones. There were also corpses of other primordial races, as well as countless unknown living beings that filled the entire mountain ranges. This scene was way too shocking. The aura emitted by the ruins was way too repressing and sinister. If one's Tao heart was not steady, they could break down mentally in such an environment. Extreme Fire looked at the scene before him and sighed gently, as though he recalled something. Back then, more than 10 of us came to explore this treasure trove. To think that I was the only one who survived. One of them had his Tao heart broken not long after he entered the Kunlun ruins. After a brief pause, he sighed once more. Actually, I would have died long ago as well if I hadn't met Zimo. Everything that I've experienced over the years is truly tragic in retrospect. The storyteller looked at the ruins and remained silent for a long time before saying slowly, Zimo, cultivate well in the Kunlun ruins. You don't have to worry about Tianhuang mainland. I'll do my best to deal with the primordial races and buy time for you. Su Zimo nodded. He did not know if he would survive this trip to the Kunlun ruins, and his future was uncertain. Even he did not know if he could return alive and when he could return to Tianhuang mainland once more. Senior, take care as well. Su Zimo bowed deeply to the storyteller. Brother Su, I'll wait for you to return. Even the cynical Lin Xuanji felt a sense of reluctance at the imminent departure. Su Zimo waved his hand and entered the Kunlun ruins with Extreme Fire and Nian Qi. The three of them walked extremely slowly and surveyed their surroundings with their spirit consciousnesses tensely, afraid that something might happen. The storyteller watched the three of them from outside the Kunlun ruins the entire time and only snapped out of his stupor after their figures vanished. Old man, why have you suddenly become so emotional? Lin Xuanji asked with a frown. He knew the storyteller too well. He could sense the pessimism in the storyteller's heart. Given Brother Su's talent, with the Dragon Phoenix true body and Green Lotus true body, the primordial races won't be his match if he grows further. Lin Xuanji was optimistic on the other hand. The storyteller shook his head gently. I'm afraid there's not much time left. If we wait another 10,000 years, I believe that Desolate Marshal will definitely be able to reach the peak and become an existence comparable to the human emperor. However, the conflicts between the primordial races and the cultivation world are increasing and their movements are becoming more frequent. The final battle is about to arrive. Lin Xuanji's heart skipped a beat as he asked, Old man, how long more do you think that will be based on your divination? No more than 100 years at most. The storyteller's voice was heavy. 100 years. Lin Xuanji finally understood why the storyteller was so pessimistic. 100 years was way too short. For cultivators, 100 years was a fleeting duration. It was already not bad if Su Zimo could advance a single minor realm, let alone advance to the Mahayana realm. On the other hand, even if Desolate Marshal was at the Mahayana realm, how could he fight against the experts and emperors of the primordial races? The storyteller murmured softly, We'll do our best and leave it up to fate. Kunlun ruins. The more Su Zimo and the other two advanced, the more alarmed they became, and the surrounding environment turned increasingly sinister and spooky. The ruins of the great Qian Empire were already filled with a rich malevolent aura after 10,000 years. Coupled with the lingering souls, many malevolent ghosts were born. However, compared to the Kunlun ruins, the great Qian ruins was like a firefly against a bright moon, a drop of water against an ocean. It was a world of a difference. The malevolent aura was so strong that Su Zimo and the other two felt uncomfortable. It was not surprising for any vengeful ghost to be born from such a rich malevolent qi throughout history. The blood qi of Su Zimo and the other two was strong, and their dermic powers rumbled furiously. Most ghosts and fiends knew that they were strong and did not dare to approach them. However, as they ventured deeper into the Kunlun ruins, a phantom would flash before their eyes from time to time. The blood qi in their bodies was also a great tonic for them. Suddenly, the malevolent aura in front of them surged and swiftly formed a black fog that floated towards the three of them. It wanted to devour them completely. Humph! Extreme Fire harumphed coldly. How dare a mere ghost try and come out to harm others in broad daylight? Before his sentence was finished, he conjured a dermic art and tapped forward. A scarlet flame burst forth and entered the swiveling malevolent black fog instantly. The power of thunder and fire was a strong counter to such sinister objects. Furthermore, Extreme Fire's flare was created from the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra, and most conjoint body mighty figures could not withstand it. However, the flare merely caused the black fog to pause for a brief moment without causing any ripples. The black fog continued surging towards the three of them. Hee hee hee! A shuddering laughter sounded from the black fog. There's no daylight in these ruins. It's always dark here. Swoosh! Right after the voice sounded, an incomparably gigantic skull suddenly appeared from the black fog. The holes in its eyes shone with a bloodthirsty glint as it opened its mouth and devoured the three of them. You must have a death wish. The dermic art in Extreme Fire's hands changed once more, and three balls of flames appeared, condensing into Samadhi Dao fire that shot over. The power of the Samadhi Dao fire was more than twice that of the previous flames. The moment the Samadhi Dao fire entered the skull's mouth, it burst into flames, and the black fog surrounding the skull was burned into nothingness. Groar! The skull let out an extremely painful roar. However, no matter how it channeled the malevolent qi, it could not extinguish the Samadhi Dao fire on its body. In just a few breaths, the bones of the skulls crackled from the heat and cracks appeared. If you dare to step into the Kunlun ruins, don't even think about getting out alive, the skull said fiercely. The flames here will definitely attract even more vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. Just wait to be devoured. Before its words were finished, the skull exploded and scattered onto the ground, turning into ashes. Extreme Fire sighed gently. Back when our group arrived here, more than half of us were killed by these vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. In the end, there were only 3 of us left when we entered the treasure ground. After that, the 3 of them were even more careful and continued forward. Before long, Nian Qi's gaze shifted to a black fruit and her eyes lit up. The fruit was the size of an infant's fist and was black on the outside. However, it shone brightly inside like a large and exquisite bunch of grapes. It's a malevolent spirit fruit, Extreme Fire exclaimed softly. When he saw Su Zimo's confusion, Extreme Fire explained, malevolent spirit fruits are extremely rare and can only be born after countless years in a place with rich malevolent aura. For most cultivators, the malevolent spirit fruit is a poisonous fruit and they will definitely die if they consume it. However, once they advance to the Mahayana realm and experience the malevolent earth fire of the 3 calamities of the divine power tribulation, consuming the malevolent spirit fruit will produce a miraculous effect. The success rate of the tribulation transcendence will increase by at least 30%. There was definitely no such spirit fruit in Tianhuang mainland. That was because the conditions required to nurture a malevolent spirit fruit were way too stringent that even an environment like the Great Qian ruins could not produce one. It was only possible in the Kunlun ruins. As the storyteller had said, danger and opportunities coexisted in the Kunlun ruins. Su Zimo did not say anything and merely frowned slightly, looking at the bottom of the malevolent spirit fruit in deep thought. Nian Qi had already walked forward, prepared to pluck the malevolent spirit fruit. "Don't move! Watch out!" Right then, two voices sounded at almost the same time. The first warning came from Su Zimo. The second was an unfamiliar voice. Right then, something weird happened. The ground beneath Nian Qi's feet suddenly cracked and a pair of extremely sharp cold lights flashed, slashing towards her. When Nian Qi heard Su Zimo's warning, she was long prepared as she leaped up and looked down. Bang! Boom! Boom! From the crack on the ground, a gigantic scarlet-backed centipede that was dozens of feet long slithered out and chomped down on Nian Qi, who was in midair. The cultivation of that scarlet-backed centipede was at the perfected conjoint body realm. Even among the 8 demon regions, it was a ferocious beast with terrifying combat strength. Although Nian Qi had just advanced to the conjoint body realm, half of her bloodline came from the god race. With a tender shout, she channeled her bloodline and dermic powers as a blinding sword that shone brightly appeared in her palm. Slash! Gripping her sword with both hands, Nian Qi slashed down fiercely at the scarlet-backed centipede beneath. Clang! Although the gigantic sword stood on the scarlet-backed centipede, it could not slash its way in and sparks flew instead. Scarlet-backed centipedes loved corrosion. This particular one had cultivated countless years in this ruin, and by now, its shell was invulnerable against weapons, fire, and water. Humph! Nian Qi did not panic and dispersed her sword, channeling her bloodline phenomenon right away. An ancient and majestic pyramid appeared in midair with countless living beings prostrating beneath it. Boom! The pyramid crushed down fiercely towards the scarlet-backed centipede. The scarlet-backed centipede lamented. Although its body was not afraid of sharpness, the pyramid carried an extremely terrifying might and crushed it into two with a ton of weight. Black blood splattered everywhere. The black blood in the scarlet-backed centipede's body contained poison that could kill a conjoint body mighty figure with ease. The scarlet-backed centipede opened its mouth and spat out a black poison mist. Thereafter, it swayed its upper half of its body and wanted to burrow into the ground to escape. Nian Qi possessed the bloodline of the god race, and the poisonous blood could not close into her body against the surge of her blood qi. Swoosh! Her figure fell and she charged down instantly. Grabbing one of the scarlet-backed centipede's legs with her bare hands, she yanked it out of the crack in the ground. Among the primordial 9 races, the god race's physique and bloodline were at the peak and were on par with the dragon race. Although the scarlet-backed centipede was massive, it could not compare to Nian Qi in terms of strength. After pulling the scarlet-backed centipede out, Nian Qi smashed it onto the ground violently. The pyramid descended once more and crushed the scarlet-backed centipede into a meat sludge. That counterattack was extremely sharp and displayed Nian Qi's immense capabilities and combat strength. Even Su Zimo nodded to himself when he saw that. Apart from countless malevolent ghosts, there were also some terrifying living beings in the Kunlun ruins. After killing the scarlet-backed centipede, Nian Qi descended and looked in another direction. On the other side stood a white-robed man at the conjoint body realm. He was handsome and had sparkling eyes. Standing not far away, his clothes fluttered and he looked elegant. At that time, when she wanted to pluck the malevolent spirit fruit, 2 voices reminded her. One of them was Su Zimo and the other was this white-robed man. "My gratitude, fellow Taoist." Nian Qi cupped her fists towards that person and expressed her thanks. "No problem." The white-robed man smiled gently. "Pardon me for being bold. By the looks of it, you guys must have just arrived at the Kunlun ruins, right?" "Yes," Nian Qi nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. Su Zimo and Extreme Fire did not speak and merely sized up the white-robed man. The white-robed man said, "There are dangers lurking everywhere in the ruins. There must be powerful, ferocious beasts guarding a treasure like the malevolent spirit fruit. There are also some ferocious beasts that guard the vicinity of certain universal treasures to wait for other living beings to fall into their traps." At that point, the white-robed man's eyes dimmed and his tone turned grim. There were initially 7 of us, but we fell into a trap of a powerful, ferocious beast. I was the only one who escaped death, Sai. When he heard that, Extreme Fire reminisced about the past and felt a sense of sympathy for the white-robed man. However, he was still a little cautious as he probed. Are you also here for this malevolent spirit fruit? I'm here for the malevolent spirit fruit. The white-robed man smiled and looked at Xianxia, saying honestly, however, this malevolent spirit fruit clearly belongs to this fellow Taoist. Extreme Fire nodded slightly. Of course, in the cultivation world, humans were unpredictable. This was their first time meeting, and no one could guarantee the other party's thoughts with just a few words. Fellow Taoists, I've stayed in the Kunlun ruins for a period of time. I wonder if I can travel with you guys. The white-robed man's eyes were filled with anticipation. This Extreme Fire was hesitant. Normally speaking, the 3 of them were familiar with one another and were resistant towards strangers. However, this was the Kunlun ruins. When Extreme Fire heard about this person's encounter, he could not help but recall his past self. If he allowed this person to wander around the Kunlun ruins alone, the latter would most likely be doomed. Should we bring him along? Extreme Fire sent a voice transmission secretly. Given the 3 of us, we can deal with him easily if he has any evil intentions. Xianxia did not object and merely looked at Su Zimo. In her heart, Su Zimo would be the one to decide for such matters. Ever since the white-robed man appeared, Su Zimo had not said anything. Suddenly, he asked, how should I address you, fellow Taoist? I'm Spirit Scar. The white-robed man smiled gently. Su Zimo nodded. I'm Desolate Marshal. Greetings, fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal. The white-robed man cupped his fists towards Su Zimo. Although their conversation was simple, Extreme Fire and Xianxia's expressions changed slightly. Both of them could tell that something was amiss. The white-robed man was way too calm when he heard the name Desolate Marshal. Su Zimo's gaze was dark as he asked with a fake smile. Seems like you've never heard of me, fellow Taoist? The white-robed man smiled apologetically. I'm an itinerant cultivator that cultivates in seclusion most of the time. I don't know much about the cultivation world and am inexperienced. I must be quite a joke to you, fellow Taoist. That explanation made sense. However, Extreme Fire and Xianxia were already wary. Desolate Marshal established his Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings, shocking the world. Even itinerant cultivators who were in seclusion all year round and were isolated from the world could not have not heard of Desolate Marshal's name. Su Zimo smiled as well and asked, how long more are you going to pretend for? The smile on the white-robed man's face did not fade and his expression turned odd. A sinister aura emanated from him as he rubbed his palms and laughed. Impressive. In all these years, there have been many cultivators who entered the Kunlun ruins, but you're the first to see through my disguise. Both Extreme Fire and Xianxia felt their scalps tingle. Even though the white-robed man was exposed by Su Zimo, the 2 of them could not make out what he was still. If they had truly allowed this person to travel with them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Actually, even Su Zimo could not see through this person's true body. However, after the white-robed man appeared, Su Zimo's spirit perception warned him repeatedly, and that was why he tested the waters. Let's see what you are. Su Zimo did not waste his breath on the white-robed man and flicked his finger. Chi! A blinding white sword chi burst forth and arrived before the white-robed man instantly. The sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi caused the white-robed man's expression to change slightly. Swash! The white-robed man swayed and disappeared before Su Zimo and the other 2, shifting to the other side at an astonishing speed. Even Extreme Fire's gaze could not catch up to him. The white-robed man's figure reappeared with a gash on his cheek that was oozing with blood and a nauseating stench. Although the white-robed man dodged extremely quickly, his cheek was still sliced by the heaven-slaying sword chi. So, a skeleton attained the Tao and even managed to grow flesh and blood. Sneering coldly, Su Zimo strode forward and closed 2 fingers, waving and slashing towards the white-robed man. TSK, TSK, TSK. More than 10 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and tore in different directions towards the white-robed man. Ah! Sensing danger, the white-robed man suddenly shrieked. The flesh on his body suddenly dissipated, turning into streams of thick malevolent chi that condensed into malevolent spears that charged towards the heaven-slaying sword chi. The white-robed man was left with nothing but a skeleton as he stood on the spot. The skeleton was evidently strange, as though it was pieced together from various bones. There were dragon bones, golden crow bones, and even bones of the god race. The skeleton first used the corpses in the Kunlun ruins to piece together a body of bones. After obtaining the Tao, it used malevolent chi to condense the flesh. If the skeleton were to continue cultivating, it would be no different from a true cultivator. Clang, clang, clang. The malevolent spears released by the skeleton collided with the heaven-slaying sword chi and were not disadvantaged. An ear-piercing sound of collision could be heard. The skeleton already had the cultivation of a half-martial ancestor. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he strode forward and conjured hand seals with both hands, chanting Sanskrit, Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Mi, Ham. The moment the 6 words of daming mantra were released, 6 daming dermic seals descended at the same time. Dermic arts of the Buddhist monasteries were the most lethal for the skeleton. When the Great Vajra Wheel and Great Mount Meru seals descended, the skeleton shuddered and its bones creaked as though they were about to fall apart. Su Zimo sat down and clasped his palms together. He lowered his head like an accomplished monk and recited a series of incantations with a dignified expression. The Great Light Mantra, the Auditory Release Mantra, the Sensory Enigma Mantra, the 6 Paths Diamond Mantra. All of those incantations were used to free the dead and purify their grievances. A ball of Een spirit struggled endlessly from the glabella of the skeleton. However, it gradually could not withstand the consecutive incantations and was eventually extinguished. Swoosh! The skeleton scattered to the ground, returning to dust. Although the skeleton malevolent ghost seemed like he was suppressed by Su Zimo with ease, in reality, his cultivation was top-tier even in Tianhuang mainland. Neither extreme fire nor Nian Qi were its match. If Su Zimo did not have the support of the cultivation techniques of the Buddhist monasteries, he would have to spend a lot of effort to suppress the skeleton completely. Let's go. Be careful, Su Zimo said, and the 3 of them continued forward. The 3 of them walked through the Kunlun ruins for an entire day and encountered countless battles along the way. Thankfully, they got out unharmed. The existences in the Kunlun ruins did not care what sort of paragons or monster incarnates they were. They did not know Desolate Marshal at all. In their eyes, Su Zimo and the other 2 were nothing but fresh meat that could be consumed and be of great help to their cultivation. Even with Su Zimo's immense stamina, he was tired after battling for an entire day. Extreme Fire and Nian Qi were even more exhausted and their faces turned pale. Where are we now? Su Zimo had just killed a pure-blooded ferocious beast when he stopped in his tracks and asked. Extreme Fire panted slightly. We're still at the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins. The Kunlun ruins was way too huge. The 3 of them had walked for an entire day and were still lingering around the outer perimeter. Look over there! Extreme Fire pointed to the purple-gold light in the distance and said in a deep voice, That's the Kunlun barrier. You only truly get to the core of the Kunlun ruins after entering that barrier. However, with the existence of the Kunlun barrier, cultivators outside can't enter at all. Over the years, some cultivators who enter the Kunlun ruins to search for opportunities have merely loitered around the outer perimeter. Su Zimo gazed at the aurora-like light in the distance thoughtfully. Let's go take a look, he said, and led the way with Extreme Fire and Nian Qi right behind. Both of them consumed elixirs while recovering their blood qi and stamina. The Kunlun barrier did not seem like it was far. However, Su Zimo and the other 2 walked for another 3 days before they truly arrived at the foot of the Kunlun barrier. Naturally, the journey was another massacre. All 3 of them were the strongest paragons of the conjoint body realm. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation, the living beings and malevolent ghosts at the outer perimeter of the Kunlun ruins were even less of a threat to him. Half-martial ancestor Qingzhe of Enigma Palace had once said that desolate martial status was already established and no one could threaten him unless a patriarch attacked. He was not exaggerating at all. Su Zimo looked at the Kunlun barrier before him. As long as he passed through this barrier, he would be able to come into contact with the true secrets of the Kunlun ruins and see another world and the legendary Kunlun race. The power of the barrier was extremely mysterious and cold. Extreme Fire led the way and attempted to cross the Kunlun barrier. The moment his body touched the barrier, it met with immense resistance. Although he pushed his bloodline to its limits, he could not cross it. After a moment of stalemate, Extreme Fire could only retreat. "I still can't do it." Extreme Fire laughed bitterly. "Back then I tried it. To think that I still can't cross it after entering the conjoint body realm." "Let me try too," Su Zimo said as he walked towards the Kunlun barrier. The moment he touched the barrier, he felt a tremendous resistance as well. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline slowly, and the sound of a tsunami burst forth from his body. His green lotus true body exuded a divine light and his organs shone brightly. Against the obstruction of the barrier, the green lotus true body turned transparent and transformed into the shape of a creation green lotus. Under the gazes of Extreme Fire and Nian Qi, Su Zimo's figure gradually entered the Kunlun barrier and vanished. "He managed to get in?" Extreme Fire's eyes were widened in disbelief. "Probably," Nian Qi nodded. The two of them waited silently, and not long after, Su Zimo's figure appeared once more, and he walked back from the Kunlun barrier. "How is it?" Extreme Fire asked hurriedly. "I crossed it," Su Zimo said in a deep voice. "This Kunlun barrier is two-way. Not only can it prevent cultivators from entering, it's also impossible for living beings inside to come out." "No wonder," Extreme Fire murmured softly. "For so many years, there has never been a Kunlun race being in Tianhuang mainland because of this Kunlun barrier. Mahayana patriarchs could naturally pass through this barrier with their power. However, none of them dared to come for fear of triggering a divine power storm that might result in death. As for half-martial ancestor experts and conjoint body mighty figures, none of them could pass through the Kunlun barrier. The Kunlun barrier isolated the Kunlun ruins from Tianhuang mainland completely, forming two different worlds. There was a huge reason why the Kunlun ruins was so mysterious and nobody had been able to unveil it for so many years. "Let me try too." After Su Zimo and Extreme Fire tried it, Nian Qi was eager as well and walked forward, heading towards the Kunlun barrier. However, the moment Nian Qi touched the Kunlun barrier, a change happened. A blinding light burst forth from the Kunlun barrier. As though a gigantic rock was tossed into the middle of a lake, massive waves were created on the calm barrier. An extremely terrifying power burst forth from the Kunlun barrier and smashed towards Nian Qi. That power was so terrifying that even Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. Boom! Caught off guard. Nian Qi was struck in the chest by the power of the Kunlun barrier, and the bones in her chest shattered instantly. The bloodline of the god race was extremely strong. However, Nian Qi's body was almost torn apart by the impact of the Kunlun barrier. Everything had happened too quickly. Even Su Zimo was unprepared and could not react in time. Nian Qi fell out with a pale expression and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. Her organs were ruptured. Swoosh! As though it was sentient. The Kunlun barrier gathered its strength once more upon realizing that Nian Qi was not dead. A gigantic, menacing claw appeared in midair and grabbed towards Nian Qi. Frowning slightly, Su Zimo's figure flashed and he grabbed Nian Qi. Turning into a golden streak of light, he retreated rapidly and fled far from the Kunlun barrier. As the distance between them increased, the menacing claw could not hold on any longer and dissipated gradually. The Kunlun barrier returned to normal once more, as though everything that happened earlier was an illusion. How could this be? Extreme Fire chased over with a bewildered expression. Both Su Zimo and he merely encountered resistance when they tried to cross the Kunlun barrier. However, Nian Qi nearly lost her life. Su Zimo fed Nian Qi an elixir before asking with a frown, Who set up this barrier? I'm not sure. Extreme Fire shook his head. Even Enigma Palace might not know the origin of that Kunlun barrier, let alone him. Su Zimo's gaze flickered. Recalling that menacing claw earlier on, he had a vague guess. He was extremely familiar with that claw. That was the claw that Night Spirit would only reveal when he reverted to his true form. If this Kunlun barrier had existed for countless years, it meant that there was a high chance it was set up by the Ho of the primordial era. If that was the case, new doubts would arise. What was the use of that barrier? Why was there such a huge reaction when Yen Qi tried to cross the Kunlun barrier? A killing intent from it was triggered. This could not be a coincidence. It must be some sort of will left behind by the primordial Ho that caused such a change to the Kunlun barrier.